The story begins by showing a lone adventurer who ended up breaking all known taboos in that world. In one of the first scenes, this man is seen fiercely devouring a red minotaur. His arm, which was completely broken, begins to regenerate right after he consumes the creature's flesh. The system then reports that he has acquired 2 skills, Roar and Battle Axe. Meanwhile, the man screams in rage, and a massive aura explodes around him. Nearby monsters watch his transformation. A diary from an old noble is mentioned, revealing that devouring monsters is a taboo. For humans, it means absorbing the creature's evil essence. The first symptom of this process is an uncontrollable frenzy state, accompanied by destructive superhuman strength. The second symptom is intense headaches, nausea, and severe poisoning. When several monsters rush in to attack him, he charges forward without hesitation. The third symptom mentioned in the diary is sudden death. Even when surrounded and captured, the man keeps a fierce gaze and vows revenge. It is then suggested that by devouring many monsters, there is a possibility the human might transform into a monster himself, a creature corrupted by the evil essence he consumed. The adventurer continues killing monsters and devouring their flesh. With each new defeated enemy, he gains new skills. He learns analysis, echolocation, and absorption. Next, a gigantic serpent appears while he is eating the head of a wolf. By devouring that wolf, he gains increased agility and activates the lightning cloak skill. With this power, he electrocutes the serpent and defeats every monster in his path. Thus, he also acquires the skills of poisonous mist and web manipulation. After a long period of battles, he becomes extremely exhausted. Even so, he believes he can get out of there alive. When he thinks it's over, a new horde of monsters appears before him. Still, he remains determined, convinced that he will survive. The story then shifts to a new setting. Now it takes place in Bologna, a city on the border of a territory filled with dungeons. But one in particular stands out, the miasma dungeon. This place is avoided by many adventurers because the air inside slowly corrodes their bodies. Even so, the protagonist always returns there. Over time, he came to be known as the Butcher of Miasma. Upon reaching the 6th floor of the dungeon, he finds a heavy concentration of miasma. However, he finds it exciting and feels he will get good results from this visit. The grass that grows there has the ability to purify the miasma and has become a valuable source of income for him. He harvests only what is necessary, thinking it would be enough to last 3 days. Soon after, he notices the presence of miasma rats. Many of the monsters in that dungeon use poison and miasma, which explains why adventurers hate that place. But the protagonist believes none of them are a threat to him. He crosses the toxic cloud and kills one of the rats, but 2 others attack him right after. He continues fighting, facing huge creatures, when suddenly someone shouts fireball. The spell hits the rats and prevents him from being devoured. Next, a group of 3 adventurers appears beside him. One of them says he missed the shot, while another scolds him, saying he should have gotten closer before casting. The protagonist recognizes the faces from the Adventurers Guild. One of the boys approaches, extends his hand, and asks if his name is Rude, saying he looked like he was in a tough spot, so they decided to help. Rude refused to shake the boy's hand and stood up on his own. Still, he thanked them for the help. With irony, he said he would have been more thankful if they had warned him before throwing a fireball his way. The boy replied, that's exactly what he did, by shouting the name of the spell. The fattest one in the group then confirmed that the miasma grass colony was really there, and they all commented on their luck in finding it. But Rude was suspicious, finding it strange that they had followed him to the harvesting point. One of them replied that they were just adventurers trying to survive in a dungeon, and that it was just coincidence. They laughed and mocked Rude, saying that as expected of the infamous Butcher of Miasma, he couldn't even thank people properly. Rude realized the situation wasn't in his favor, so holding back his anger, he apologized and thanked the 3 adventurers. The scene shifted to Bologna, where Rude's current base was a restaurant called Full Belly. There, some men were attacking him. They said that every time that Butcher of Miasma walked in, he left a horrible smell that ruined the food. One of them said Rude was so dumb he hadn't even noticed that. They also said real adventurers had skills to defeat monsters, and that someone like Rude, with a useless skill like status abnormality nullification, couldn't even be called an adventurer. It was then explained that nullification of status abnormalities was a rare skill, useful only in places like miasma dungeons, as it protected the user from toxic effects and curses. But since it wasn't a combat-oriented skill, Rude was never accepted into any expedition group. Because of that, he ended up rejected and became known as the Butcher of Miasma, someone who explored the deeper floors alone in search of herbs and items. In other words, his useless skill turned him into a renegade adventurer. Lying on his bed, Rude reflected, feeling depressed. He was already an adult, but still fighting for his life against miserable rats in a dungeon. Even knowing that those rats weren't exactly normal, he wondered if he would spend his whole life being just the damned Butcher of Miasma. The scene then changed to the Adventurers Guild. Rude thought about finding a new colony while he still had some money, but upon arriving, he noticed the place was more crowded and noisy than usual. Curious, he approached the receptionist and asked if there was any good quest for him that day. She recognized him immediately as the Butcher of Miasma and said a new dungeon had been discovered. This made Rude excited, because he knew that newly discovered dungeons were usually full of treasures and rare items. For him, it was a golden opportunity. He understood why so many people were gathered there. But before he could ask anything else, the receptionist said she needed to talk about the miasma herbs he always sold. She informed him that starting that day, their price would drop significantly. Upon hearing that, Rude panicked and wanted to know why. The woman explained that miasma dungeons had never been popular, and now that everyone was focusing on the new dungeon, the demand for those herbs would vanish. This left Rude even more frustrated. She explained explained that the new dungeon was located in the Yahello mountains, but that he didn't have permission to go there. Surprised, he asked why he couldn't. She replied that the minimum requirement to enter was being rank D, while Rude was only rank E. This filled him with rage. He said he really wanted to explore that new dungeon, and asked if there was anything he could do to get a spot. The receptionist answered that those were just the rules. Even if he went there, he would only die for nothing. Suddenly, a blonde man appeared and asked if he really wanted to enter the new dungeon that badly. He said that if Rude wanted to, he could join his group as a porter. The scene then shifted to a moving carriage. The group was already on their way to the new dungeon, and Rude was silently accompanying them. The blonde boy commented that it was good they had found Rude, because they were looking for someone to carry supplies, but no one had accepted the job. Rude listened silently and thought that since all the adventurers were busy with the new dungeon, it really would be hard to find a porter. The other two group members commented with disdain that of all possible options, they ended up with the Butcher of Miasma, and that there was no one better available. The blonde boy asked them to stop with those provocations. He said that Rude was a veteran adventurer, and that it was much better to count on someone experienced than a beginner. Then he introduced himself again, saying his name was Bayer, leader of the group known as the Scarlet Blades. His two companions were named Sasha and Rick, both rank D adventurers. Rude then formally introduced himself, saying he was a rank E adventurer from the region, and that he was satisfied to work with them. Before starting the mission, Bayer asked Rude to show his status. He wanted to get a better idea of his abilities, so he asked if he could see his guild card. Rude agreed and showed the card. The system displayed his information: level 7, human race, normal condition, rank E, and all his skills. Bayer was surprised to see that Rude also had fire magic. Rude explained that the power was too weak to be useful in battle, but it was still good for lighting dark places or cooking. Bayer, smiling, said that was already quite useful, and said they would count on him for the mission. The group finally arrived at the entrance of the new dungeon. Everyone was excited in front of the massive gate. Bayer explained that this was the newly discovered Yahello dungeon. Sasha, excited, commented that they seemed to be the first ones there. Rick, eager, wanted to start exploring right away, but as soon as they opened the door, everyone was surprised. The dungeon was already crowded. There were adventurers everywhere, some collecting miasma, others fighting monsters, and even groups looting treasures. Sasha, annoyed, complained about seeing so many people there. Bayer concluded that the first floor had already been completely explored. Rick suggested they should go down quickly, as there would probably be fewer adventurers on the lower floors. Sasha agreed, but Rude warned them that since it was a newly discovered dungeon, the ideal approach would be to map the first layer carefully before advancing. Sasha mocked the idea, asking if he really thought he had the right to give opinions. Rick added that it was exactly because of that kind of thinking that he was still just rank E. Bayer then stepped in and told the two to stop with the provocations. He said Rude didn't mean any harm. However, he admitted he agreed with his companions, stating that if they continued at that pace, they wouldn't get good results. That's why they really needed to explore the deeper floors. The group descended to the fourth layer. As soon as they arrived, a wolf attacked them. Rick protected Rude and struck the creature's head. He told him to stop being afraid of such weak monsters. Sasha electrocuted the wolves with her magic, while Bayer cut them in half with his sword. Watching everything, Rude realized how strong they all were, and that he himself could barely move in that dungeon. After a while, they managed to defeat all the wolves. Sasha said they had made the right decision by advancing, and that it was great being in an area without other groups. Bayer added that the monsters weren't that strong, and that they had found some good treasures. Rick ordered Rude to collect the materials from the monsters he had defeated, but Rude replied that the bodies were too damaged, and that the magic stones were probably destroyed along with them. Rick, irritated, said he didn't even know if they were really destroyed, and accused Rude of being lazy. Though angry, Rude didn't answer. He just went to the corpses and began working. He stopped in front of a completely torn apart wolf, covered in guts and foul-smelling blood, and wondered why that guy had to overdo it so much. Thinking about how to deal with the body, he activated his fire magic, and considered whether it would be easier to burn part of the corpse. Rick, seeing this, joked by asking if he was really about to cook the monster. He added that after so much time inside, he was also starting to feel hungry, and that those corpses were even starting to look appetizing. Sasha, shocked, called him disgusting, and told him to stop. She reminded them that eating monster meat was a taboo among adventurers, because by consuming the flesh, they ended up absorbing the creature's mana, and no one knew exactly what that could cause in the human body. Rick laughed and said he was just joking about eating monster meat. When they got out of there, he planned to use the money they earned to eat a proper meal. However, suddenly, everyone felt a terrifying presence approaching. When they turned around, they saw a giant red-skinned minotaur holding a massive axe. Rude, in shock, wondered why a monster like that, typical of the depths of the Hank B dungeon, was there on such a shallow layer. Sasha, scared, said there was no way they could defeat that creature. The whole group panicked, unsure of what to do. Bayer then turned to Rude and said he would use his items, asking him to hand over his backpack. Then he told Rude to pay close attention to the minotaur's movements. Confused, Rude asked if he had a plan. Bayer, with a wicked smile, replied that he did. In the next moment, he drew his sword and slashed Rude's back, knocking him to the ground with a treacherous strike. Bayer shouted for Rick to activate his skill, and Rick used Warrior's Encouragement, a technique that makes the target attract all nearby monsters. He enchanted his axe with that ability, and threw it beside Rude. Right after, Sasha activated her acceleration skill, which doubled the speed of targets. Rude, lying down and in intense pain, realized what was happening, and furiously asked if they had planned to abandon him from the beginning. With a cold expression completely different from the one he had shown before, Bayer replied that there was no other reason for bringing the Butcher of Miasma with them. The group began to flee, shouting for Rude to buy them as much time as possible. Consumed by rage, Rude screamed, betrayed and humiliated, but there was no time to think. The Minotaur was already preparing an attack. The blow missed by inches, hitting the ground. Rude let out a nervous laugh when he realized he had dodged by instinct, but he knew this was the end of the line for him. The Minotaur then charged and slammed into Rude with a brutal shoulder hit, launching him against the wall. Upon impact, the wall broke and revealed a massive hole behind it. Both Rude and the Minotaur fell together into the abyss. After falling from a ridiculous height, Rude opened his eyes, dazed, and wondered if he was still alive. To his surprise, he realized he had landed on the Minotaur itself, which had cushioned his fall and, ironically, saved his life. However, his arm was completely shattered. He knew he couldn't stay there for long. Even if no more monsters appeared, he would die from blood loss or starvation before having any chance of recovery. The pain and hunger were unbearable. He needed to eat something immediately. He looked at the Minotaur's body. The flesh looked juicy. For a moment, he thought he was going insane for even considering it. Eating a monster was an absolute taboo. He knew this could only end badly. He closed his eyes and thought that his life had been miserable from the very beginning. But then, a memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered being a child, when a man told him that no matter how hard life became, he should never give up. With that memory burning in his heart, Rude opened his eyes with a bloodthirsty gaze. He sank his teeth into the Minotaur's flesh and began devouring the monster. The system explained that when a human without magic consumes the flesh of a monster rich in magical energy, magical particles invade the consumer's body. This phenomenon was known as the state of monstrification. It was a more terrifying condition than dying from poison. That is why eating monsters was considered one of the greatest taboos among adventurers. But Rude, facing death, gambled everything on a desperate choice. The Minotaur's meat, besides satisfying his hunger, also triggered an unexpected mutation. His once destroyed arm began to regenerate before his eyes. Something was changing. He stood up and began walking through the dungeon. Several bats watched his every step, but his expression had changed. Now it looked more like that of a monster than a human. When the bats attacked him, he activated a new skill. It was Roar, a technique that released a sound wave so powerful it intimidated enemies and made them retreat. Rude knocked out some of the bats with his presence alone, making the others flee, as if affected by a power similar to Conqueror's Haki. He then activated a new skill called Physical Reinforcement, which temporarily boosted his strength. With the axe he had found, he defeated the bats and began devouring their bodies. By doing this, he acquired a new skill called Echolocation, which allowed him to detect creatures nearby, and was especially effective in the dark. As soon as he activated this ability, he realized that many monsters were approaching. Hordes were coming his way, and Rude, determined, prepared to face them all. He began eliminating every monster that crossed his path. He felt that the axe fit perfectly in his hand, and with echolocation, he no longer needed magic to detect enemies. As he advanced, he killed the monsters and devoured their flesh, feeling a surge of power flow through his body each time. After defeating several enemies, Rude finally emerged from the dungeon. He threw the axe to the ground, looked up at the sky, and shouted in relief for having survived. The scene then shifted to the Adventurers Guild. The atmosphere was tense. A man, the guildmaster of Bologna, named Lankars, explained that after hearing the group's report, he had gathered all the adventurers who had been in the dungeon, except Rude. Bayer, faking sadness, said that when they encountered the Minotaur on the 4th floor, Rude was killed before they could help him. He said that if they had noticed the monster's presence earlier, they might have saved their companion. Sasha pretended to cry, while Rick also played along with the act. Lankars then declared that he understood the situation, and that from that moment on, entry into that dungeon would be forbidden. At that moment, the guild receptionist, who was feeling down, was surprised to see Rude walk through the door. Everyone was shocked. It was him, the Butcher of Miasma, and no one could understand how he had survived. Bayer rushed to hug him, pretending to be overjoyed, but whispered into Rude's ear that if he said anything, he would be killed. The rest of the group began greeting him, asking if he was okay, if he was injured, and claiming they were worried, saying they had tried to go back to save him but the dungeon had been closed. Bayer, keeping up the act, said that no matter what had happened, Rude's survival deserved a celebration, even if it couldn't happen there. However, as he got closer to Rude, he noticed that Rude could barely move. Then Rude declared in front of everyone that he had been used as bait, leaving everyone stunned. Bayer, pretending to be shocked, asked what he meant by that. Lankars questioned Rude about what he was talking about, and Rude explained that Bayer had stolen his supplies and attacked him from behind. He said that Rick had used his skill to lure the Minotaur toward him, and that Sasha had used her speed ability to help the group escape. Bayer, desperate, tried to deny it, but Lankars said that the truth could be clarified by a woman he had brought with him. At that moment, a woman entered the hall, leaving everyone nervous. She was an officer of truth, a rare figure who almost never left the capital. Sasha, panicked, asked why she was there, and Lankars replied that due to the high number of deaths among the group's porters, he had requested help from an old friend. He then asked the officer of truth, between Bayer's group and Rude, who was telling the truth. The woman stated that the members of the Scarlet Blade were lying. Wellington raised his staff and confirmed that Rude was telling the truth, shocking all the adventurers present. Bayer, furious, asked how she could know that, and Lankars explained that the officer's ability was truth. He said that this ability could not be acquired after reaching adulthood, and its precision rivaled that of unique skills. He added that lies could not get past her ability, and that there was nothing more reliable than the words of someone who had dedicated all their power to the nation. In the end, Lankars declared that abandoning a companion was a taboo among adventurers, and Bayer's group not only abandoned Rude but also injured him and used him as bait. Even without investigating their other crimes, that alone was enough to revoke their adventurer licenses, reducing them to slaves. Sasha and Rick panicked, refusing to accept what they had just heard. Bayer, furious at being exposed, said it was inconceivable for someone like him to be reduced to a slave. He claimed that if it weren't for the officer of truth, no one would have discovered his plan. Consumed by rage, he tried to attack the officer, but Rude quickly stepped in front of her, protecting her. He firmly said Bayer should not dare touch her. Then he punched Bayer in the face, sending him flying, which left everyone there stunned by Rude's strength. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Adventurers Guild reception room. Lankars apologized to Rude for bothering him, saying he was probably very tired. Rude replied that it was all right. Lankars then informed him that the 3 adventurers involved in the betrayal had been captured by his team and would be interrogated. If it was confirmed they were repeat offenders, accustomed to using porters as bait, all members of the Scarlet Blade would lose their possessions and their status as adventurers, being reduced to rescos. However, since Bayer had gone so far as to attempt to kill an officer of truth, it was likely he would never be seen again. Lankars returned to the subject of the dungeon and explained that the traders had lost any claim to the profits earned there. He reported that around 200,000 regen had accumulated inside and asked Rude to accept that amount as a reward. Rude left the room with the money in hand and, overjoyed, hugged the sack. He thought that amount would cover his expenses for a long time and that it would have taken much longer to gather that much just by collecting miasma grass every day. He was surprised to realize how much money could be earned simply by being an adventurer. He also noticed that people had stopped insulting him, probably because of what they had seen earlier, but he knew that did not mean they would be kind to him, and he thought that if he kept standing out like this, they might start to suspect his sudden growth. He decided he would continue trying his luck in the miasma dungeon as before. He was ready to leave negativity behind. Now that he had money, he could buy better equipment and eat whatever he wanted. He considered visiting the tool shop first, but a specific bag caught his attention. He also thought about getting something to eat. The next day, Rude returned to the miasma dungeon. This time, he managed to defeat the rats easily. He found it amazing to think that if it had been the day before, he would have been running from those 5 rats. He activated his analysis skill and viewed all the status information of one of the miasma rats. He mentally noted that this was the skill he had obtained from devouring a strange monster, and that it could even be used on corpses. He discovered the rats were level 9 and began to wonder how much his own stats had increased. Since he had defeated them easily, he assumed he was around level 20. However, when he opened his status screen, he was surprised to see he was already level 42. All his attributes had increased drastically, which amazed him since the day before he had still been in rank E. It was something extremely rare. He decided to check the abilities he had acquired. When he opened his inventory, he found a true arsenal. There were so many that he couldn't even count them. He then remembered the place where he had previously fallen in the dungeon. The wall that had broken was now sealed, and so the new dungeon would remain inaccessible for a while. That day, Rude had only planned a light exploration in the miasma dungeon, but upon seeing so many new abilities, he became excited to test them. He wanted to see how effective they would be on the deeper floors. He was also curious to use the new bag he had bought. He thought he wanted to find an ideal monster for his first real trial. The scene showed Rude advancing through the floors, killing several monsters. He passed through the 6th, 9th, and even the 13th floor. However, he still found the monsters too weak. He felt he needed to go deeper to find prey that was truly worthy. Eventually, he reached the 24th floor. There, he encountered a creature wielding a giant knife. He used his analysis skill and discovered that the enemy was a level 25 lizard soldier with skills in one-handed swordsmanship, shield techniques, and miasma resistance. He thought that they normally fought in groups, but at that moment there was only one. He figured it might be possible to fight it alone. He drew his sword and charged. The lizard noticed his presence and blocked with its arm. Rude assessed that it was not just any enemy, but reassured himself that he would not miss his next strike. Suddenly, the lizard began to run, which confused Rude as he didn't understand why it was fleeing. He chased the creature until it reached a dead end. Rude approached with his sword in hand, confident that the enemy had no way to escape. But at that moment, the lizard's expression changed. Now it looked like the predator, not the prey. Rude realized too late that he had walked into a trap. 2 other lizard soldiers appeared behind him, surrounding him. Even with his current high level, the situation was becoming critical. The soldiers began attacking him. Rude knew he had to defeat at least one of those enemies if he wanted to advance, so he chose to strike first. When he lunged at one of them, the lizard was able to block his sword. Even so, Rude remained determined and decided to end it quickly. Just as he was about to finish the enemy, another lizard appeared in front with a shield, protecting its companion. Immediately after, a third one attacked Rude from behind. He smiled as he barely dodged and started wondering how many more would appear. Rude noticed that the enemies were working together in a very coordinated way, using advanced ambush tactics. While thinking about this, he heard a sharp sound in the distance, and then saw a lizard different from the others. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the lizard general, level 32. Its skills included one-handed swordsmanship, shield techniques, miasma resistance, and command. Rude smiled, realizing he had finally found the leader. The general began shouting, and all the lizard soldiers charged at Rude at once. He quickly activated his physical reinforcement skill and struck multiple enemies simultaneously. Using the head of one as a springboard, he leaped directly toward the general, landing a solid hit. However, to his surprise, the attack had no effect at all. The general tried to counterattack, and Rude realized he would not have time to dodge, so he activated his iron body skill to withstand the blow. He thought he was not the only one with a trick up his sleeve, and activated activated his analysis skill again, trying to understand what was going on. He had definitely felt the impact of the previous blow, but had been unable to injure the general. That was strange, since the general had no reinforcement or resistance abilities. Suspicious, Rude began analyzing the other lizards and noticed that one of them had a massive wound on his chest. When he checked its skills, he discovered it had the substitution ability. That explained everything. It was that lizard that was taking the damage in the general's place. Without wasting any time, Rude rushed at him and killed him instantly. He commented to himself that it must be tough being a subordinate whose only purpose was to take hits, but told the fallen body not to take it personally. The general roared furiously, and all the other lizards charged at Rude once more. However, he activated his web manipulation skill and trapped them all at once. He said that the fact they were all gathered together just made things easier. After that, he walked over to the general and declared that this time, he was the winner. Without hesitation, he cut off the lizard general's head and ended the battle. With victory secured, Rude said it was finally time to eat. He grabbed the magic pouch he had bought with the money from the guild. That bag had an internally expanded space through magic and weighed nothing when closed. Inside, Rude had stored cooking utensils and some spices. When he had fallen into that hidden floor, he had been desperate to survive, but he had always wanted to try this kind of food. He began slicing the lizard meat and soon placed it on a skillet to fry. He was curious to know whether monster meat, once cooked and seasoned, would taste good. Mouth-watering, he tasted the meat and discovered it was far more delicious than he expected. He was impressed by how tasty it was and told himself he could get addicted to that flavor. After eating, Rude gained new abilities: one-handed swordsmanship, shield techniques, miasma resistance, and command. However, he remained intrigued by why the meat tasted so good. He wondered if it had something to do with the magical particles inside monsters. He recalled that the skills from the Minotaur, the spider armor, and the evil eye had been very useful to him, but there were still other monster abilities he had not tested yet, such as those from the lightning wolf and the black serpent. After the meal, Rude decided to keep exploring. On the 21st floor, he encountered some bees and frogs. He used his lightning cloak and began electrocuting all the monsters. Once finished, he commented that the ability was really useful. He noticed that the monsters on that floor seemed specialized in causing abnormal status effects, but they had chosen the wrong opponent. He then declared it was time to try frog meat with bugs. He breaded everything for cooking and said that poisonous frogs had tender meat with a taste similar to mushrooms. That made him wish for a beer to go along, though unfortunately, he had none at the moment. After defeating the previous enemies, Rude acquired new skills: poison, temperature variation, powder scale, paralyzing powder scale, and air slash. However, right after that, he heard a noise coming from deep within the dungeon. It was a loud sound that resembled a collision, followed by human voices. He was surprised to realize that other adventurers had made it this far. He mentally gave thanks for the food, stored everything in his magic pouch, and thought it was very rare to find other groups in combat at that location. He considered himself lucky and thought he might be able to get some useful information from them. Meanwhile, the scene showed a group fighting against a hooded figure. One of the men complained about the strength of the woman's strikes and said he hadn't expected her to still have so much mana left. Another commented that the effort to capture her would be worth it. Then they removed the woman's hood, revealing she was an elf. One of the men wondered how much she would be worth on the black market. At that moment, Rude appeared, saying he had hoped to find friendly adventurers. He said he didn't know exactly what was going on, but he couldn't just stand by while a woman was being beaten like that. The man with a scar over his eye asked who he was, and Rude, smiling, replied that he was just an adventurer, though of a lower rank. The elf, worried, warned him to run away as fast as possible because those men were adventurer hunters. Rude activated his analysis skill and realized he had heard of them before as high-level adventurers. However, when he tried to analyze the man with the scar, he couldn't see his status. The only visible detail was level 65. The others were level 52, 56, and 58. Rude suspected they were using concealment skills, or some kind of magical item. The highest level man ordered his underlings to attack Rude. He was surprised by the speed of one of the enemies, but managed to defend himself with his sword. The blonde man praised his defense, but Rude mockingly said that was nothing, since he himself was weak. The enemy, angered by the mockery, charged at him again. Rude then activated his poison skill and spat directly into the enemy's face, who fell to the ground screaming in pain as his face was corroded. The man, agonizing, said Rude looked like a monster. Rude himself admitted that this way of fighting was ugly and unfit for an adventurer, but it was the only way someone like him could survive. The scarred man realized that attack came from a unique poison skill, and concluded that Rude could no longer be underestimated. He therefore ordered all three to attack at once. They charged in with full force, and Rude thought that if he paused for even a second, he would be killed. He was caught off guard and almost took a kick to the face, but activated his iron body skill at the last moment. Even so, he was thrown into a river of miasma. The man with the scar found it strange that Rude had withstood the attack and thought that Kick should have broken his neck. Another man approached, saying he would kill Rude once and for all, but before he could, Rude began swimming deeper into the water. One of the enemies tried to follow, but was stopped by the scarred man, who warned him that it was a poisonous swamp and there was no guarantee he would make it out alive. He said that not even Rude could endure the poison for long, and that he would probably resurface soon. Time passed, and Rude was still underwater. He wondered how long the enemies planned to wait for him. He decided it was time to fight like a true adventurer. He thought that luckily, he had fallen into that poisonous swamp, where in addition to the constant miasma, the surrounding vapor quickly drained his opponent's stamina. The men outside began to grow uneasy. One of them said that more than 10 minutes had passed, and his head was starting to ache. Still hidden. Rude thought that this was the right moment. He wanted to face them for longer, but he knew that if he waited any more, the elf would suffer even more, as she was already wounded and weak. So he emerged from the swamp water and said that the effects of the poison and miasma must have been cruel to them. The men said that he had finally given up and that he had been causing too much trouble. Rude, however, explained that unfortunately for them, he was immune to abnormal conditions. That was why he couldn't even understand how much they were suffering at that moment. The scarred man quickly realized that Rude possessed the abnormal status nullification ability. With that, he understood he had been tricked and immediately ordered his companions to attack. They rushed at Rude, but the swamp's poison began to gradually drain their stamina, while the accumulated miasma reduced their stats. One of the enemies tried to strike Rude from behind, but he activated his iron body skill again and resisted the blow. Then he used his lightning cloak and electrocuted both opponents at once. After frying them, one of them cursed Rude angrily, but Rude didn't hesitate and activated his new skill, Air Slash, finishing both of them off with a precise strike. The scarred man was stunned to see that Rod wielded abilities like Poison, Iron Body, Lightning Cloak, and now Air Slash. He wondered how a human could have so many skills that were typically associated with monsters. Rude, however, said that none of that mattered. The man thought that normally he would have the upper hand in physical combat against any human, but the miasma in the area was weakening him. Even so, he activated his agility boost and charged at Rod. However, Rude responded with a physical reinforcement, and with a powerful blow, shattered the enemy's sword and cut him in half as if it were nothing. He commented that, if not for the abnormal status effects, that man would have been much stronger. The scene then shifted to the elf, who thanked him for saving her. She said she didn't know what would have happened if it weren't for him. Rude replied that he couldn't leave her in such a miserable situation, even while trying to remain composed. Rude noticed that her body was still heavily affected by the miasma. He did his best to provide first aid, but he thought it was really rare to find an elf in such a remote region. He wondered what could have led her to be hunted by adventurer hunters. Suddenly, they both heard a sound from ahead. A huge monster appeared. Rude quickly realized it was the Moth Leader, a level 37 enemy with multiple poison-related abilities. He concluded that despite its size, the moth was no match for him and wouldn't be able to intimidate him. The moth then launched a wind slash ability that almost hit the elf. Rude asked if she was alright, and upon hearing that she was, said he had been startled and would now return the favor. He looked at the moth and commented that flying wouldn't keep it safe. He then activated his air slash skill and launched several attacks that sliced through the moth's body. However, it counterattacked by releasing paralyzing scales in his direction. Rude smiled because he knew he was immune to paralysis, but at that moment he remembered the elf was also there. Before he could act, she herself used her staff to unleash a powerful wind spell, surprising Rude. He thought that was exactly what you'd expect from an elf, and then he finished the moth off with a direct strike to the head. After the battle, the elf asked if Rude was immune to poison and paralysis, and commented that his abilities really did resemble those of monsters. Rude was unsure how to explain, but before he could say anything, the elf fell to her knees. He asked if she had been hit by the scales, but she said that wasn't the reason. She said there was another explanation, and promised to tell him everything once they were out of there. The scene changed again. Rude and the elf had managed to leave the dungeon, and were sitting near a tree. She breathed a sigh of relief, and said she felt much better outside the labyrinth. Before explaining what had happened, she decided to introduce herself. She said her name was Alicia, and that she was a former adventurer. Rude was surprised and asked if she was Alicia of the Emerald Storms. Laughing, she said yes and asked if he had heard of her. Rude confirmed, saying of course he had. She was part of the most renowned S-rank party in the kingdom of Ludius, the Azuri Trails, and everyone knew the members of that legendary group, but as far as he remembered, the Azuri Trails had been wiped out. Alicia confirmed that with sadness. She said it had already been 5 years, and that they were all defeated by monsters. On that day, they had challenged a creature waiting for them in the depths of a dungeon known as the Abyss. During their conversation, Alicia recounted what happened in the battle against the monster in the Abyss dungeon. Her group lost its leader that day. Another member was so gravely wounded that he had to retire, and a third was completely devoured by the labyrinth. She herself did not escape unharmed. On her chest was a clear mark, showing that she too had suffered in that confrontation. Rude, embarrassed, asked what that mark was. Alicia explained it was the result of a curse she received that day. She said that although it was a low-level curse, she had never heard of anything like it before. Rude also said he had never heard of a weak curse that could not be broken. Alicia replied that she had tried every method possible, but the most she had managed was to slow its progression. She said that the adventurer hunters found out about it and tried to exploit her for profit. In the end, her fate was to die once her level reached 0. Even so, she said she couldn't accept the idea of surrendering to those men. As he listened, Rude thought of a possibility. He opened his status card and looked at his substitution skill, which allowed him to select a target and absorb both their attacks and negative status effects. He then said he wanted to test something and asked if she could receive the skill he was about to activate. Alicia, a little confused, agreed. Rude then placed his hand on her shoulder and activated substitution. He felt the curse disappearing from her body and transferring to his. Alicia, alarmed, begged him to stop immediately, saying he would be cursed, but Rude, smiling, assured her that it was fine and that she should trust him. The curse completely passed to him. Right after that, Rude activated his unique ability, Abnormal Status Nullification, and with that, he managed to break the curse entirely. Looking at his hand, he realized it had worked. Ellis, still in shock, could not understand what had just happened. Rude asked her to check her guild card. As soon as she opened it, she saw that her status had returned to normal. She could hardly believe the curse had had been broken. Rude explained that this was his unique skill, and that he had imagined he could nullify a curse if he absorbed it. He said he was happy it had worked, because in truth, he had not been sure it would. Alicia, emotional, called Rude an idiot for risking so much for someone he didn't even know. Even so, she thanked him deeply. He simply comforted her, placing a hand on her shoulder. The scene shifted to a bar. Alicia was cheerful, drinking with joy. She said the food was cheap, the beer was delicious, and that Rude really knew good places. While she talked excitedly, Rude, a bit embarrassed, simply gave her a thumbs up in approval. He thought the place really was nice, at least until they got kicked out. He then asked if she was okay drinking so much, considering that just a few hours earlier she had been seriously injured. Alicia, smiling, replied that she was ready for more. She said that on such a good day there was no reason not to celebrate. The two made a toast, and then Rude asked what she planned to do from then on. Alicia said that, before anything else, she wanted to get to know him better. With a gentle expression, she asked why he had decided to become an adventurer. Rude explained that a long time ago, the village where he lived had been attacked by monsters. These monsters killed his family, his friends, and destroyed everything he had. However, thanks to an S-rank adventurer, he survived. A scene showed that adventurer saving young Rude from a group of monsters. Rude said he would never forget that image. Since then, he had dreamed of becoming an S-rank adventurer too, so he could help others. That was his greatest goal. Alicia smiled and said he had a noble objective. Rude asked if she didn't think that was ridiculous, but Alicia replied that she had also dreamed of reaching S-rank. She said she always wanted to become stronger and stronger until she was cursed. Even so, she was sure that some of her former companions were still alive, trapped deep in the dungeon known as the Abyss. That's why, no matter what happened, she intended to challenge that monster again. But for now, they both knew they needed to become stronger, each to achieve their own goal. After everything they had gone through together, Alicia looked at Rude and asked if he would like to form a party with her. Rude was a little confused by the request, unsure how to respond. However, before he could think clearly, the same men who had mocked Rude earlier appeared again. One of them grabbed Alicia's arm and mocked, saying Rude was drinking with a beautiful woman. They again called him by the offensive nickname, Miasma Butcher. Rude immediately recognized who they were. The men told Elthos to stop drinking with someone disgusting like him, and invited her to drink with them instead. Rude then stood up and demanded they let go of Elthia. Irritated, the men prepared to retaliate, but Elthia stepped in and told them to stop. She said they were in a tavern, and if they wanted to compete, there was a better way. The scene then changed, showing the three of them sitting at a table for a drinking contest. Alicia proposed that the winner would be the one who could drink the most. The competition began, and the three started drinking non-stop, while the crowd around them cheered and celebrated. After a while, the two men were completely passed out, while Alicia remained steady and smiling. She was the clear winner of that contest, and Rude gave a thumbs up once again in approval. Rude commented that she did really well, especially considering she had already been drunk before the contest started. Alicia, now completely drunk, smiled and said he was her savior. She said she hadn't fallen so low as to sit and watch while people mocked the man who had saved her. But before she could finish speaking, she collapsed onto Rude's lap. He sighed and said he had no choice. Then he activated his substitution ability once more, transferring the drunkenness to himself. Immediately, Alicia woke up. Rude explained that he had taken the drunkenness from her, since he couldn't get drunk. Alicia, impressed, commented that first he had lifted her curse, and now even her drunkenness. She said she had never seen such an incredible skill and more than ever wanted to form a party with him. But if anyone thought she would stop drinking, they were completely wrong. The first thing Alicia did was go straight to the counter to drink more. She stopped in front of a silver plaque, where the name of a special dish was written. She said it was a shame she couldn't try that dish. The bartender explained that monsters had taken over the fishing fields of Barnabas, and that he had already sent a request to a guild. However, all the high-level adventurers were busy. He then asked if Rude and Alicia could accept the mission. The scene shifted to the fishing fields. Rude and Alicia were in a boat sailing through the waters of Barnabas. Alicia, excited, said they were at the fishing field and would defeat the monsters quickly so they could try the special dish. But suddenly, a monster emerged from the water and attacked. Rude, smiling, said they had finally found the creature the restaurant owner had spoken of. However, Alicia asked him to look more closely. From above, they could see several monsters surrounding the boat. Rude activated his analysis ability and identified that all of them were level 23, with skills like high-speed swimming, water bullets, and long-range attack accuracy like snipers. The monsters began firing water bullets at him, and Rude realized there was no way to dodge them in the tight space of the boat. With no other choice, he jumped into the water. Immediately, all the fish monsters turned on him, but Rude activated his lightning cloak, electrocuting everything around him. Alicia, watching from the boat, was impressed by how quickly he handled the situation. However, Rude commented that there were still more monsters, and was intrigued that they weren't counterattacking. He wondered whether they were being cautious or trying to protect something, so he decided to investigate. He asked Alicia for a favor, tied a rope around his waist, and dove to the bottom of the sea. Down there, Rude confirmed his suspicions. The monsters weren't fleeing, but they also weren't attacking. They seemed to be protecting something hidden in the depths of that place. Rude was at the bottom of the sea when he spotted a giant creature. Upon analyzing it carefully, he saw that it was a level 38 monster. Its abilities included paralysis poison, autonomy, poison resistance, and accelerated healing. He thought it looked like a sea anemone, but quickly realized it resembled more of a giant hermit crab. Suddenly, a fish monster emerged from one of the creature's tentacles, revealing that this was how it generated the fish. Rude understood that continuing to fight the fish would be useless, as long as the real enemy remained untouched. Since the crab showed no sign of a direct attack, he decided to get ready. However, he was soon caught off guard. Fish clung to his legs and began attacking him. That was when he realized the monsters were only distracting him, so he wouldn't notice the movements of the tentacles. Using his lightning cloak ability, Rude electrocuted everything around him, believing the crab would also be affected since it was in direct contact. Observing the tentacles, he noticed they were no longer connected to the creature's body. He then remembered the monster's autonomy skill. As soon as it felt the electric shock, the crab had severed its own tentacles to avoid further damage. At that moment, the crab charged at him. Since Rude had been underwater for a long time, he was starting to run out of air. He pulled the emergency rope, trusting that Eliza would rescue him. Using her wind magic, she quickly pulled him back to the surface. Out of the water, she asked if he was alright. Rude thanked her for saving his life and explained that there was a boss down there that kept producing fish and had an accelerated healing ability. That's why he needed to go back down as soon as possible. Alicia commented that the monsters had a huge advantage underwater and that her magic couldn't reach them there. She then asked if Rude had a plan. He said there was only one way and that he needed to decide quickly, since she had trusted him enough to reveal her curse, and even asked to form a party together. He felt he also needed to share his secret with her before she made her own choice. He picked up one of the dead fish and asked her not to tell anyone because he was about to show her something important. The scene then cut to Rude already back at the bottom of the sea, now with a new ability called high-speed swimming. With it, he quickly began killing all the monster fish in his path. The boss tried to trap him with its tentacles again, but this time he dodged easily and went straight toward the crab. With his sword, he delivered a precise strike and at the same moment, activated his lightning cloak to finish off the enemy. He thought that with this, the fishing spot would finally return to peace. However, his biggest concern now was Alicia. Rude began to wonder what she might be feeling after seeing him devour monsters. He kept thinking about what she would say when he returned, but when he surfaced, he realized Alicia was no longer there. He started to smile, thinking he had been foolish to believe she would wait for him, but suddenly, he heard her voice saying he had taken too long. She was holding some sticks in her hands and said she was glad to see he was unharmed, asking if he had managed to defeat the boss. Rude confirmed, and she thanked God. Alicia explained that she couldn't just sit there waiting, so she decided to collect wood to build a fire to help dry his clothes. Surprised, Rude asked if she was really okay after what she had seen. She replied that at first she had been a little shocked, but the fact that he trusted her enough to reveal his secret made her happier than anything else. He thanked her for staying but said he still wanted to absorb the boss's abilities, so he cut off a piece of it and brought it with him, though he thought it would be strange to eat it in front of her. Instead, he caught some regular fish for her, including a barnama, and said that even though it might be odd to eat next to a monster, she didn't seem to mind it at all. Alicia, excited, said she would definitely eat it. At sunset, while they were eating together, Rude said he would use the moment to tell her about the first time he ate a monster. Later that night, Alicia was eating enthusiastically and praised the taste of the food. Even so, she was still surprised that Rude consumed monster meat and asked if that was the reason he had eaten his first one. Rude replied that it was exactly that which had allowed a weak E rank like him to get closer to his dream. Alicia then said she finally understood. He had used that power to save her from the adventurer hunters and the curse she suffered. And in fact, when monsters were well prepared, they ended up tasting quite good. Rude had made gurnib fillets with sautéed tentacles, and smiling, commented that monsters were surprisingly delicious. He said that even though he didn't need to eat gurnibs anymore, he still wanted to cook them anyway, and asked if Alicia wanted to try. She replied that because of the possible symptoms, she wasn't sure she would survive it, so she would pass this time. But right after, she said she wanted to ask again if Rude would join her party. Rude got serious and asked if she really didn't know anyone stronger than him for that. Alicia then explained that it had already been 5 years since she was cursed, and even though she survived the labyrinth, most of the human adventurers she knew were now retired. She said many frontline adventurers were a bit unhinged, and no matter how powerful they were, you couldn't trust them to watch your back. She stated that she wanted someone she could completely trust to adventure alongside, and if it was Rude, she believed that was possible. Rude then smiled and accepted her invitation to form a party. The scene shifted to the Adventurers Guild in the Bologna division. Alicia was excited, saying they would prepare for their first job together. Rude commented that he doubted they would get a good mission since he was only E rank. She admitted that he was right but said she already knew exactly what she wanted. They approached the counter, and Alicia told the receptionist they were forming a party from that day forward. She asked for them to be registered. When the receptionist saw Alicia's adventurer card, she was completely shocked to realize she was in front of an S-rank adventurer known as Alicia of the Emerald Storm. Her unique ability was spirit magic, in addition to thousands of other techniques she had mastered. Surprised, the receptionist asked why someone so powerful would form a party with the Miasma Butcher. Alicia didn't like that nickname for Rude, and the receptionist, embarrassed, got the message. Alicia then said she wanted to increase Rude's rank and asked what the requirements were. The receptionist checked the documents and informed them that he already had enough achievements, lacking only victories in more challenging battles. Alicia requested the most difficult subjugation mission available so they could complete it together. The receptionist agreed and gave them a mission to eliminate a pack of gray wolves. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Bologna, where Rude was already in action. Using his stealth skill, he began taking down the wolves one by one. However, one of the wolves howled loudly, summoning reinforcements. Rude warned Alicia that more were coming and that they were her responsibility. She responded quickly by activating her spirit magic and summoning the spirit sulfide. She asked for the spirit's help, and Rude, seeing it, was impressed. He thought that must be Alicia's unique ability, spirit magic. She used a move called Cutting Gale, launching a powerful powerful wind attack that sliced several wolves in half with ease. Rude realized she had tremendous power and thought it would be impossible to dodge something like that. Alicia commented that she believed her true strength was still being suppressed by the curse. Rude was shocked, unable to imagine how powerful she would be without it. As he thought about this, more wolves attacked him from behind. Surprised that so many were still hiding, he realized he couldn't block in time. At that moment, Alicia called for Sylphide again, and Rude vanished from the wolves' sight. When they looked up, the two of them were flying. Rude smiled, thankful that she had saved him again, but Alicia told him to thank Sylphide instead. Still, Alicia warned that they couldn't relax yet. She had seen at least 5 wolves watching them from the bushes, and there were probably many more. Rude said it was time for him to act, and activated his Eshop's location. With it, he detected about 30 enemies nearby, including the ones already defeated. The mission could end with one more coordinated attack. Rude asked Alicia to strike the location he would point out. She positioned herself and prepared her attack. Rude thought that although echolocation was less accurate in open areas, and Alicia couldn't aim at multiple targets at once, if they attacked in a circle, they could gather all the gray wolves in one spot. Alicia then said she had done her part, and that the rest was up to Rude. At that moment, he appeared in the middle of the wolves, with glowing red eyes, and activated his paralyzing breath skill, which made all the wolves fall to the ground at once. The scene shifted again, and the sun was already setting. In total, Rude had eliminated 52 wolves that day. He commented that he couldn't believe they had found so many monsters in such a short time. Alexi replied that maybe the wolf population really had increased on a large scale. Taking the opportunity, Rude asked about the spirit magic she used earlier. Alexi explained that she could use spirit magic, which connected her to entities of nature. She formally introduced Sylphide to Rude, and said that even though spirits are invisible, they are usually everywhere. She explained that to use their power, you have to offer your own mana as compensation. Even with this cost, it was still possible to cast powerful spells with little energy. She added that as he saw earlier, you could even float using this kind of magic. Rude was surprised, and said he had never heard of wind magic that strong. At that moment, Sylphide started pulling his hair, and Alicia, laughing, explained that she loved causing trouble. The more he complained, the more she enjoyed it. Alicia then said that night was approaching, and they should return quickly. This time they would fly back. While flying, Rude was clearly enjoying himself, and praised the experience, saying it was amazing. He asked Alicia what other kinds of magic she could use. She replied that she specialized in water, ice, light, and earth magic, but didn't have much affinity with darkness or fire spirits. She explained that if a spirit didn't have good compatibility with the user, it would require a huge amount of mana, or might not even let its powers be used, which made it clear that Sylphide really liked Rude. He asked if that was true, since Sylphide was pulling his ear. Alicia, still laughing, confirmed it. But suddenly, Rude saw a village in flames, and called out to Alicia. As they approached, they saw fire everywhere, and a huge monster in the middle of the destruction. People were running in panic, while 2 adventurers tried to face the creature, completely overwhelmed by fear. They questioned whether gray wolves were really the only monsters in the area, and what that terrible thing was doing there. The monster was a Baphomet. The Baphomet raised its hand, invoked a summoning symbol, and launched a massive fire spear at the adventurers. At the last second, Rude appeared and protected them with his water bullet skill. Alicia approached and asked if they were alright. After hearing yes, she said she would personally deal with the monster, and asked them to explain the situation quickly. Meanwhile, Rude analyzed the Baphomet's skills. It had fire magic principles, echolocation, mana recovery boost, earth magic principles, and mental reinforcement. Even though it was lower in level than the lizard general, its stats were on a completely different level. Rude realized this was no ordinary monster. The Baphomet then summoned 4 fire spears. Rude noted that his own fire magic was still too weak for direct combat, but if he could devour this monster, he might finally gain access to powerful fire magic for battle. That thought excited him. He tried to attack, but the Baphomet blocked with its iron claw. Rude then decided to try brute force, but the enemy quickly countered, launching more fire spears at close range. Rude barely managed to escape. Alicia asked if he was okay, and he said yes. In his mind, Rude realized the Baphomet had launched 2 spears and kept 2 in reserve, likely for defense. He understood this would be a very tough opponent. Alicia noted that the monster had raised its guard, and said they should exchange information while they still could. She mentioned that the villagers had not been fully evacuated yet, but help had already been requested from the people they met earlier. Still, she wanted to avoid collateral damage to the village, so using a large-scale spell to defeat the enemy all at once wasn't an option. Rude thought that Alicia was probably low on mana after the previous battle, and the flight to that location. Because of that, they couldn't rely on Sylphide's magic at the moment. He understood that he needed to act quickly. However, Alicia asked him to trust her, and leave it to her. Rude realized that no matter what happened, he had to keep moving forward. He charged at the Baphomet again, even as the monster hurled flames at him. Alicia stayed behind, covering Rude with water magic, and he noticed that she was canceling the enemy's attacks with an opposing spell of equal strength. At that moment, the Baphomet summoned several boulders and launched them toward Rude, but Alicia told him to keep advancing. Rude used his sword to slice the rocks in half, and commented that they were now just debris of the same mass, since Alicia was conserving magic and controlling the side effects precisely. It was an impressive display of mana control, typical of someone who had once been a rank S adventurer. Shortly after, Rude jumped, activated his physical boost, and managed to sever the Baphomet's fingers. When the monster tried to strike back with the other hand, Alicia fired a blast of flame straight into its mouth. After hitting it, she remarked how it must feel to taste its own power. more. From the other side of the fire, the villagers and the two adventurers who had helped with the evacuation were watching. One of them mentioned the earlier explosion and terrifying scream, wondering if the adventurers had really defeated the monster. The other, still injured, regretted not being able to stay and help. At that moment, Elisha arrived and thanked them for helping with the evacuation. The red-haired adventurer asked if she was okay, and Elisha said yes. She explained that the Baphomet had been seriously wounded but was still alive and could attack again. Because of that, they needed to go after it immediately. Then she made a request to the adventurers. She asked if they had any food to spare, as she was so hungry she was feeling dizzy. The scene changed to the forest surrounding the village, where Rude was with the Baphomet's body. He appeared and said he had returned. Rude asked how the villagers were doing, and he replied that thanks to the adventurers, it seemed they had all been evacuated. He also said that he told the villagers they were going after the Baphomet, so no one would question the body disappearing. Rude apologized, but he said it was fine. Soon after, Rude commented that the Baphomet meat looked delicious. He made a soup using the meat, and said it only needed a bit of Artemis and ginger. After seasoning, he tasted the soup, and said the flavor was strong, like goat meat, but very tasty. Thanks to this, Rude acquired new skills: fire magic principles, earth magic principles, mental reinforcement, iron claws, and increased mana recovery speed. Even though he found it delicious, someone commented that watching a person eat a humanoid monster was just too weird. Rude thought they were right, and was a bit scared that he was already used to it. At that moment, some pig-like monsters appeared. Rude complained there were too many monsters in that place, and decided it was time to try his new combat magic. But when he attempted to cast fire, nothing happened. The pigs activated their quick-step ability, and charged at Rude, knocking the entire soup to the ground. Alicia said she had thought he would be able to use the magic, but since she was low on energy, she couldn't help much in that fight. Rude, frustrated, said that was unforgivable. He had cleaned and drained the blood, removed all impurities, and just when it was finally time to eat, the pigs had ruined everything. Angry, he said he had seasoned that meat carefully, and wanted to enjoy it. Now the pigs would become his new meal. Just as Rude was about to fight, Alicia grabbed him and told him to calm down. She explained that the pigs' quick-step ability boosted their acceleration, making their attacks far more dangerous. Even with the upper hand, it would be better to fight from a distance to avoid the reach of that skill. In other words, they needed to retreat immediately. They ran and hid in the treetops. Alicia said it looked like they had managed to lose the monsters. Then she brought up the fire magic Rude had failed to cast earlier. Rude replied that he had never had trouble activating acquired abilities until now. Alicia suggested he use his analysis skill. When he did, he saw that both fire and earth principles were present, but the system said he needed to understand them instinctively. Rude realized that if he still couldn't use the magic, it could only mean one thing: his brain was too limited to grasp the spells. Though he thought that was a bit cruel, he commented on it to Alicia, who replied that even so, he could still use fire magic, even if very weak. That meant the problem wasn't only the spell's strength. She explained that to use monster-derived magic, he might need to learn to control his own mana. Rude then understood that it wasn't enough to simply have magic. He also had to know how to manipulate it. Alicia said she wasn't a mana expert, but it might be similar to how he absorbed monster skills. Rude decided to give it a try. He stretched out his hand and focused, recalling the first time he ate minotaur meat. At that moment, he felt a burst of power in his body, as if he could now release that strength. With eyes wide open, Rude finally managed to use fire magic. He felt that as long as he could sense the mana in his body, he could control it as an extension of himself. Then he launched flames at the pigs. Right after, the spirits of the pigs ascended into the sky, and Rude was already preparing their meat for cooking. He apologized to Alicia for making her wait, but she said it was fine, since she understood it was something he needed to do. Even with a slightly irritated expression, she explained that to use magic skills, you had to manipulate mana, not just cast spells. Since he still had mana even after the earlier battle, he could probably continue using it. Rude commented that when he felt the mana spread through his body, he immediately understood how to use the skill. He thought that if mana could replace magical power, maybe it could be used to strengthen his own body and weapons. Many adventurers do that, refining their magic skills and using that power in close combat. When they circulate mana through their bodies, their physical abilities increase. If they channel it into their weapons at the same time, their attacks become even stronger, making it possible to unleash magical slashes. Alicia then realized that he did not have much magic before, which was why he couldn't use any abilities. Rude confirmed this and said that now he had much more mana than magic. The most important part was that he could replenish that mana by eating monsters. By doing so, he had acquired the quick step ability. Alicia thought that in other words, he could absorb mana through food and store it in his body. But to her, the most important thing at that moment was that the pork ribs looked incredibly delicious. When Rude saw Alicia drooling, he asked if she wanted to eat too. Embarrassed, she replied that she didn't. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and wondered what it could be. A giant boar appeared before them. Rude assumed it was probably the boss of those pigs. The monster was absurdly fast, and in an instant, was already right in front of them. Rude managed to save Acetia just in time. She was shocked by its speed, and thought that the moment she sensed it coming, the monster was already on top of her. Alicia wondered why there were so many monsters there, since they weren't in a dungeon. Rude, on the other hand, noticed that his food had been knocked away again, which made him furious. Irritated, he said he didn't want to be interrupted anymore, and commented that the monster looked perfect for a good roast. But he quickly realized it had fire resistance, so not even oil would work. Rude checked the monster's status and saw that they were very high. He activated his earth magic principle skill, remembering that he only had quick step and fire resistance. Even so, he told the monster that it was was about to feel the wrath of a glutton and summoned a stone hand to strike. However, the hand shattered easily, leaving Rude confused. The boar's body seemed to be made of iron. The boar then hit Rude with a powerful headbutt, throwing him far away. Without wasting time, it charged at Alicia, who quickly summoned Sylphide, her wind spirit. She unleashed its power with wind magic and thought she had hit the target, but realized the monster hadn't even used defensive abilities. Its muscles and fur were naturally thick and tough. Neither wind nor earth magic seemed strong enough to stop it. Rude saw the monster coming again, but suddenly it stopped. That happened because Rude had activated his roar ability. Firmly, he demanded that the monster not dare ignore him, since their fight was not over yet. He knew he couldn't use Quickstep or Iron Body anymore. He thought that if the fight turned into a battle of endurance, the monster might target Alicia. He assessed his options and concluded he didn't have any skill capable of taking down the enemy in one blow. However, he noticed that the creature only seemed capable of charging in a straight line. Rudy then closed his eyes, and for the first time, decided to try something new. Raising his sword, he focused on gathering mana inside his body, imagining it flowing into the blade. The moment the monster got close, Rude dashed forward and cut it in half with a single strike, leaving Alicia completely stunned. Frightened, she asked if he had used mana to enhance the sword, even without having trained for that. Rude replied that he just tried, because he felt he could, since mana was leaking from his body. However, right after that, the sword he used shattered into many pieces, which left him completely desperate. Downcast, Rude said he had used that sword a lot, and now there was nothing more to do. Alicia remarked that the weapon probably couldn't handle the amount of mana poured into it, and that a weapon was almost like an extension of an adventurer's body. That's why she knew how sad he must be over the loss. Rude agreed and resigned, said it was better to call it a day. Before that, he went to collect some of the boar's meat. The scene then shifted to the 7th layer of the miasma dungeon, where some adventurers were struggling against the miasma rats. After defeating them, they commented that this was a superior version of the creature, called the Great Miasma Rat, and that it had been an extremely difficult enemy. One of them even said that, even though the rats were strong, they were no match for their teamwork. In the middle of the conversation, one of the adventurers stopped talking. The others asked what had happened, and he replied that he thought he had heard a voice coming from deep within. Then, one of them noticed a strange staircase, and wondered why there would be a passage like that there. Curious, they decided to go down and investigate. When they got to the bottom, they found a treasure chest. One of them said it didn't look like a trap, while another wondered what could be inside. When they opened the chest, they found a beautiful sword. Everyone was impressed, and felt a magical aura coming from it, thinking they could sell it for a good price. One of the adventurers asked if they were sure the sword wasn't cursed. Another told him to stop being so pessimistic, and said they should enjoy their luck, since it had been a while since they had seen the miasma butcher, and without him, they no longer had an easy way to make money. They believed that sword was a blessing from the heavens as a reward for their effort that night. As they celebrated, one of them mentioned that he had heard the miasma butcher was now traveling with a very beautiful elf. The others laughed and mocked him, saying he thought too highly of himself, but that next time they met him, they would teach him a lesson and put him in his place. Despite the light atmosphere, the chubby boy in the group was still suspicious of the sword, and just before the scene changed, the sword began to whisper, asking to kill. The next scene took place in the border city of Bologna, where Rude was thinking about his new sword. He decided to visit an old acquaintance, the owner of the weapon shop, to ask for advice. There, he found the blacksmith Dowan, who examined the broken pieces of the sword. Dowan remarked that for a sword he had forged himself to break like that, it wasn't just brute force that caused it, there was something more. He asked what Rude had imbued into the weapon. Elitzia, beside him, whispered if he was really going to tell the old man everything. Rude replied yes, because he had known Dowan for a long time, and knew he wasn't the kind of man to spread others' secrets. After some time explaining, Rude told everything to the blacksmith. Dowan then understood the reason behind Rude's high power. Eating monsters really did give him special abilities, which explained his sudden increase in strength. Despite everything Rude had told him, Dowan didn't seem surprised at all. Calmly, he said that as long as the taste was good, he didn't care what Rude ate. What mattered now was that he needed a sword capable of withstanding mana-infused strikes. However, taking into account the time needed for research and forging, it would be a while before he could create a new weapon. Rude asked if there was anything he could do to help, and Dowan replied that high-quality magic stones would be very useful. Rude then mentioned that he had some materials saved and, without delay, tossed several stones onto the table. This shocked Dowan, as among the items were magic stones from a general lizard, a Baphomet, and even a minotaur. The old blacksmith commented that it was impressive how much Rude's abilities had evolved, and Rude replied that being praised by him was quite satisfying. Dowan said that if he needed anything else he would call for Rude, and for now he could use another sword as a temporary replacement. But he warned seriously that under no circumstances should Rude infuse mana into that temporary weapon. If he broke it, Dowan would demand an absurd amount of compensation. The scene then shifted to a bar, where Alicia was already drinking again. She commented that from now on they would use magical attacks as part of their strategy. Rude said that old Dowan was really scary when it came to swords. Alicia, while acknowledging that he was intense, said she was happy to meet Rude's first friend. He, in turn, apologized for being such a lonely guy. Then, the adventurers who had found the mysterious sword approached, saying it looked like they were having fun, and asked if they could join them. One of them again called Rude the miasma butcher. The atmosphere grew tense, and Alicia stood up, asking if they had a problem. If so, they could settle it with a good drinking contest, like proper adventurers. Before they could respond, one of the adventurers started trembling and collapsed on the table, leaving his friends alarmed. His name was Rondo. One of his friends asked if he had drunk something strange, but then noticed Rondo was still holding the sword, now emanating a strange red aura. He questioned why Rondo still hadn't sold that weapon, and realized it was still whispering to kill. Rondo, in a disturbed tone, told the sword to shut up, and in a sudden outburst, attacked his own friend, cutting his chest unexpectedly. He then charged at Alicia, but Rude stepped in front of her, blocking the attack and stating that this wouldn't end with just a drinking session. While trying to figure out what was wrong with Rondo, the other adventurers in the bar stood up, outraged, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. They tried to restrain him, but the sword cut them all down at once. Alicia apologized, saying it would destroy everything in its path. Alicia then unleashed a powerful spell at Rondo, breaking a wall of the bar, which left the owner completely shocked. But to everyone's surprise, Rondo got up as if nothing had happened. Rude asked if Alicia had held back in her attack, and she replied that an average adventurer shouldn't even be standing after that. Rondo, consumed by madness, screamed that he would kill everyone, and launched another attack. Rude realized this was far more serious. Alicia then said that anyone with healing magic should tend to the wounded, while she tried to contain the situation. While observing Rondo, Rude noticed he was in a state of madness. He understood that Rondo had entered berserker mode, and that his stats were far higher than normal. Alicia warned that she would use her magic at full strength, and told Rude to step back. She launched her attack, but realized that the spell was nullified by the sword. Apparently, it had absorbed the energy. She then warned Rude that the sword was cursed. He asked if Rondo was getting stronger by absorbing magic, and soon saw red tentacles forming around his body. Rondo attacked Rude, who managed to block it, though with great effort. The strength behind the blow was absurd. Rude landed several hits in return, but noticed the tentacles were closing the enemy's wounds. Alicia hesitated to use support magic, fearing the sword would absorb it again. She knew that to truly help, she would need to find an opening and land a decisive blow. It was then that the chubby boy from the group, crying, begged them not to kill his friend. He said he knew they had done terrible things to Rude, but that for a failure like him, who had always been looked down on, Magnus and Rondo were like family. Through tears, he pleaded for mercy. Rude then smiled and said he would do his best. He asked them to leave it to him, at least for now, and said he would try to use substitution. He knew that when he had used that ability on Alicia, it had taken about 10 seconds. The problem was how to keep Rondo under control during that time. Rondo landed another blow, which Rude barely managed to block. The impact was immense. Thinking quickly, he concluded that if he could at least immobilize the sword, that would already be a big help. Using his Earth Magic Principle ability, he said that magic couldn't be absorbed by the weapon. The strategy worked. Rude managed to restrain Rondo, and thought that if the source of the altered status really was a curse, maybe he could free him the same way he had with Alicia. With that in mind, he activated his substitution ability and touched Rondo, trying to bring him back to his senses. Rondo started screaming desperately, and at that moment it seemed Rude's ability was working. Consumed by panic, Rondo began to cry, begging Rude for help, but Rude couldn't hold on any longer. The curse was much stronger than he had imagined. Unable to resist, Rude was thrown back by the force of the curse. He tried to stay calm, saying he was still fine, but he knew his substitution had failed. It wasn't Rondo who rejected his ability. It was as if the sword had a will of its own, and maybe he needed to weaken it a bit more before trying again. Realizing this, Rude activated his fire magic principle and launched flames at Rondo, trying to break the curse. But at that exact moment, Rondo managed to partially break free. Rude then realized he had only managed to remove the curse from Rondo's left arm. That meant he needed to stay out of reach of the right arm to avoid getting hit. Still, something was wrong. Rude noticed that Rondo's movements had changed. More importantly, his magic had been absorbed again. Alicia, observing the scene, realized what was happening. She concluded that this could be an incarnation, and if that were true, the body no longer belonged to Rondo. According to the system, the new name of the creature was Gran, the two-headed curse. The curse then quickly charged at Rude, but he managed to dodge. The battle between them resumed with intensity. However, Rude was hit hard in the face. He realized that the curse was extremely fast, but not only that, its movements were precise and efficient, like those of a seasoned warrior. While he tried to understand the situation, the curse was already behind him again. At that moment, Alicia appeared and saved Rude by casting a powerful spell directly at the creature's chest. She said she had no choice but to step into the fight. Rude thanked her for saving his life and admitted he didn't know she could fight so well up close. Alicia explained that a mage who became useless when the enemy got close was just a burden to their allies. Given the situation, Alicia said the enemy was too strong for them to keep holding back. She warned that Rude needed to decide quickly, as the curse had already progressed too far. The only way to stop it was by destroying its heart. Rude hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. At that moment, Magnus woke up. Still disoriented, he asked what that girl named Eli had said earlier. Without waiting for an answer, he prepared to return to the fight. Rude thought that even with two people, they wouldn't be able to create an opening. He started to suspect that the creature's two heads were expanding its field of vision. With that theory in mind, he asked Alicia to fall back a bit. Rude then activated his fire magic again. Alicia understood the plan. If he used the magic to kick up dust, maybe the creature wouldn't be able to absorb the energy. With the smokescreen in place, Rodon appeared behind the curse and managed to land a strike to its back. Right after that, Alicia summoned the earth spirit Nomia with her elemental magic. She fired a powerful shot, but to her surprise, the attack only scratched the curse's arm. To everyone's astonishment, the chubby adventurer managed to hold down the curse's arm. Magnus was helping too. They had decided that if they were going to die, they would die together. With all his strength, Magnus drove his sword into Rondo's heart. At that moment, the curse began began to dissipate, and Rondo's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Everyone was deeply saddened by the scene. Rondo's 2 adventurer friends started crying and fell to the ground beside their companion's body. Meanwhile, Rhodes stared at the cursed sword. He picked it up, reflecting that even if he hit it, there was no way of knowing who might be its next victim. The sword then began to whisper, asking Rude to kill. However, he activated his status ailment nullification, told the sword to shut up, and said it would have no power over him. Soon after, Lankars arrived and asked if everyone was alright. Rude replied that the battle was over. Seeing the situation, Lankars quickly understood what had happened. He then asked everyone to return to the guild and explain everything in detail. In another scene, Lankars concluded that the cursed sword had indeed increased its user's power. With Magnus's testimony, he believed the other adventurers would also be convinced of how serious the threat was. Lankarsis asked Rude if he felt anything while holding the sword. Rude explained that thanks to his status ailment nullification ability, the curse had no effect on him. He also said that as long as he carried the sword, no one else would become its victim. Lankars understood, but warned that if Rude were ever taken over by the curse, he would have to be stopped. Before he could finish, Rude interrupted and said that when that time came, Lankars could do whatever was necessary. With that, Lankars thanked both Rude and Alicia for containing the incident, and also offered his condolences to Magnus and Rude. However, he stated that there would be no time to rest now. Alicia asked if something had happened. Lankars explained that the adventurers with him had originally been summoned to deal with another situation. In recent days, the number of monsters appearing outside of dungeons had been increasing at an abnormal rate, and the source seemed to be a newly discovered dungeon in Yahello. According to the research team's findings, the cause of this phenomenon was a certain monster. Rude asked what kind of monster it was. Lankars replied that it was the miasma dragon Basilista, a creature he had only seen mentioned in books, but whose power level was estimated to be around level 70. This information left Rude and Elisa shocked. However, Lankars explained that its strength wasn't the biggest issue. The real danger came from the concentration of miasma it emitted. The miasma stimulated other monsters, causing more and more to escape the dungeon. That was why the research team had suffered so many casualties, and the few survivors were currently receiving treatment. He went on to say that if the situation continued, the miasma would completely leak from the dungeon and cause catastrophic damage to nearby areas. That was why he had come to them. Rude said he understood the severity of the situation, but asked to be taken to the research team's survivors before making any decisions. The scene then shifted to the Adventurers Guild medical ward. There, Rude approached one of the survivors and activated his substitution ability, removing the miasma from the person's body. This left Lankar stunned. He didn't know Rude could nullify even other people's abnormal statuses. Rude explained that it was only possible if the person touched didn't reject him. For that reason, he said only he and Alicia would go on the mission to hunt the dragon. Another adventurer said that was madness, but Lankars, thinking it over, asked what the real odds were. Rude explained that the fewer people he had to protect from the miasma, the more freely he could move. Besides, he was used to fighting powerful enemies alone. Realizing there were no alternatives, Lankars accepted the proposal and entrusted the subjugation of the miasma dragon Basilista to Rude and Alicia. The scene shifted again. Rude and Alicia were heading out, and he said they needed to get a good night's sleep to be fully prepared for the next day. Alicia asked if he really thought the two of them could handle the mission alone. Rude replied that this way he could use his abilities without restriction, and with no one else around it would be better for both of them. He apologized for dragging Alicia into the battle, but she replied that if he had left her out, she would have beaten him up right there. She declared that they were a team, and that the two of them alone were enough to save everyone. The story then advanced to the early floors of the Yahello dungeon. Rude was fighting some goblins, who were visibly affected by the miasma. After defeating them, he commented that the explorers' reports were accurate. They still had at least 5 more floors to go, but no one had said that the miasma had already spread so much. Alicia noted that it showed how quickly the miasma was expanding, and even purification items were starting to fail. Rude then mentioned that the monsters on the upcoming floors didn't even seem alive. Alicia replied that it was still impossible to know how many floors they would have to get through. She also said that Rude's attributes might not work against certain monsters, but if hand-to-hand combat was needed, she was confident she could land at least a few hits. Finally, she stated that if she ran away and left a friend behind again, she would never forgive herself. Rude apologized for making Alicia say that again. He then touched her shoulder and said he would use his substitution to remove the effects of the miasma. He had anticipated this and managed to purify her body every time he touched her. However, as soon as he let go of her shoulder, the miasma would start to accumulate again, even if only slightly. Alicia then had an idea. She said that if they walked hand in hand, he could keep the substitution active at all times. Since she could no longer see her own feet due to the miasma, he would not only purify her but also guide her. Rude understood the suggestion, and the two continued through the dungeon holding hands. When they reached the middle floors, they noticed that the deeper they went, the denser the miasma became. Rude used his echolocation and detected 2 monsters ahead. He commented that if those creatures had survived such a concentration of miasma, they were probably very strong enemies. He noted that he had never seen monsters like those before. Alicia asked if there was a way to avoid them, and Rude said yes, but that he preferred to face them. When she suspiciously asked if he wanted to eat them, Rude awkwardly explained that wasn't the reason, but rather because of the cursed sword Gran, which he wanted to test before facing the miasma dragon. It was then explained that anyone who touched Gran's sword would have their consciousness sealed and fall into a constant state of madness. At that moment, the monsters appeared. They were giant dung beetles with abilities like iron body, poison resistance, miasma resistance, and paralysis resistance. resistance. Rude used his earth magic principles against them, and Alicia praised the move, though she noticed the attack had little effect. The beetles then began to roll and charge violently toward them. Rude asked if Alicia could stop them, and she said yes, but she'd have to let go of his hand. She then summoned the earth spirit Nomia and used a giant earth hand to block one of the beetles. However, she warned that she wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Rude said it was the right moment to test his sword. Thinking to himself, he asked it not to break in his hand and charged at high speed toward the monster. The strike slashed across the creature's chest, but was shallow. He realized that if the sword lacked enough power, he would have to take even more risks. Rude signaled to Alicia, and she understood. She cast wind magic directly into the sword, which immediately absorbed the energy. Rude silently asked the sword to show its true power. With that, he was able to cut through the monster with ease. Seeing the second one coming from behind, he finished it off quickly. He returned to Alicia and commented that her magic control was impressive. She simply replied that everything went as expected. Rude then took her hand again and reactivated substitution. Shortly after, Rude asked if he could absorb a bit more mana, since the magic energy she had provided wasn't enough to fully restore him. Alicia teased him, saying that in the end, he really did want to eat them. Embarrassed, he said he just wanted to cut the monsters and take the meat to eat later. The scene then changed. Rude had already roasted a piece of one of the beetles' meat and was eating. He commented that the taste was unique. Alicia asked what it was like using the cursed sword for the first time, and he explained that after absorbing enough mana, his physical stats had drastically improved. She remarked that the most important thing was that the sword didn't seem to break as long as it was energized with mana. Rude said he was worried about the sword's effectiveness against the miasma dragon, which, according to witnesses, was bigger than a tree. In terms of weight and impact, his previous sword had been superior. The new sword didn't seem to like that comment. Right after, it started to communicate with him, asking for something. Rude was confused, wondering if the sword also wanted meat, but it replied that what it needed was magic stones. He then crouched down, picked up a magic stone from one of the defeated beetles, and offered it to the sword, which grabbed it with an eye. Upon absorbing the stone, the sword began to grow. Alicia asked how he knew to do that, and Rude replied that it was the sword who told him, but he wondered if it was mad at him for calling it weak. He said that now that he understood better how the sword worked, it would be much easier to control it. Alicia then remarked that they needed to continue to the lower levels, where the miasma dragon had last been seen. However, at that moment, they heard a loud roar echoing through the dungeon. The two wondered whether the roar had really come from the dragon. They soon realized the ceiling was about to collapse. They knew they needed to contain the cave-in with earth magic immediately. Alicia warned that if they only tried to protect themselves, the stairs would be blocked, and they would lose their only chance to face the miasma dragon. Alicia realized that before everything collapsed, they needed to get through that part of the dungeon as quickly as possible. She grabbed Rude's hand and activated her wind magic. With great effort, the two barely managed to cross the critical area in time. On the other side, Rude, relieved and with an awkward smile, commented that he thought he was going to die. Alicia, also embarrassed, admitted she had used more magic than expected. She noted that this floor was extremely dark, but Rude explained that even so, he could use his thermal vision. With that, they decided to move slowly while searching for enemies in that miasma-filled environment. During the search, Rude noticed a creature approaching from the other side. After analyzing it, he concluded that it was the miasma dragon known as Basilista. It was a level 75 creature with very high stats, possessing a total of 18 abilities. Although its agility was not high, its vitality exceeded 500 points. When Alista asked about the dragon's abilities, Rude replied that it had poisonous claws and fangs. At that moment, the miasma dragon sensed their presence. Distressed, Alicia quickly asked what magical resistances the dragon had, and Rude informed her that they were fire, earth, and darkness. Knowing this, Alicia decided to use the other attributes and asked Rude to take the front. The dragon let out a loud roar, and Rude, already preparing himself, thought it would be better to keep his distance and observe the creature's attack patterns. However, with the miasma so thick around them, he knew Alicia wouldn't last long, so he concluded that he had to finish this as quickly as possible. The dragon launched a powerful attack toward Rude, who managed to dodge only thanks to his instant pass ability. Alicia noticed that both the pillar and the floor melted on impact, indicating that the heat released by the dragon was extremely intense. To help, she activated her feed, increasing Rude's speed. With this, he managed to land his first strike on the dragon, but noticed that the creature's skin was very resistant, likely due to its dragon scale ability. His sword wasn't effective, and not even magic seemed to have any impact. Alicia tried casting her spirit magic, but the result was only a superficial cut. The dragon retaliated with a tail attack, destroying a pillar and launching stone spikes at them. Alicia activated her shield, and Rude used Iron Body to defend himself. He realized that the dragon not only had great defense but also long-range attacks. Faced with that, he wondered how they could possibly defeat such a powerful enemy. At that moment, Alicia asked Rude to buy her some time, because she intended to use a special move before her magic ran out completely. He understood the plan, and Alicia began concentrating. The dragon, in turn, was already preparing to attack her again. To protect her, Rude activated his earth magic, jumped, and struck the dragon's head with his sword. Alicia, aware that she was vulnerable, fully entrusted her defense to Rude, while gathering all her magic for a single attack. She summoned the fire spirit San, the water spirit, the earth spirit, Nomia, and the lightning spirit Wakon. She focused them all into a single shot. The dragon reacted by using its dark magic and launched it directly at Alicia, but Rude intercepted the attack with his sword, which absorbed all the dark energy. With that, Alicia declared that she was ready, and asked Rude to step aside. She then unleashed the powerful attack called Spirit Quintet. The dragon responded with an equally devastating blow, and the two powers collided, causing a massive explosion. Even with the full force of that blast, Alicia admitted that in the past she would have brought the dragon down with a single shot. This time, however, it was only slightly injured. Rude touched her shoulder and used his substitution ability, praising the attack and saying it was his turn now. The dragon was also weakened. Alicia apologized for making him use substitution again, and said she had used up all her remaining magic in that last attack. Rude replied that she should rest and save the little magic she had left for her own defense, because from then on, she could leave everything to him. As she stepped back, she asked Rude to be careful. Rude and the dragon stared each other down, and the creature roared in fury. In response, Rude activated his roar ability to try and intimidate it. He charged into the final battle, realizing that the dark magic he had absorbed was now infused into his sword, making his body overflow with power in that moment. Rude managed to strike the dragon's legs and noticed that the scales were starting to come off, which made his attacks much easier. Taking advantage of this, he began attacking the dragon in various ways. However, he noticed that his sword was becoming less effective, as the mana it had absorbed was gradually running out. The dragon then activated its miasma wave ability and launched it at Rude. Although the miasma itself didn't affect him directly, the shockwave pushed him back. Then the dragon fired spikes in his direction. Rude thought he wouldn't be able to dodge in time and activated his instant pass ability. However, the dragon was even faster and appeared in front of him, landing a direct hit. Even using Iron Body and his sword to defend, the impact was so strong that it threw him against the wall. As he recovered, Rude reflected on the blow and acknowledged that dragons truly were impressive creatures. His situation was becoming critical, as he was now cornered. At that moment, Rude shouted his own name, remembering the time he nearly died fighting the Red Minotaur. But at the same time, he recognized that things were different now. He was no longer the same and had become much stronger. He then activated his Earth Magic principle and charged at the dragon, which was already preparing its fire breath. Rude thought he could dodge using his web threads, but realized that if he kept just dodging, he would lose the battle of endurance, so he decided to use them as a sling. The dragon launched its fire attack, and Rude blocked it with his sword, enduring the unbearable heat. Even though he couldn't counter the heat directly, he realized he could absorb the mana within the breath. If he could hold out long enough, he could use that energy to reinforce his sword and release it all at once. Rude held on as long as he could, but was already at his limit. At that moment, Alicia activated her water magic on him, helping him endure the extreme heat. Grateful, Rude split the dragon's fire breath in half with his sword. Immediately afterward, he launched his strike and managed to cut the dragon in half, finally defeating the enemy. Exhausted, Rude collapsed to the ground, and Alicia approached, saying she would cast a healing spell on him. But Rude asked her not to push herself, saying she had already overused her magic. Instead, he activated his bloodsuck ability, explaining that he could recover a little by absorbing the dragon's blood. After regenerating a bit, he said it was time for a break. He asked Alicia to give him her hand, activating his substitution ability. Alicia lay down beside him, and Rude commented that they had finally completed the mission. Alicia agreed, but said they were only just beginning. Rude reflected on the rank as adventurer, and acknowledged that this person was still far stronger than he was now. He then told Alicia they had a long road ahead, but before moving on, they needed to collect some of the miasma dragon's meat. After that, they headed deeper into the dungeon. As they continued, they eventually found the dungeon's core. Alicia commented that even among adventurers, it was rare to see something like that, and explained that by using a magic circle there, they could return to the dungeon entrance. She added that since it was possible to extract materials from the dungeon that didn't exist on the surface, it was common to leave the core intact even after completing it. However, Rude disagreed, saying that if they left the core as it was, the miasma dragon might one day resurrect. He then thought about the Yahello dungeon, the place where he had lived through the worst experience of his life. But it was precisely there that everything began, and because of that, he was able to open a path to pursue his dream. Drawing his sword, Rude silently thanked that place and destroyed the dungeon core with a single strike. The scene then shifted to the Adventurers Guild, where Lancairs was asking if there was any news about Rude's group. A woman informed him that there was still no sign of their return. Lancairs silently thought about how people called Rude the Miasma Butcher. In the world of adventurers, he knew that power was everything. Even if he tried to intervene, he couldn't stop people from talking. The life of an adventurer without power was always hard and full of struggle. But if Rude was someone who would give up because of that, then that too would just be another path he could choose. At that moment, a man burst into the guild hall in a panic. He announced that Rude and Alicia had just returned using the magic circle. Both were alive, and on top of that, had completed 2 missions: the subjugation of the miasma dragon and the destruction of the dungeon core. The official confirmation of these achievements made everyone in the room cheer excitedly. Lancairs could hardly believe Rude had accomplished something so grand. The thought that he of all people would be the one to save the city left him stunned. Standing up, Lancairs declared that they needed to welcome them with honor, because Rude and Alicia were now adventurers with power enough to change fate. The two were warmly received by all the adventurers. Soon after, the scene shifted to Golar, the city neighboring Bologna, where a man furiously complained about the rival city. He said that damned Bologna, with so many dungeons, had destroyed that new dungeon without a second thought. That completely ruined their plans to claim ownership of the newly discovered dungeon. Another man, calmer, asked the Lord of Golar if that couldn't actually be seen as something positive. After all, with the dungeon destroyed, Bologna couldn't deny Golar's legitimacy over it. The Lord, known for his greed, replied that if they presented that version of the story, they could demand financial compensation from Bologna based on the profits they might have earned from that dungeon. For him, it was better to profit in that way than to lose adventurers in a risky attempt to take the dungeon by force. However, he also knew that if they acted like that, the Adventurers Guild in Bologna certainly wouldn't remain silent. The other man replied that that was exactly what they wanted. Their intention was to provoke a direct confrontation, to show that guild and its old leader who really controlled the region. The scene then returned to the forest, where Rude and Alicia were resting. As usual, Rude was doing what he loved most, cooking monster meat. This time, he had prepared a grilled steak made from miasma dragon meat. Alicia, already drooling with hunger, watched the meal with shining eyes. Rude, excited, explained that he had been keeping that meat at the bottom of his bag for quite a while, and the moment to enjoy it had finally arrived. Taking the first bite, he commented that it was delicious. It was the true taste of dragon meat, so flavorful that it made every other meat he had ever tried seem ordinary. The texture, the fat melting in the mouth, the sweetness, and the intense flavor of the red meat left him amazed. As he spoke, Alicia continued drooling with hunger. Alicia then stood up, determined, saying that it was settled that night that they would eat a gourmet-grade meat. But Rude, still eating, replied that he was already enjoying his share. Angry, Alicia complained that he was being selfish, and said they needed to decide soon where they would eat, then told him to finish quickly so they could look for a good restaurant nearby. The scene then moved forward to 4 days after the destruction of Yahello dungeon. Lancarce, meeting again with the two of them, apologized for calling them so many times but assured them this would be the last. He informed them that the final mission report had been confirmed, and along with it came their reward, a sum of 1.5 million range, which left Rude completely shocked. He asked if that was really correct, because it was a huge amount of money. Lancarce explained that the recommended average level for Yahello dungeon was 70, so that amount was fair for someone who took on such a risk. Rude, still stunned, was amazed to see so much money in front of him. Lancarce also announced that since they had managed to complete that dungeon on their own, Rude could no longer remain in rank D. From that moment on, he would be promoted. After that, they said their goodbyes and left the room. Reflecting on it, Rude commented that he had only recently been promoted to rank D, and that everything was moving too fast. Right after, Rude's status was displayed. He was level 52, still ranked D. Alicia remarked that even though he had been facing monsters far above his level, he was evolving at an abnormal pace. She thought that normally, after level 40, progress slowed down a lot. Rude then smiled at her, and she didn't understand why. That was when he said that he had finally surpassed her level. When Alicia opened her system, she saw that she was still level 45, rank S, while he had already passed to level 52. Frustrated, she said that wasn't fair, but Rude acknowledged that even with a higher level, when it came to combat power, Alicia was still stronger. She agreed, explaining that level was just a number, and true power was defined by each person's skills and experiences. While they talked, some people approached. It was the lord of the city of Golar, who appeared before them, asking if that was the famous miasma butcher from the rumors. Rude, confused, wanted to know who that man was. Noticing his arrogant posture, the lord, with disdain, questioned if the adventurers from Bologna didn't know who the leader of the neighboring city was. That was when Rude recognized him as the greedy lord of Golar. The man complained about Rude's audacity for having destroyed the dungeon which, according to him, belonged to Golar, but Rude firmly responded that, as far as he knew, the Yahello dungeon belonged to everyone. The lord claimed that the dungeon lay on the border between Bologna and Golar. However, he accused Bologna's representatives of being petty, saying they had used a cheap excuse to extort others. They claimed something strange was happening in the dungeon, caused a monster outbreak, and in the end destroyed the site. He complained that the profits that could have been obtained from that dungeon were lost, and that the damage the monsters caused in his territory would not be compensated. He wanted to know how those bastards planned to pay for all of it. Alicia tried to calm the lord down, saying that this kind of matter should be discussed between guild representatives. According to what she knew, there had been no reports of monsters invading Golar's territory, and she believed the situation had already been brought under control by the adventurers from Bologna. Therefore, they had no right to make such accusations. Rude observed everything, and thought that this was just what he expected from a rank S adventurer. She truly had a way with words. However, the other man beside the lord began to smile. He said that it was true then, that the Emerald Storm Alicia had joined Bologna. He added that since her level was being eroded by the curse of the Abyss dungeon, it made sense that someone like her would seek refuge in Bologna. Rude then recognized that man. He was the guildmaster of Golar, and he had looked like a scumbag from the beginning. The man went on, saying this was not a matter for mere adventurers to meddle in. He approached Alicia and insulted her, calling her a useless survivor from a group that died for nothing. He said she had no business interfering and called her trash. At that moment, Alicia released her wind aura, which immediately intimidated the guildmaster. He was confused and scared, not understanding how he had been overwhelmed by a girl below level 45. That was when Lancarce appeared and demanded that everyone stop immediately. He said he would not tolerate fights inside his guild. He asked the lord and the guildmaster to come with him. The guildmaster arrogantly replied that Lancarce should keep his dogs on a leash. Rude became irritated by that, wondering what that guy thought he was doing. At that moment, another person appeared, calling out to Alicia. It was an elven man who recognized her and asked if she remembered him. Rude found it strange that yet another person had appeared out of nowhere and asked what was going on. Alicia then recognized the man and called him Ebert. He smiled, satisfied that she finally remembered him. Rude asked if she knew him, and Alicia explained that he had been part of an old party she used to go on adventures with. Ebert said that back then he greatly admired admired the Azuri trails, and that Alicia was amazing, able to use several spirit magics at once. The way she fought was flawless. Being an elf himself, he couldn't help but be inspired by her. He mentioned that he knew how much she had suffered in the abyssal dungeon, and because of that, he went to Bologna. Holding Alicia's hand, he asked if she would like to join him again. Alicia thanked him for the gesture, but replied that she was already part of a team. She then introduced Rude to Ebert, who extended his hand and said it was a pleasure to meet him. However, Ebert rejected the gesture and slapped Rude's hand away, saying he knew what had happened in the abyssal dungeon. He said he was aware of the curse she had suffered there, and found it unbelievable that an S rank like her was now in a team with only one man, known as the Miasma Butcher. He said that if she joined his team, they would make better use of her skills and experience. But Alicia pulled her hand away and replied that he didn't know what he was talking about. She stated that she had chosen to team up with Rude of her own free will, and that any insult against him was also an insult against her. She thanked him for his concern, but explained that the curse had already been lifted. Ebert was shocked, knowing that it was an SS rank curse cast by the boss of the Abyss dungeon area. Alicia replied that she had been very lucky. She then turned to Rude and said that it would be problematic if his abilities were discovered. So for now, the best option was to keep everything secret. Alicia told Ebert that they were going to update their ranks at that moment, and explained that Rude was no longer D rank, but had reached C rank. Ebert was surprised by the information and couldn't believe what was happening. He questioned why she was treating him that way, even though he had been thinking about her all that time. Convinced something was wrong, he claimed the so-called Miasma Butcher had brainwashed her. He wanted to know how someone who was just D rank could have defeated the Miasma Dragon. According to him, if Alicia's curse had truly been lifted, then it was probably her who had defeated the dragon, and Rude was just stealing the credit. Rude noticed Ebert's intense stare, which made him look like a lunatic. Alicia then commented that elves, due to their pride, often developed prejudice throughout their long lives. She asked Rude what he thought about that. He smiled and said that since she was also an elf, would she eventually become proud and prejudiced too? Alicia replied that she was a humble, intelligent, and charming elf. Rude then realized that deep down, she was quite proud as well. Shortly after, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild reception, where they were warmly greeted by the receptionist, who said she had already heard everything from the guildmaster. She handed them the evaluation forms, and commented that this was a very rare occurrence. When Rude picked up his paper, he was shocked. He expected to be ranked C, but he had been promoted straight to B rank. The receptionist explained that he had skipped a rank, which was very uncommon. Rude and Alicia celebrated the achievement, and the receptionist said it only proved how difficult the conquest of the Abellio dungeon had been. The report sent by the adventurers from the village they had saved, and the victory against Baphomet were also taken into consideration. Rude still couldn't believe he had become B rank. At that moment, Rigid and Magnus appeared. Magnus commented that if it were him, he would be even happier since the entire town was grateful. Alicia then told Rude not to settle for just B rank, because his goal was S rank. Rude agreed, stating that his true destiny was to reach S rank. They celebrated again, saying they would keep moving forward. However, Ebert appeared again, interrupting the celebration. He said it was ridiculous to imagine that an idiot could reach S rank. He explained that exploring dungeons required an appropriate rank for safety reasons. According to him, a man who merely followed others did not deserve B rank. He also criticized the Bologna Guild, calling its members idiots. The receptionist replied that it didn't matter what he thought. Ranks were granted based on the guild's official evaluation. Magnus, irritated, asked if Ebert didn't plan to take back what he said, unless he wanted to leave there injured. Ebert continued insulting, saying everyone there was a bunch of fools. That enraged Magnus, who tried to grab him, but it was too late. Ebert reacted, throwing Magnus and driving his sword into the ground next to his face, telling him not to touch him with his filthy hand. Alicia asked him to stop, but Ebert insisted, saying Alicia had always been too kind, even to someone deplorable like Rude. Alicia replied that his behavior was wrong. Ebert admitted he knew that, but claimed that elves were naturally prejudiced, and even he found it hard to change his mind once he had decided something. He smiled and said that even he, a humble, intelligent, and charming elf, was subject to sin. As a fellow elf, he believed it was his duty to show her the right path. At that moment, Rude couldn't hold back and began laughing. Both of them looked confused, trying to understand why he was laughing. Rude simply thought that elves really were full of pride. Ebert, annoyed, declared that incompetent adventurers were a danger to others, so he would personally test Rude to see if he truly deserved B rank. The receptionist asked why he thought he could decide that on his own, but Alicia said it was fine. If he doubted Rude's abilities, then he could see them for himself. The scene then shifted to the training area of the Bologna Guild. Alicia apologized to Rude for things getting to that point because of her, but Rude said it wasn't her fault, and that he shared responsibility due to his own lack of ability. He said he needed to defeat that arrogant elf quickly to prove he truly deserved B rank. Rude commented that, in the end, adventurers could only silence others through strength. With that, they began preparing for battle. Alicia warned that if either of them got hurt, she would stop the fight immediately, but until then, they could begin. When the fight started, Ebert charged straight at Rude, who managed to block the attack with his cursed sword. Ebert was surprised that Rude could defend himself and admitted he was at least somewhat competent. Then Ebert began launching a series of attacks with his sword. Rude realized that Ebert was far superior in swordsmanship, and also remembered what Alicia had said, that Ebert could use both offensive and enhancement magic, making him an arcane swordsman. Rude then identified Ebert's abilities as acceleration and physical reinforcement. Suddenly, Ebert vanished from his sight and in an instant was behind him, landing a blow to his back. Rude realized he couldn't keep up with his movements and wanted to use his abilities to counterattack, but he couldn't. Ebert stated that he was a B rank, a title only those with real power deserved, and asked Rude if he understood that he was not worthy of standing beside Alicia, let alone carrying the title of B rank. Rude admitted that he was right. His current abilities didn't make him worthy of being by her side, but Alicia had been the one to acknowledge him, so he had to prove himself worthy. Determined, Rude cast an earth spell toward Ebert, who called him an idiot and said he would never win that way. Their spells collided and caused an explosion. The other adventurers watching started to comment that the two were going too far. Ebert declared that it was a shame for the miasma butcher, because that was the brutal difference between their levels. Soon after, Ebert unleashed a powerful blue fire spell at Rude, demanding that he kneel. However, Rude used his sword to absorb the entire attack. He then said he had already guessed Ebert would rely on magic to gain the upper hand, since elves were a very proud race. With his sword now charged, Rude went on the offensive. Ebert realized Rude's strength and skill were at a completely different level from before, and wondered if the sword was magical. Rude replied that he was wrong. The sword wasn't magical, it was cursed. Ebert remarked that this only made him even more twisted, and added yet another reason why Alyssa shouldn't be with him. Ebert then activated his arcane swordsmanship with lightning enchantment and asked if Rude could keep up with his speed now. With this ability, he quickly closed the distance and struck Rude in the stomach with a move called Lightning Palm. After electrocuting him, Ebert declared that the boy was nothing special and asked Alicia to announce the winner. However, Rude grabbed Ebert's clothes, saying that electric shocks didn't work on him, since the paralysis effect had been nullified. Ebert said that was impossible, as the electric charge should have paralyzed him. Rude then headbutted Ebert in the face, knocking the elf to the ground. He placed his sword next to Ebert's face, and remarked that lately, he had become more and more resistant. Everyone around them started cheering, saying the battle was over, and Rude was the winner. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to where Lankars was. He explained that the feudal lord was busy handling matters in the capital, so he had been entrusted to act in his place. He stated that he understood Golar's demands, since they were responsible for managing that region, and assured that there was an intention to cooperate with recovery efforts for the damages they suffered. However, the lord replied that it had already been made clear that they didn't want cooperation. They wanted fair financial compensation for the losses caused by the dungeon. He said they had taken advantage of the situation, and now would have to pay the appropriate amount. At that moment, a woman rushed in and asked for permission to speak, saying there was an emergency. She explained that something strange was happening at the Avenio dungeon, which had already been confirmed as completely destroyed. She reported that the area around it was now covered by an unprecedentedly dense mana, with a concentration classified as B rank. Lankars found that impossible, but the woman said 2 gargoyles were guarding the entrance and preventing any outside interference. Faced with this, Lankars turned to the Golar representatives and stated that this was no time for pointless quarrels. Though clearly displeased, the 2 men from Golar were forced to listen. Lankars stood up and announced that they would organize a subjugation force immediately and go investigate what was happening at the Avelio dungeon. He ordered that all adventurers of B rank or higher be summoned, including Rude. All the adventurers gathered before Lankars, who informed them that they had just confirmed the start of a dungeon cycle. He said they would depart immediately for the Avelio dungeon to subjugate it as quickly as possible. Rude was confused and discreetly asked Alyssa what exactly a dungeon cycle was. She explained that it was a rare phenomenon that caused a dungeon to evolve. Though she had heard about it before, this was the first time she would experience it herself. She also mentioned that the phenomenon was occurring due to the collapse of the previous dungeon. Meanwhile, Alicia reflected on the mana concentration around the dungeon, which had been classified as B rank. Rude tried to reassure her, saying that they were also B rank and had A rank adventurers with them, so he believed there wouldn't be any problems. However, Ebert appeared and said he understood Rude's optimism, given that he had only recently been a D rank, but believed he still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. Rude then asked what exactly he meant by that. Ebert explained that if the mana concentration outside the dungeon was B rank, then inside it, the mana could be at least A rank, and in the worst case scenario, even S rank. He also mentioned that there had been reports that the dungeon was continuously evolving, as if it were a chrysalis about to burst, and that the surrounding surface would be flooded with mana. This posed a major threat to the nearby cities of Golar and Boulogne, as both could suffer catastrophic damage. Rude was deep in thought about all of this. Lankars, noticing his expression, asked him not to worry too much. He said there were very few records about dungeon cycles, and that the phenomenon was still surrounded by mystery, so it might not be as serious as it seemed. Furthermore, since Rude had been the one to complete the previous dungeon, everyone would be counting on him to lead the new expedition. The scene changed to the dungeon entrance, where 2 gargoyles stood guard. Rude began analyzing them and identified both as level 50. Their abilities included Iron Body, Petrifying Breath, Danger Sense, Miasma Resistance, Earth Magic Principles, Regeneration, and Fire Resistance. He noted that they seemed a bit stronger than the rolling beetles they had faced before. Suddenly, the gargoyles noticed the adventurer's presence and charged. One of them unleashed its Petrifying Breath, but Alicia reacted quickly, summoned Sylphide, and the 2 attacks clashed. The other adventurers were impressed by Alicia's power. When the second gargoyle attempted to attack, Lankars punched it directly in the head, and the guildmaster then sliced off the other's head. Rude was amazed by their strength. Lankarsa then told everyone to hurry. Meanwhile, Rude looked at the remains of the gargoyles and thought they looked edible. Using his fire magic principle, he burned the head of one of them. The guildmaster silently watched, not understanding what Rude was doing. Rude explained that he needed to finish off the enemy because it had a regeneration ability. Discreetly, Rude kept a piece of the gargoyle's meat and entered the dungeon with the others. Lankars commented that there seemed to be less miasma than before, and even the nature of the dungeon felt different. Rude agreed, saying the shape and layout hadn't changed much. However, Alicia warned that they couldn't let their guard down, as they didn't know what was happening on the deeper floors. Even if the structure seemed familiar, it was almost certain that the monsters had changed and become stronger than before. Soon after, a new group of monsters appeared. Lankars said he would take on the larger dragon and asked the others to pick their opponents from among the smaller creatures. All the adventurers activated their skills and charged into battle. Alicia told Rude they needed to help too, but at that moment he noticed that his system had activated abnormal status nullification and that Warrior's honor had been disabled. Meanwhile, Lankars was ready to fight. Wielding his axe, he faced the larger dragon charging at him. The monster didn't even have time to react, as Lankars split it in half with a single blow. Rude began to reflect on how his abnormal status nullification also negated support magic, which was something new to him. In the meantime, one of the adventurers used a skill called Taunt, drawing all the monsters toward him. He then declared that he would blow them all up and said it was now time for the others to act. Ebert and another adventurer took advantage of the opening and attacked the monsters at the same time, managing to wipe them out completely. A masked adventurer remarked that the enemies didn't have easily identifiable weaknesses, so it was best to simply crush them with full force. All the adventurers began activating their spells and launched powerful attacks at the monsters. However, another member of the group warned that the taunt would soon wear off and told everyone to be cautious. At that moment, a new monster emerged from the ground and grabbed one of the adventurers. Before it was too late, one of the female adventurers quickly sliced off the creature's head and saved him. The man nearby complained that her attack had come dangerously close to his face and asked her to be more careful next time. The girl just laughed, teasing him. Rude watched everything and thought that everyone there was extremely strong, but what impressed him most was their flawless teamwork. It was hard to believe they were just an improvised group. He started to feel like he wasn't contributing at all and that he was becoming a burden. But then he noticed something strange. A creature was moving from one monster to another. He quickly realized they were parasites and prepared to fight. Determined to be useful, Rude activated his earth magic principles and launched an attack. However, his strike was completely neutralized and he didn't understand why. When he used his analysis skill, he discovered that the monster had an ability called earth removal, which explained why his attack had failed. Suddenly, the guildmaster appeared and decapitated the monster, saying the best way to deal with parasites was to cut off their heads. He then mocked Rude, saying that only a complete idiot would use earth magic against a creature born from the ground, and even teased him for deactivating his own warrior's honor skill. Rude acknowledged that he was right. He didn't have the experience to work with such a diverse group and also couldn't receive magic support from his allies. At that moment, he truly felt like a burden. Ebert took advantage of the situation to mock Rude, saying he clearly couldn't keep up with the battle and that teamwork was the foundation for any adventurer, even if he had won that earlier fight. In the end, he was still just the miasma butcher. According to Ebert, someone like him should never have reached B rank. As he spoke, Alicia glared at him with a threatening expression, clearly displeased by what she was hearing. At that instant, a powerful explosion occurred behind the group. The adventurers turned in alarm and asked if Lankars was okay. He replied that he was, but there was something more important. He informed them that the creature they were fighting had started parasitizing its fallen allies. Their wounds were regenerating, and not only that, their combat power had increased significantly. The guildmaster commented that, because of this, he now only needed to face one much stronger enemy, and said he would lend a hand in that battle. But suddenly, a creature bit his neck. When he killed it, he realized the enemy's true goal was for small parasites to inject venom into the adventurers. Because of that, one by one, the adventurers started being bitten, and then petrified. After everyone was petrified, the monster was preparing to finish them off, but thanks to his web manipulation skill, Rude managed to save Lankars, using his nullification ability to cancel the petrification effect. He took responsibility for facing the enemy, and with his substitution ability, also freed Alicia from the petrification. By analyzing the enemy, he realized it was a level 66 monster without significant magical resistance, so he asked Alicia to use her magic to break the monster's stance, setting the stage for an attack. After focusing, Rude summoned Nomia and Sylphide, unleashing a powerful blow that hit the monster's face and sent it flying. However, something unexpected happened. Between the monster's legs, another creature emerged in an embarrassing way, which disgusted both of them. Soon, those creatures began to multiply and charge at them. Determined to end it all, Rude activated his lightning cloak, electrocuting all the monsters at once. Meanwhile, Lankars, still petrified, watched everything unfold. When the main monster launched an attack, Alicia reacted quickly. She cast a spell that threw the enemy into the air, creating an opening for Rude. He used his instant step to approach and tried to slash it with his sword, but the monster managed to dodge. Alicia warned him to be careful. At the moment the monster tried to strike Rude, Lankars appeared to protect him, surprising everyone. Rude was impressed and asked how he had broken free from the petrification. Lankars explained that he circulated mana through his body, thanked him for buying time, and said they needed to finish the fight quickly. Then Rude focused his mana into his sword, and with a single strike, decapitated the monster with ease. He realized he could now better control the amount of mana he channeled into his weapon. Right after, Alicia called his attention. Rude decided he wouldn't allow the monster to regenerate again. To ensure that, he launched poisonous stingers at the enemy. Alicia observed that the poison was corroding the monster faster than it could regenerate, showing how powerful it was. Rude also remembered that during the fight against the miasma dragon, his ability to nullify abnormal states had been essential, since without it, the battle would have been much more dangerous. At that moment, Lancaster asked if he intended to tell everyone his secret. Rude admitted that he wouldn't be able to avoid explaining it, since he couldn't hide it for much longer. Before anything else, he used his substitution ability to heal everyone. Then he explained what had really happened to him. Lancaster said it was hard to believe, but after seeing how Rude fought, he decided to trust him. Amboard in turn commented that it was wonderful, and that in all his years of life, he had never witnessed something so miraculous. Rude reminded Ebert that he had recently called him useless, saying he wasn't even fit to be an adventurer. Ebert, embarrassed, asked him to ignore that detail, and admitted that Rude was more than capable of accompanying Alicia. In the middle of the conversation, a red-haired girl asked if he had really eaten monsters. Rude, showing 2 heads of defeated monsters, confirmed and said he planned to cook a bit. He began preparing the meat, explaining that it needed to be cooked on low heat until the sides were well done, and that he would use herbs to remove the strong smell. All the adventurers watched, surprised by the process. Seeing him eat, they questioned if it was really possible. One of the men warned that despite the good appearance, eating that could be deadly. The guildmaster found the scene very peculiar, and noticed that Rudd seemed to have recovered mana by eating. Rude explained that it wasn't magic but mana. This impressed the man, since there wasn't the evil smell usually associated with demons. On the contrary, it seemed like something sacred. The guildmaster then asked Lancaster if they shouldn't retreat to request reinforcements, since they had little information about the monsters in that dungeon. Lancaster replied no. According to him, the longer they waited, the more the dungeon cycle would advance. Now that they had reliable companions, they would conquer that dungeon on their own. They advanced to a door and realized they were close to the boss room. However, Rude commented that they had forgotten the path had collapsed. Lancaster agreed that there seemed to be no choice but to turn back, but Rude remembered the ability the monster had used and activated his own earth and soil removal technique, clearing the passage. Everyone celebrated seeing the path open, commenting that the boss room was just ahead. When they entered, something surprised them. There was a huge glowing egg in the center of the room, causing a mix of anticipation and fear in everyone. Upon arriving in the lit chamber, Lancaster immediately realized what it was and explained that it was the egg of the wise dragon. Rude, knowing nothing about it, asked him what exactly this dragon was. Lancaster said he had only read a few mentions in old books. According to legends, the wise dragon was a legendary creature that went through eternal cycles of life and death. When its body was destroyed, its soul didn't die but reincarnated, using the dungeon as a kind of incubator. He also said that even when reborn in a new body, the dragon retained all its wisdom, and that some reports claimed it understood the human language and could even predict the future. While they listened, part of the group began to comment that in the end, it was just an egg and that they could destroy it before it hatched. But Lancaster ordered them to stop immediately. Before they could discuss further, one of the adventurers was struck violently and thrown far away. At that moment, everyone noticed, shocked, that the egg was moving on its own. Lancaster wondered if that was the egg's instinct for self-preservation and warned everyone to get into defensive position. Although it was still an egg, he reminded them it was a dragon. Rude, using his analysis ability, confirmed that it was indeed a level 1 wise dragon egg. However, the data was obscured, preventing him from seeing the full stats. Faced with the situation, one of the adventurers suggested retreating and waiting for reinforcements, but the guildmaster explained that if the egg hatched, it wouldn't matter how many S-class adventurers they brought afterward. It would be impossible to contain it. Lancaster agreed and said they needed to destroy it as soon as possible. He then asked for everyone's support and instructed them to aim at the tentacles and the legs that were emerging, while he advanced, cutting everything in his path. Even so, they soon realized that the parts of the egg were regenerating at an impressive speed, something not even Lancaster could immediately explain. He then asked Rude for a favor. As the egg began to emit strange screams, Rude agreed to help without hesitation. Lancaster prepared himself again, charging forward to cut all the legs and tentacles, joined by the other adventurers who also began attacking in a coordinated manner. After destroying the legs once more, Alicia realized that the right moment had come. Rude, focused, decided to test his magic-imbued sword to see if the egg could withstand it. With precision, he sliced the egg in half. Everyone celebrated the fact that Rude had finally managed to split the egg, but the celebration quickly turned to shock as the dragon began to emerge from within. Alicia was stunned to see that the main body of the dragon was practically intact. She tried to finish it off using the power of Sylphide, but the egg regenerated before the windblade could hit. The guildmaster concluded that they wouldn't get anywhere like that. Then everyone felt a chilling sensation when the egg began to glow intensely, filling the room with an eerie presence. Lancaster immediately understood that the wise dragon was about to be born and declared that there was no more time. They needed to defeat it at once with an extremely powerful blow, as its regeneration ability was a terrible threat. He explained that despite the rest being resistant, the tentacles were weaker and that everyone needed to attack together to create an opening. The group split up to strike from different sides. Alicia and Rude agreed to handle the left side, right in front of them. While all the adventurers rushed toward the egg, it began to counterattack differently, launching dangerous charges. One of the adventurers raised a magic barrier to protect the group. Alicia assured that she would maintain the defense and asked the others to focus on the attack. At that moment, Rude activated his charge skill, which doubled the damage of his next attack when powered with mana. The girl noticed what he was doing and began thinking about how to coordinate the attacks to break the tentacles at the right time. Rude, noticing her concern, said he would handle it. He activated his command skill, which allowed him to transmit his voice directly immediately into everyone's mind. The adventurers were surprised, finding the technique amazing. Rude explained that he would begin a countdown and that everyone should attack together when he reached one. When the countdown ended, they all advanced at once and destroyed the egg's tentacles, creating the much-needed opening. Rude then gave the signal to Lankars, who without hesitation used his absolute void ability, channeling an incredibly powerful attack toward the egg. The blow was so intense that the old warrior nearly lost consciousness from exhaustion, but in the end, they managed to deal devastating damage to the enemy. When the dust from the final strike settled, the guildmaster reluctantly admitted that without everyone's help, they would not have been able to win that battle. Rude finally realized they had triumphed and began celebrating with the group. However, hidden among the destroyed egg's tentacles, there was a masked adventurer. He approached eagerly, hoping to retrieve the wise dragon's magic stone and profit greatly from it. After searching for a while, he realized he couldn't find the stone anywhere. Suddenly, he was struck by a brutal blow to the chest that pierced straight through him. A new monster appeared before everyone. It explained with disdain that its reincarnation had failed, but that it wasn't entirely useless. It acknowledged that its body wouldn't last long but only needed to survive until its next reincarnation. Before that, it declared it would eliminate all the vermin who dared to interrupt its rebirth. The guildmaster quickly warned the group not to let their guard down, saying he could still clearly feel the enemy's presence. At that moment, Orphus, the wise dragon, appeared before them. Shocking everyone, the group wondered how he was still alive. Alicia reflected that at the moment of the attack, he had likely buried himself underground to escape. Orphus mocked them, calling them foolish humans who defied the gods and labeling them as insignificant creatures. Rude was amazed to realize that the dragon could actually speak to them. Lankars explained that true dragons held a status even higher than common dragons, being almost like divine entities. Because of that, they were capable of understanding and speaking the human language. The dragon continued observing Rude, saying it sensed a repulsive impurity inside him, something that seemed human but also resembled a monster. Then it stood up and provoked Rude, promising to make him tremble in pure despair. Meanwhile, the girl responsible for the barrier warned that she could not maintain it for much longer. She then activated her shadow cloak, surrounding herself completely in darkness and disappearing from the scene. At that moment, the dragon's arm fell to the ground, beginning to dissolve rapidly. One of the adventurers commented that it was probably rotting, and Lankars recognized that it was the perfect moment to attack, but he also realized that he had just used a powerful strike and if possible needed time to recover. Another adventurer, exhausted and terrified, looked at the monster and admitted he had no strength left to fight. He decided to flee, but the dragon mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could escape. Using stone pillars, it blocked all the exits from the room, making it clear that no one would leave there alive. Even with just one hand, it declared that it was enough to wipe them all out. Faced with this, Lankars said that if they couldn't escape, then they would show the dragon how dangerous those rats could be. With no other choice, all the adventurers charged at the Dragon at once, but they quickly realized nothing worked. Every move was anticipated, as if the dragon could predict each of their actions. Orphus ridiculed their collective effort, questioning if that was the best they could do and demanding that they entertain him more. He then activated his devastating ability, hitting everyone at once with his skybreaker, throwing them far. Alicia, concerned, asked if Rude was hurt, but he replied that he was fine, although nearly out of mana after the previous battles. Alicia then declared that she would end it once and for all, saying she would use her most powerful attack, Spirit Quintet, and asked him to warn everyone to move out of the way immediately. Using Rude's command skill, Alicia managed to clearly alert all the companions. They organized themselves and prepared to clear the way at the right moment. Alicia began to gather as much power as possible, calling upon her elemental spirits. When she finished charging her magic, she shouted mentally for everyone to step aside. She then launched her most destructive attack at the dragon. For a moment, everyone held their breath, hoping the strike had finished him. But in the middle of the smoke, they saw the dragon was still alive. He had blocked the attack with only one hand, commenting that he had been a bit careless. At that exact moment, Lankars appeared above him, ready to decapitate him. However, the dragon, with a quick movement of his tail, struck him and sent him flying. Another adventurer tried to immobilize him with magical vines, while Ebert attempted a strike from behind, but the dragon used its jaw to break Ebert's sword effortlessly. Ebert was stunned, convinced he had found the enemy's blind spot. Yet even so, his attack had no effect. The dragon mocked him, saying that would not be enough to stop him, and then launched another powerful attack, hitting all the adventurers at once and leaving them defeated on the ground. At that moment, Alicia fell into despair upon seeing her companions once again defeated by the wise dragon. The scene reminded her of the day she lost all her allies in another dungeon, making it clear to herself that once again she wouldn't be able to save anyone. Meanwhile, the dragon advanced until he stood right in front of her. He almost seemed to recognize her effort, but said he would annihilate her there and then, turning her into nourishment for his wisdom. Rude, despite his injuries, stood up with effort. He knew that fighting like this wouldn't lead anywhere. He began to think that if they could at least delay the enemy, they might have a chance to escape using the mana circle in the dungeon's core. He decided to use his web manipulation ability, but to his surprise, it didn't activate. Confused, he wondered if he had completely run out of mana. While he struggled with that, the dragon continued to massacre the adventurers around them. Rude understood that if he didn't recover his mana immediately, everyone there would be killed. That was when he noticed the body of a dead gooey monster right beside him, and he considered using it to regain strength. At that moment, the dragon unleashed its dragon breath toward the group. Alicia tried to hold off the attack by summoning Sylphide, creating a barrier of wind. The guildmaster joined her, using his air blade to help block the blow. Even so, the dragon resisted easily by using magical processing and quickly counterattacked with a combination of water bullet and air slash. The group found the variety of attacks extremely difficult to deal with, frustrating any attempt at coordinated defense. The dragon continued to taunt them, saying they hadn't seen anything yet, while forming a sword made of electricity in its hands. This made them tense, speculating whether the attack resembled Lankars's void. They then recognized that this was the true power of a dragon's wisdom. The guildmaster analyzed the situation and noticed that while the dragon was charging that electric attack, it became more exposed. He said that if they were going to counterattack, that was the right time. Alicia agreed to provide cover. She summoned her Dale and imbued her blade with water and lightning, creating an aquatic lightning attack. Alicia transferred this power to the guildmaster, who advanced to strike the dragon's head. But as he got closer, he realized it was all a trap. The dragon was waiting for him, and in a swift blow pierced his chest, killing him. Witnessing this scene traumatized Alicia even more, leaving her frozen in horror. Taking advantage of the opening, the dragon captured one of Alicia's spirits. Curious and cruel, it commented that such a thing was rare and wondered what it might taste like. Alicia desperately begged it not to do it, but Ardell was already trapped in its mouth. The dragon then killed the spirit without hesitation. This shock broke Alicia's mind. She fell to her knees, repeating to herself that it couldn't be happening. The dragon coldly explained that powerful techniques should be used only against worthy opponents because they create dangerous openings. There was no need for such effort against rats. It then asked Alicia if she knew why it had used such a dirty tactic. It revealed that it did it just to see the despair in her eyes, and cruelly said it now wanted to discover the taste of an elf. When it was about to devour her head, Rude appeared and struck it violently with a shoulder blow. At that moment, something in Rude was completely different. When the scene returned to the dragon, its face was deformed, with one eye ripped out from Rude's attack. Furious, the dragon shouted that the body it inhabited was incompetent, and revealed that Rude had eaten the shell of its egg, transforming into something different. Rude felt an immense amount of mana flowing through his body, but even with this power he couldn't control anything. In a fit of madness, he ended up attacking Alicia herself. The dragon watched with satisfaction, explaining that Rude had absorbed so much mana that he was now practically a monster. It added that it was intriguing but that he wouldn't last long in that state, being unworthy even of fighting it. Rude felt as if his body was on fire, and had the impression that he was going crazier by the second. He realized he wouldn't be able to endure much longer in that condition. At that moment, the adventurer who had disappeared reappeared, and commented on his disastrous mana control. She approached him, placed a hand on his back, and said she would lend a helping hand. As soon as she touched him, Rude felt something strange in his chest, and surprised, noticed that his mana was finally syncing with his body. Even the dragon couldn't believe what it was seeing. The girl then handed him a sword, asking him to finish off the dragon and send that creature to the grave. Still confused and scared, Rude asked who that girl was. The dragon, irritated at being called a lizard, ordered them not to underestimate it, and furiously charged at the two. The girl mocked it, saying that the bookworm couldn't take a joke. When the dragon tried to strike her, Rude stepped in front, and with his sword, managed to cut it in half with surprising ease. Rude then went to the guild leader and used his web manipulation skill to improvise first aid, but quickly realized the wounds were too deep. The girl explained that only she and Rude had the means to escape at that moment, as the rest of the group was severely wounded. She wondered if they should wait for reinforcements, carry each one back to the city, or at least go get help, worried about the difficulty of transporting so many injured people. Suddenly, Rude felt intense pain in his chest. The girl commented that the side effects had started to manifest, explaining that she had forced his mana control to empower him, but his body was already at its limit. At that moment, the dragon, even gravely wounded, began to move and curse them, saying it wouldn't let them leave alive. It promised to take at least one of them down to the abyss. Right after that, the entire dungeon began to shake, showing signs of collapsing. The girl realized that the dragon was acting as a substitute for the dungeon's core, which explained the imminent collapse. Everyone understood they had to get out as quickly as possible. While they ran, huge stones began to fall, almost hitting Alessia. Rude threw himself to save her. Alessia woke up in his arms, hearing him say he had defeated the wise dragon, and that now they just needed to escape the dungeon. Though conscious, Alessia was pale and strange. Rude asked if she was alright, and she explained that she couldn't move because she had run out of magic. Even so, she gave a faint smile and asked him to leave her behind and run. Rude, outraged by the idea, thought about how the whole situation was his fault. The girl insisted they had to hurry or they would be buried alive. Even so, Rude said he couldn't simply flee and abandon everyone. The girl admitted she liked his way of thinking, but made it clear that he was making the wrong choice. Rude reflected that if things continued that way, they would all be buried there. Even so, he decided to at least carry Alicia out. However, he hesitated, wondering how he could abandon the others. Because of that, he kept searching for a way to save everyone. Nearly fainting, Alicia asked him once again to flee, but he replied that he would not abandon her. She then shouted at him to run already, explaining that this was exactly what the others had always wanted for her, that at least someone could survive. At that moment, Lankars also asked Rude to escape, reminding him that in the life of an adventurer, there would be times when he would lose friends. He added that if those who could live did not survive, then the sacrifice of those who died in battle would be meaningless. As everything grew even more chaotic, new monsters began to appear. Ebert stood up, warning that the dungeon's creatures were gathering. Even so, Rude had already made his decision. He would not let anyone die there. Alicia, however, continued begging him to run. Determined, Rude began facing the monsters appearing in front of him, shouting that he would not run no matter what. what. He remembered how he had always been called the miasma butcher, and how people had mocked him his whole life, but now he was resolved to fight to protect everyone he could. Rude recalled how incredibly happy he had been when that girl invited him to join her group, accepting the secret he carried. He was even happier when the guild accepted him, finally feeling he had friends who trusted and recognized him. That was why he knew he could never abandon them in that dungeon. As he fought, Rude remembered the words of an S-rank adventurer he had once met. That man had told him to never give up, no matter how difficult or painful life became. Reliving that advice, Rude attacked every monster that crossed his path, even as the dungeon began to completely collapse. At that moment, parasites began to infest the fallen dragon's body. Still, Rude was determined not to give up. He realized he had only one option. He activated his self-severing skill, sacrificing his own arm. Even without the limb, he held his sword with the other hand and used his regeneration to recover the lost arm. With his body restored, he charged at the dragon and pierced its abdomen with his sword. Immediately after, he activated his lightning cloak skill, certain it would finish the monster off. But the dragon roared furiously, swearing to annihilate them all, and managed to strike Rude, throwing him far away. Before he hit the ground, someone caught him. When Rude looked at the person's face, he recognized the S-rank adventurer who had saved him as a child. The man praised Rude's efforts and told him to relax because they would all make it out alive. He commented that the dragon had failed in its attempt to reincarnate and was now being parasitized by other monsters, something shameful for a wise dragon. The dragon, enraged, tried to trap them both with vines, but the S-rank adventurer cut everything with ease and blocked the dragon's attack with just one hand. He then asked Orphis, the wise dragon, if he remembered the life or death battle they had fought 5 years ago, saying that back then the dragon had pushed them to the limit with his divine form. Now, however, Orphis was in a pitiful state. The dragon responded furiously, telling him to shut up. Before it could react, the S-rank adventurer cut it in half with a single strike. Rude was stunned by the man's strength, recognizing that this was the true power of an S-rank adventurer. Meanwhile, part of the dungeon ceiling threatened to collapse on Alicia. A woman appeared and used her icy winter magic, freezing everything around and preventing the collapse. Rude noticed that the ice had stopped the cave-in and was surprised by it. The woman approached, complaining about the number of strange monsters there and saying she was starting to feel disgusted. The S-rank adventurer thanked her for the help, calling her Selena, and she commented that Leonis was as reckless as ever, charging in like that. Next, 2 more adventurers arrived. Selena spotted Alicia and rushed to her, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Alicia was surprised and happy to see her again, but Selena quickly noticed how bad Alicia's condition was and asked a companion to hurry and heal everyone. The man then used his sacred light healing magic, eliminating the pain of everyone present. Ebert was amazed by the wide reach of that magic. The healer approached the guildmaster, who was in critical condition, and activated the soul restoration seal, saying that he had closed all the wounds, although everyone was still without stamina or mana. He asked them all to rest for a bit, but explained that he could do nothing for those who had already lost their souls. One of the adventurers, therefore, ended up dying. Leonis then ordered everyone to leave the dungeon immediately, and asked those who could not walk to lean on someone. Gradually, everyone began to exit, relieved and happy to be alive. Rude, however, stood still for a moment, observing the remains of monsters scattered across the floor. The scene then shifted to a forest, where they had set up a small camp. There, an adventurer held something in his hands and explained that it was a fragment of Orpheus's dragon soul, which should recover over time and could revive after several years. He said that the group known as the Wings of the Lion of Light had defeated Orpheus 5 years ago, keeping his soul sealed safely in the capital. Lankars then asked how he had managed to revive in such a remote place like Bologna. The adventurer explained that the royal vault had been recently robbed, which left Lankars alarmed. Finally, he clarified that Orpheus's resurrection this time only happened because of an artificial anomaly created within the dungeon by someone, Selena. Hearing all that, lamented that it was truly a shame. If Alicia had joined the Wings of the Lion of Light, everyone there would be as strong as an army, but Alicia explained that her level had dropped a lot, and that she now had other goals. That battle, she said, made her realize how weak she still was. Selena commented that Alicia never changed her mind once she made a decision. Even so, Alicia sincerely thanked her for the intention and the invitation. In a more relaxed tone, Selena asked her to at least take a look at their group members, saying they had a selfish leader, a muscle-brained guy who never spoke, and a 2-meter-tall nerd. She seemed annoyed, saying there were too many men in that group, and that it irritated her. Leonis then asked her to shut up, explaining that she was talking too much, and making Alicia's partner Rude uncomfortable. Rude stood up and started talking about something that had happened in a village in the east when he was a child. No one understood right away what he meant, but he explained that Leonis had saved his life that day. He said that maybe Leonis didn't remember, but at that moment, he became his idol. Leonis finally recognized the boy whose life he had saved, praising him for never giving up. Selena was also surprised, saying that this was the boy they had always talked about. She said that Leonis used to say that if they had arrived just a little earlier that day, they could have saved more villagers, and that he had always regretted that. The healer explained that this was the reason Leonis was so reckless and caused trouble for the group. Leonis then thanked Rude, saying it was thanks to him that they were able to neutralize the dungeon anomaly, and affirmed that he had become a good adventurer. Rude said he didn't deserve such praise, but still thanked Leonis for his words. Lankarsa took advantage of the moment and said that, considering the recent problems in the capital and the need to strengthen Bologna's defenses, he was thinking of creating a new guard unit, and wanted to know if Rude would accept being the captain. This surprised Rude a lot. He thanked him for the offer, but said he had to decline. Lancaster accepted the refusal and asked if he could know the reason. Rude replied that during the operation in the dungeon, he realized how unprepared he was for a mission like that. Without enough strength, he couldn't protect his friends. He spoke directly to Leonis, saying that he had become an adventurer because he admired the kind of person he was. He confessed that he was far from reaching that level, but wanted to become stronger so that one day they could fight side by side. He also promised Alicia that one day they would conquer the Abyss dungeon. Alicia smiled at hearing that and said she could hardly wait, calling Rude her partner. Lancaster sighed, saying he clearly saw that the two had their own goals. Rude explained that he was already planning to leave Bologna to start a new journey, seeking to further evolve his powers. The healer found that fascinating and commented that Rude's magical energy was different from conventional magic. He said that his magical essence seemed to have taken root in the human body, something theoretically impossible, and asked directly if Rude had eaten monsters. This greatly surprised all the adventurers. Selena told everyone to step back, considering Rude dangerous. She threatened him with her ice magic and demanded that he answer immediately if it was true, warning that depending on the answer, he would die. The healer asked for calm and ended up trapping Selena in an earth prison. She was furious, saying that eating monsters was the greatest taboo of all, therefore Rude could not be trusted. The healer explained that Rude seemed special because he couldn't detect any signs of monstrification in him. More precisely, there was no trace of darkness in his magical essence, though he still didn't know the reason for that. Leonis apologized to Rude for Selena's rudeness. He explained that their group was hunting the thieves who had stolen the royal vault, and since there were traces of monster essence at the scene, they needed to investigate. He asked Rude to explain the whole situation. The scene changed, and Rude had already told them everything he knew. Leonis then concluded that this was how Rude survived the poisoning, thanks to his status nullifying ability, which was rare. Another adventurer commented that he had never heard of such an ability before, but now everything made sense. Selena, still surprised, realized that Rude had been the one responsible for dispelling the abyss curse in Alicia, even if it almost killed him. Rude replied that it was fine because he understood her reaction. One of the companions asked Rude if by eating monster meat he could replicate their abilities, but he explained that even if he ate the meat of a fish monster, that didn't mean he would be able to breathe underwater. Leonis then said that Rude could absorb the abilities, but he didn't acquire the monster's physical traits. He then asked if Alicia had ever eaten monster meat with Rude. She responded angrily that she would never do such a thing, saying she would never eat a monster. However, she hid the fact that deep down, she was curious and even eager to try it. Leonis mentioned he had been wondering if perhaps someone other than Rude could absorb a monster's essence by eating it and also gain abilities. The others were surprised by the idea. They recalled that eating monsters was a taboo, as doing so could lead someone to turn into a monster. Leonis suggested that they might use substitution magic to reverse the transformation, which shocked everyone. But Rude explained that this wasn't possible, saying there were only two outcomes for someone who ate monsters. Either they turned into a monster or died. The healer commented that he understood, so instead of transforming, the person might simply die. Rude said that the first time he ate monster meat, he felt an immense surge of mana in his body and completely lost control. At that time, he was consumed by a desire for revenge against everyone who had betrayed him. It was that hatred that kept him conscious and allowed him to move forward. He said that only now were the side effects of that mana starting to fade. The healer noted that Rude's body had adapted to the magical essence. Rude continued, saying that there was a time when substitution failed. Leonis replied that he understood, acknowledging that they still had much to learn about mana. Another member of the group said that mana wasn't something they could play with right now. Leonis then asked Rude to demonstrate his abilities, stating that he understood the logic but admitted that there was still much they didn't know about mana. He said that if they truly wanted to understand and master mana, they should talk to the swords, since they were all adventurers. The scene changed and showed some unicorn rabbits hopping through the vegetation. The adventurers prepared to hunt them. Shortly after, the image cut to Rude cooking the rabbits while everyone watched him eat. Celine commented that it seemed a bit unfair to them, since they needed to use items or rest to recover mana, while Rude could restore it just by eating. As she spoke, both she and another companion drooled with desire as they watched Rude eat. Rude said he was ready and thanked them for the meal, explaining that he had fully recovered his mana. Leonis asked if he was feeling well after eating that, and Rude replied that there was no need to worry because he felt better than ever. At that moment, a portal appeared before them. It was explained that the so-called secret garden transported those who passed through it to a space filled with plant essence, a place that allowed no outside interference and could only be accessed with the user's permission. They said Rude could enter. As soon as he crossed the portal, he encountered a breathtaking landscape and was told that no one would disturb them there. To test the environment, he cast a fire spell on the grass and saw that it caused no damage, concluding they could fight with everything they had. Leonis then removed his cloak, stating that the duel would begin, and asking Rude not to hold back. Rude activated his morph slash and launched a powerful wind attack toward Leonis, who grew excited when he realized Rude was using the Morpha's ability, confirming that he really could absorb the powers of the monsters he ate. Leonis defended himself firmly, and Rude activated his spider web, but it was easily cut, and Leonis mocked him, saying that was all he had. Suddenly, Leonis noticed a smoke cloud approaching, and recognized the paralyzing breath. Rude appeared behind him trying to land a strike, but Leonis defended himself at the last moment, and said Rude had been too naive, because with such predictable tactics, he wouldn't be able to even scratch him. They then engaged in a sword duel. Leonis commented that Rude relied too much on the stolen abilities from monsters, which made all his moves shallow. Rude was surprised to realize the paralysis hadn't worked as expected. Leonis explained that the effect had actually occurred, but high-level adventurers had strong resistance to that kind of attack. Rude activated his iron body skill and braced for the impact, but even so, he took a direct punch to the chest from Leonis. Leonis explained that many monsters had natural resistance to negative effects and asked Rude not to rely too much on copied abilities. Not giving up, Rude used instant step and quickly advanced toward Leonis, but he predicted the movement and countered with a precise kick to Rude's face, knocking him to the ground. Even so, Rude got up, channeled his mana into his sword, and activated Rabbit Leap to gain more momentum. Leonis immediately recognized it as the Unicorn Rabbit's skill that Rude had eaten earlier and admitted that he was very talented. Rude then launched an extremely powerful strike. When the smoke cleared, it revealed that Leonis had won the duel without much difficulty. He explained that such spaced and heavy blows might work against giant monsters, but in human combat they rarely hit. Leonis said that while monster abilities were indeed powerful, Rude's combat technique was still very weak. Leonis then helped him up and asked if he had ever heard about mana circulation techniques within the body. He explained that channeling mana properly strengthened physical abilities. Rude focused, trying to remember the sensation Leonis described, and managed to channel his mana correctly. Leonis praised him, saying he learned very quickly. Excited, Rude asked if they could fight once more. Leonis, even more thrilled, agreed to the request and asked Rude to go all out this time. Another adventurer watching them just laughed at how excited they were. After a long training session, they returned exhausted. Rude, panting, admitted that he didn't land a single hit, as expected from an S-rank adventurer. Leonis replied that even so, Rude had managed to pressure him several times, thanks to his versatility and variety of abilities. Very grateful, Rude sincerely thanked Leonis, saying that during the training, he had pointed out all of his weak points and corrected his bad habits, making it feel like he had gone through real training. But the big guy in the group joked that this was just Leonis being weird as always. Leonis in turn replied a bit confused, saying he didn't remember saying anything unusual. Rude thought to himself that it was the first time he had seen that guy speak like that. Another more serious adventurer changed the tone and asked Rude about the habit of eating monsters, asking him not to talk about it with anyone else. He explained that if the royal capital found out, Rude would likely be executed. Hearing this, Rude was terrified. The man went on to explain that the closer to the royal capital, the stronger the influence of the church, and for them, the sacred scriptures were objects of worship that completely forbade eating monsters, considering it the greatest of taboos. Rude tried to argue that his abilities nullified the negative effects of monster meat, but the other adventurer explained that even so, defying the scriptures was considered a terrible sin, and the clerics would never understand his side. He then asked if anyone besides the companions who were in the dungeon knew his secret. Rude answered no, since it was a taboo and he had kept the secret very well, only telling Alicia so far. But at that moment he remembered one more person, old Doan. The scene then shifted to the dwarf's shop, where Doan was holding a giant sword and proudly saying that after so much research, he had finally finished it. The scene showed Doan irritated in the shop, saying he didn't care what others ate, that it was none of his business. Even so, he told Rude to relax and assured him he wouldn't tell anyone the secret. Doan then complained, saying the important thing was that he had been commissioned to make a sword for Rude, and now he was saying he didn't want it anymore. Realizing he had messed up, Rude apologized for canceling the order. Doan explained that he had forged a special sword, made to withstand even the intense flow of mana, and he was furious because after completing such a difficult task, Rude simply said he didn't want it. Rude saw how angry the dwarf was, and Alicia commented that of course he would be. Doan then calmed down a bit and asked Rude for a favor, saying he would do anything. Blushing and slightly embarrassed, Doan asked if he could at least hold Rude's sword. Doan asked to hold Rude's sword, which made the situation a bit awkward and uncomfortable for the group. Even so, the conversation continued. Rude, embarrassed, explained that he couldn't just let anyone touch his sword. He said his weapon was very large, very powerful, but also carried a dangerous curse that drove anyone who touched it insane. Doan replied that he didn't complain when Rude disregarded all the work he had done, so the least Rude could do was listen to his request, especially since Rude himself had said he would do anything in return. Also, Doan mentioned he had heard that Rude could cure negative states. Rude warned that it was too dangerous because if he lost consciousness when touching the sword, the substitution might not work. Even so, Doan spoke seriously, saying he didn't care, and if it went wrong, Rude could simply cut him down. Rude thought the old man was really crazy, but accepted the request after seeing how determined he was. He even asked if Doan was really serious, since until now he believed only Alicia could touch his sword. Doan explained that he had worked for years as a blacksmith in that city, and had never seen a weapon capable of absorbing mana or magic like that. For him, it was well worth the risk. With that, Rude handed his sword to Doan, who was amazed to hold it. He examined the metal, saying it was anything but ordinary, and noticed that the darkness within the blade seemed alive. Doan commented that the madness and beauty of the sword coexisted perfectly, and admitted he had never seen anything like it in his life. He was clearly enchanted by the weapon, even saying that one day he would forge something like it. But suddenly, the sword began to influence his mind. Doan heard a dark voice urging him to kill everything around him, and had a vision of Grand Spirit holding a woman with blonde hair. Rude, realizing the danger, quickly took the sword back and activated his substitution ability to free Doan from the effect. He asked if the blacksmith was okay, and Doan replied that he was, apologizing for being so selfish and insisting on that request. Even after recovering, Doan kept reflecting on the illusion he had seen, wondering what it meant. He then said he wouldn't say anything that would hinder the group's progress, so Rude didn't need to worry about it anymore. However, he made it clear that one day he would definitely try to forge a sword that surpassed that one. The story then shifted to a moving carriage. Rude commented that it was very relaxing, although renting a carriage was quite bold for them. Alicia explained that she had been heavily pursued in recent years, so sometimes it was good to relax a little. Rude laughed, saying it was funny to think that Sylphide and Nomiya would be driving the carriage. Alicia replied that she could hire someone for that, but considering Rude's eating habits, things might not turn out well. Curious, Rude asked what kind of city Ischia was. Alicia explained that it was the city of the Blue Sea, a lively place known for its abundant fishing and bustling trade. She said there were two major reasons for them to go there. The first was for Rude to obtain new abilities. Near Ischia, there was the submerged temple, famous for being filled with unique monsters, very different from those found in Bologna. She explained that he would have a chance to acquire several new abilities there. She also mentioned the boss of that place, known as the Scissor King, who used a very powerful ability called Steel Body. Rude wanted to know if Steel Body was a more advanced version of hardening. Alicia confirmed, saying she remembered how difficult it was to deal with such absurd resistance, since not even high-rank adventurers' attacks could penetrate that monster's defense. The second reason for going there was to revive Erdile. Alicia explained that the submerged dungeon was Erdile's birthplace, and that to restore her, they needed to go there as soon as possible. Moreover, by completing this task, everyone would become stronger. Rude asked if her spirit hadn't been devoured. Alicia clarified that spirits didn't have a physical form, and even if damaged, they didn't truly disappear. She explained that the plan was to restore her mana in the submerged dungeon to recover all of her original power. Ischia was known for its delicious seafood. During the trip, Alicia asked Rude if by any chance August had given something to him when they left Bologna. Rude pulled out a book and asked if that was what she meant, unaware of its content. Alicia explained that it was a diary by someone who researched the habit of eating monsters, and that it could be very useful for Rude. Leonis then said it was time for Rude to shine. At that moment, Rude remembered the moments he spent with the group of heroes who fascinated him so much, and silently said goodbye to them. He sat down, deep in thought, when Alicia asked if he was planning to go on an adventure with Leonis and the others. Embarrassed, Rude asked what she was talking about. Alicia laughed, finding him very suspicious, and he asked her to give him a little time. The scene changed to a very frightened person sitting on the grass. In front of her, a man was being held by the neck by a monster, and desperately told her to run away as fast as possible. When the woman looked back, she saw more monsters approaching. They were demon boars. Then the narrative returned to the book that Rude had, which contained the Count's notes. In the text, he wrote that his research was forbidden, and that he would record all the methods of cooking monsters there. About the slime, he explained that these monsters were common for beginner adventurers, easy to subdue but dangerous to eat. Their bodies contained a powerful acid that, if eaten raw, could dissolve the stomach and lead to death. Therefore, it was necessary to neutralize the acid. For this, the slime should be sautéed in a pan with seaweed lye and left for 2 days. It was also possible to fry it, but the oil splattered a lot, and the meat shrank, losing flavor. The best method was to sauté it in boiling water until it turned pink, without letting it shrink, and then cut it into small slices. It was recommended to eat it with salad. The taste was slightly sweet, and the texture unique, creating an exceptional experience when combined with the salad's crunch. Alicia commented that this monster recipe book from August would be very useful for Roots. He replied that he could hardly believe such a record existed, since eating monsters was a taboo. Alicia said it was almost a miracle the book had reached him, and suggested that after completing their objectives in Ischia, they could visit the Count. Rude, however, said it wouldn't work out, and handed the book to her. Upon reading it, Alicia was startled and shocked, saying it seemed like only Rude could actually eat monsters. They then continued the journey. Alicia explained that once they crossed that forest, they would reach Ischia. Rude was impressed with the forest, and Alicia asked if he had ever heard of the Calamity Dragon. Rude replied that now that she mentioned it, he remembered a story about it, saying it was so powerful, it was treated as a natural disaster, something humans couldn't resist, like earthquakes and storms. He said that when he was a child, people used to scare him by saying the Calamity Dragon would get him if he did something wrong. Alicia explained that the forest was famous for being the home of that dragon. Alarmed, Rude asked if it really existed, and Alicia confirmed, saying she had seen it from afar in the past. She remarked that the dragon's appearance was divine, something humans could never surpass. Rude thought that since he was born, there had been no reports of that dragon appearing in the world, and if Alicia had seen it, she must be much older than him. Realizing what he was thinking, Alicia said it wasn't polite to calculate other people's age. Suddenly, Sylphide appeared, warning that there were 3 demon boars ahead. Alicia explained that there was no way around, and they would have to defeat them to move on. They started the battle with Alicia casting fireballs, and Rude appearing behind the monsters, slicing them in half with his sword. When they looked to the side, they saw the bodies of dead humans on the ground, and remarked how brutal it was, even if it was ironic coming from Rude, who had just cut 3 boars in half as if it were normal. He then sat down and explained that anomalies might be happening in the dungeons, saying he himself was the natural predator of those monsters. Now that the Calamity Dragon had vanished, the demon boars were reproducing at an abnormal rate, which made the situation very dangerous. Since they had passed through there was no other choice but to take care of them as soon as possible. Rude used his heat vision and identified between 40 and 50 demon boars. Alicia commented that even though their threat level was low, they were very clever and always acted in groups, so they couldn't let their guard down. She explained that their current position was perfect to avoid a group battle, and that the standard tactic was to reduce the number of enemies all at once. Rude activated his paralyzing breath ability to try to immobilize paralyze all the boars at once, and commented that he just needed to get them all in one go. However, he quickly realized the attack hadn't worked. He remembered Leonis's warning that many monsters had resistance to certain effects. To make things worse, the boars had chewed on herbs that nullified paralysis, and managed to fully recover. Alicia noticed it wasn't just that they were also gaining temporary resistance, and laughed at Rude, saying his breath had failed. Rude, irritated, replied that he had already figured that out, and told her to shut up. At that moment, all the boars charged at him, and Rude said he would turn them into pork ribs. The battle began. Alicia asked if she should use her magic to clear the field, but Rude told her not to, as he wanted to test something. He activated his poisonous scales, saying that fighting that way would give him the upper hand. Alicia covered her nose, complaining that if he got too close, she would be affected too. Rude charged at the boars, saying that if paralysis didn't work, then they would have to deal with poison. He started cutting down the monsters, explaining that each movement spread poison from the scales to everyone within range. Although the poison was working well, one of the monsters still managed to attack him from behind. Rude dodged quickly, but that boar activated its command ability, coordinating the group's attack. Alicia then shouted for him to watch out and look up. When Rude looked up, he saw a huge rock falling toward him. He dodged at the last second, but wondered where that had come from. He quickly noticed there was a very different boar among the group, and wondered what kind of creature it was. Alicia explained it was the Demon Boar King, a monster that normally lived deep within a dungeon and wasn't supposed to appear on the surface. Most likely, this was a consequence of the Calamity Dragon's influence, since the magical concentration in the area had increased. But regardless of the cause, they couldn't allow these monsters to roam free, or the damage would only worsen. Rude then attacked the boars again, saying they could think about that later, and that they needed to defeat the Boar King first. He said he didn't have time to waste with the others, and told them all to die quickly, slicing them in half without hesitation. The Boar King threw another rock at Rude, but he used his instant step to dodge. He then tried to strike the king, but the monster blocked the attack. At that moment, all the boars surrounded Rude, who commented to himself that it was typical for minions to protect their boss, but that was actually a good thing, since he could take them all out at once. He shouted, releasing part of his power, knocking several of them down. Then he activated the negative status of miasma on everyone nearby, which deeply frightened the Boar King. Rude then declared it was his turn, and in that moment he remembered Leonis's teachings about feeling the mana wrapping around his body. Focused, he managed to block the Boar King's attack with just one hand. He mentally thanked Leonis for that lesson, and then sliced the Boar King in half as if it were nothing, acknowledging that Leonis had made him much stronger. Alicia then commented that it had truly been amazing, and that Rude had defeated the Boar King with a single strike. She asked about the previous ability, wanting to know if it was the miasma wave, and Rude confirmed, explaining that he had acquired it from the miasma dragon, and that it was really powerful. Rude explained that the powerful ability had a major flaw. It made him extremely hungry. Alicia asked what that flaw was, and he told her about that annoying side effect. The scene then shifted to later, when Rude had already prepared another dish made with monster meat. Alicia commented that once again he had made something delicious, and Rude explained that he had used notes from the book to season and prepare the meat, saying he couldn't wait to try it. Suddenly, another person showed up, drawn by the smell. To Rude's surprise, it was the same adventurer they had met before. She approached and asked if she could eat with them, calling Rude Mr. Monster-Eating Adventurer. Surprised, Rude asked what she was doing there. She replied that she liked him a lot, and had decided to follow him. She said that back in Abellio, she saw him cooking monsters, and had already started drooling to try it, saying she hoped it would be really tasty. Without hesitation, she grabbed a piece of monster meat and ate it, leaving Alicia and Rude shocked, unable to believe what she had just done. Alicia said they needed to make the girl vomit immediately. Rude tried to restrain her, and asked her to stick her fingers down her throat. The girl, confused, didn't understand the reason for all the panic. Alicia, very nervous, explained that it was because she had eaten monster meat, and if she swallowed it, she could die. The girl, however, replied that she would be fine, which made Rude even more desperate, saying he couldn't allow that. Alicia explained that they were only trying to help her, but the girl was already irritated by the whole situation. Out of patience, she threw Rude and Alicia far away, complaining about how they dared touch her like that. Rude, dazed, wondered what had just happened, while the girl complained that she had barely been able to enjoy the meal because of them. Even after that, she kept eating the monster meat and started behaving strangely, making Rude and Alicia even more worried. Alicia wondered if that crazy girl was turning into a monster, and Rude said he needed to try the substitution technique on her as soon as possible. But suddenly, the girl let out a cry of satisfaction, saying it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Rude and Alicia were completely confused. Rude asked what was going on, saying he couldn't sense the mana from the ingredients, and that apparently she was completely fine. With that, Alicia started to feel like eating it too, but the girl explained that it wasn't selfishness on her part. They simply couldn't eat monsters. She asked if they knew what happened when a human ate monster meat. Alicia asked why, then she was eating it. The girl replied saying that she had said humans can't eat monsters, but that for a monster like her, it was totally normal. Rude, surprised, asked what she meant by being a monster, and the girl confirmed it. Rude then activated his analysis ability to check who she was, but the result showed she was human. Confused, Rude told her the result. The girl apologized, saying she had forgotten to undo her disguise, and asked him to analyze her again. This time, Rude was in shock, stepped back, and told Alicia to get away as quickly as possible. Alicia, very frightened, asked what had happened, and Rude explained that the thing in front of them was the Calamity Dragon. His analysis system clearly showed it. Alamira, monster race, Calamity Dragon. Alicia was terrified, saying she couldn't believe it. that. Alumira, on the other hand, praised the pork ribs, saying they were fantastic and more delicious than any other monster she had eaten. Rude asked what her purpose was there, and Alumira answered that he could relax, that she wasn't going to eat them or anything like that. Alicia asked why a high-ranked being like her was disguised as a human. Alumira explained that she didn't have a special reason. She was just curious about Rude's mana and decided to get closer. To her surprise, he was a monster eater. She said she became fascinated by the monster food he made and couldn't resist following him. Faced with all that, Rude and Alicia didn't even know what to say. Alumira explained that there was a den of demon boars nearby and that as soon as she moved away from the forest, they started reproducing uncontrollably, which she found disgusting. Even so, she said that meat was especially tasty and was probably from a demon boar, explaining that the higher the monster's level, the denser its magic, and the more intense the flavor. Rude thought she was like a gourmet specialized in monster meat. Alumira mentioned they would need to hunt the leader of the demon boar den so that Rude could prepare a good meal. Seeing no other choice, Rude agreed with her, while Alicia could only think about how she had devoured all that monster meat so quickly. Alumira said it was settled and asked them to wait a moment, but Alicia asked Alumira to take them with her, saying she didn't seem to be lying and asking if they could at least watch the fight because they needed to get stronger as quickly as possible. Alumira thought it was an interesting idea and agreed to let them go with her. On the way, Rude commented that she seemed more relaxed, and Alumira replied that after revealing her true identity, there was no point in pretending anymore. She said they were almost there. They soon arrived in front of a door, and Almira said she would show them the reason she was called the Calamity Dragon. Rude asked what it was, and Alicia said she had never seen anything like it and suspected even the guild didn't know about it. Almira explained that the source of the foul smell in her territory seemed to come from there, and that she wanted to save mana at that moment. When she opened the door, she showed a treasure chest full of ingredients. Alicia said the number of monsters there was normal, and Rude offered to help Almira immediately. Smiling, she declined, saying she didn't need help because Rude was the one who would cook to restore the mana she would use there. At that moment, Almira partially transformed into a dragon. Just her presence was enough to make the boars already appear defeated. She commented that since she had eaten something delicious that day, she would make an exception. Then she activated her destructive breath ability, unleashing such a powerful blast that it devastated everything in the dungeon, obliterating anything in its path. Both Alicia and Rude were shocked by her power. Almira commented that it had been a long time since she had released such a large blast. In a lighter tone, she told Rude that now they would prepare some Demon Boar King ribs. Rude asked her to wait, saying that even though he wanted to cook, she had turned the monster's body into ashes. Almira became irritated for not being able to control herself, but soon smelled something different. She told Rude to cheer up because the boss was still alive on the lower floor. She asked them to go down quickly. When they descended, they found a gigantic door, which Almira kicked open. They then came face to face with the Emperor Demon Boar. Almira commented that it was a fine specimen of an ingredient, and that to preserve its quality, she would go easy on it this time. She observed that the boar's mana control was amateurish, and told Rude to pay attention, explaining that this was how to use mana fusion in combat. When the boar charged, Alicia asked Almira to be careful, but Almira punched the monster in the face with such force that it left Rude speechless. Then, to finish it off, she kicked the boar in the stomach, sending it flying. They were both amazed by her strength. Almira then told Rude it was time to prepare the meal. The scene shifted to Rude cooking, and he prepared Emperor Demon Boar steak and ribs for everyone. Almira was very excited, saying she was finally going to eat, and had been waiting for this for a long time. When she tasted the food Rude prepared, she said it was delicious, and that she could feel her mana returning completely to her body, with a much more efficient absorption than when eating raw meat. Rude asked if it was really that good, but Almira replied that he, being an amateur, wouldn't understand, and would need to train much more to grasp what she meant. Meanwhile, Alicia felt frustrated because she was the only one who couldn't eat monster meat. Next, Almira asked Rude why he didn't join her, which startled Alicia. Almira explained that if he became her cook, she could teach him how to control his mana. Rude admitted it was a very good offer, but said it was all too sudden for him. Almira then commented that she could smell the wise dragon coming from Rude's backpack, saying he was so afraid of the side effects that he hadn't even eaten it yet. She thought it was a waste, considering it was such an incredible species. Rude was surprised she had noticed, and Almira asked if he remembered what had happened to his body during that battle. Rude explained that to recover mana, he ate the wise dragon's egg and felt an intense surge of mana coursing through his body, an overwhelming wave of energy that made him stop being himself for a moment. Almira confirmed that was exactly it. His body couldn't fully adapt to that violent mana, and said it was strange, since with his status nullification ability that shouldn't have been possible. She then suggested he try cooking and eating that meat, saying that if he lost control, she could subdue him again, but she warned that actually being able to absorb all that power would depend on him alone. Rude wondered if he should try it, but he didn't even have time to think properly before he had already roasted the wise dragon's meat. Almira remarked that it looked really delicious. Rude, still hesitant, admitted it really did look good but asked if she was sure it was safe to eat, and if it wouldn't be like last time. Almira told him to relax. She explained that mana, just like magic for humans, was rooted in the monsters' bodies, and that when humans absorbed it, their bodies would tend to reject it, since they weren't made for it. That was when mutations, or even death would occur. She said Rude's ability suppressed those two outcomes, and to be more precise, she herself had altered his body. She explained she had only nullified the mutations that would make him lose his humanity, allowing him to accept other mutations and adapt to the mana mana. She told him his body was still evolving at that moment, and that in its current state, it didn't yet have what it took to completely absorb that mana. She then asked if the first time he ate monster meat, he had felt something similar. Rude confirmed that he had, remembering he had completely lost his sanity. Alicia commented that he hadn't been able to adapt to that overwhelming amount of mana, and that as his level increased and he kept eating monsters, he might eventually adapt fully, though no one knew when that would happen. Alumira said there was another way. If his body couldn't handle it, he could compensate with technique. She explained this technique was similar to the mana manipulation he had already learned, and that he might already have the basics for it. She said what remained was learning to manipulate the mana that exceeded his body's capacity. She offered to help him with that process. The two held hands, and Alumira asked him to release the mana from his own body, and then cover himself with that released mana. Rude was amazed, saying it was an incredible power, completely different from what he knew, but his body couldn't handle it at that moment. He ended up letting go of her hand. Alumira told him always to remember that feeling coursing through his body, saying that this meal would be good training for him too. Alumira thought that technique was incredible, something no human she knew possessed. Finally, Alumira told everyone to stop talking, because she wanted to eat already. Alicia, disappointed, asked if she had to eat too. Alumira replied that of course she was going to eat, and that was the whole reason they were there. Rude, still uneasy, said he would eat too, so the two of them began eating the wise dragon's meat. Alumira commented that the meat was very good, and that even though she was from the dragon race, she didn't mind eating one of them. She thought to herself that as expected from a true dragon, even if it was just a newborn, the quality of that mana was extremely intense and very rare. Silently she wondered if Rude would be able to withstand all that power. Rude was impressed by what he was feeling. There was a surge of power running through his body, something truly incredible. He wondered if he would be able to keep control of that energy, and concluded that for now he was managing. He noticed he had absorbed several abilities: telekinesis, divine annihilation strike, paralysis resistance, and earth splitter. In addition, he had obtained the Eye of Wisdom. However, suddenly Rude put his hand to his head, feeling an intense pain. Thousands of images began flooding his mind in a confusing way. He questioned what was happening, trying to figure out if it was a hallucination, but he realized it couldn't be, since his status nullification would have activated if it was. He kept wondering what those so vivid images were. At that moment, the image of the wise dragon appeared in his mind, calling him a filthy human, and saying it wouldn't allow him to keep using its eye. Then the wise dragon destroyed the Eye of Wisdom, making Rude lose that ability. Alicia noticed something was wrong and asked if he was okay. Rude said he was, but explained he had failed to acquire an ability. Alumira commented that not even he had managed to withstand that power, explaining that the Eye of Wisdom was a unique ability of that dragon. She said this ability let the user copy techniques just by looking, and also see glimpses of the future. Alumira said she believed he could handle that power, but realized that even Rude couldn't withstand the interference of a pure dragon. She told him to relax, saying that failing to acquire an ability wasn't something bad or a negative status. Rude, still frustrated, said she could have at least warned him beforehand, but Alumira changed the subject and asked if he had decided whether he would join her so she could teach him how to control mana. She asked if he would allow her to officially join his team. Rude, confused by the images he had seen earlier, was trying to figure out if they were memories of the past or visions of the future. It was said that even if the body perished, wisdom accumulated in the soul and had the power to show even the future. Reflecting on this, Rude answered that he would accept forming a team with Alumira, since if he wanted to get stronger, he would need her power. He also acknowledged that this power could help Alicia a lot. Alumira was happy with his decision, saying everything was settled. They touched hands to seal the agreement, but Alumira, suspicious, warned that she wouldn't forgive Alumira if she tried anything strange. Alumira, smiling, asked why elves were so distrustful. Back on the road, Alicia commented that she could already see their destination ahead. Rude was impressed by the view. They finally arrived at the port city of Ischia, a prosperous place. It was Rude's first time visiting, and he was amazed by the liveliness and energy the maritime trade brought to the city. Rude suggested they go straight to the guild to get the mission for the submerged dungeon, but Alicia said it wasn't a good idea. She explained that outsider adventurers needed to start with simpler missions to earn the guild's recognition. Besides, the way they were now, it would be very hard to conquer the submerged dungeon. The scene shifted to the interior of the Ischia Adventurers Guild. Alicia pointed to a starter mission, saying it seemed like the best choice for them at that moment. While they were reviewing it, two adventurers approached and asked if they were newbies. Their group seemed low level and pretty unprepared. They looked at Alumira and mocked her, asking who that little girl was, and saying adventuring wasn't child's play. They told her to go home to play with mommy and daddy, saying it would be much safer that way. At that moment, another man in the group intervened, telling his companions to stop. He apologized for their rude behavior, explaining they were always ill-mannered. The others complained, asking who said he was their boss. He replied that if they wanted to tarnish the name of the White Wave Blades, he'd handle the situation himself. They called the blonde man Alan, who took control of the conversation to calm things down and avoid more trouble in the guild. One of the men in the rival group held a knife and asked Alan if he wanted to try his luck, but another friend told him to stop, saying they were causing a scene in front of too many people and their boss wouldn't be happy about it. Glenn complained, calling the other a buzzkill, and said they were leaving right away, taunting them by saying weaklings like Alan were only good for monster bait. Alumira asked Rude if she could burn them and eat them afterward, but he asked her to calm down. At that moment, Alan bowed and apologized on behalf of his companions, saying they were really hard to deal with. Rude told him not to worry, saying adventurers like that existed everywhere. Alan asked if they were new in town, and Rude confirmed that they had just arrived. Then Alan introduced himself as a member of the White Wave Blades and welcomed them to Ischia. Rude also introduced himself, saying his name. Alan noticed the paper in Alicia's hand and was surprised to see it was a mission to subdue an Earth Blue shark. Alicia confirmed it, explaining that since they had just arrived in town, they thought they'd start with something like that. Alan said he understood, but warned that even though it wasn't a very difficult mission, it required a boat because it was at sea. Alicia asked if they should rent a boat, and Alan offered to lend them his to make up for his friend's rudeness. He even offered to accompany them, since sea missions could be complicated for those who weren't used to them, but Alamira declined, saying they didn't need it. Alan said it was fine, and that he just wanted to apologize for the trouble his group had caused. He said it was really important to form teams with people you could trust to watch your back. Finally, he said he'd prepare the boat at the port, and wished them a safe journey, hoping the ocean spirits would bless them. The scene then shifted to the three of them already sailing on the boat. Alicia remarked that they were really lucky to have gotten the boat. Rude said Alan was really nice to them, but Alamira complained that the boat was very mediocre. Alicia, annoyed, told her to stop whining, reminding her they were almost at the hunting area. Alicia then called Rude over to talk. She activated her water spirit blessing of Erndel to allow him to breathe underwater, but realized it didn't work, as she suspected. Rude's abnormal status nullification prevented the effect. Alicia explained that they normally use that magic to breathe during underwater battles. Rude said it wasn't a problem, since he had the high-speed swimming ability. He told the two of them to wait, and jumped into the water, saying that since the mission was low rank, he'd be back soon. Alamira, watching this, commented that he was really very interesting. Rude, already in the water, tied a rope around his waist, and swam quickly, locating the Earth Blue shark. The monster had abilities like water bullet, current, amphibious, and aquatic pressure resistance. While planning the hunt, Rude thought about how he would prepare the shark dish, whether he'd make sashimi or fry it, but decided to cook it Munier style. The shark noticed his presence and lunged at him. On the boat, Alumira wondered if Rude would be okay, but decided that monster wasn't all that threatening. Alumira explained that if anything happened, he'd send a signal by tugging the rope so they could pull him back. She believed it would be very easy for him. At that moment, Alumira noticed something floating in the water and was surprised. She looked more closely and realized it was a water horse, a very rare creature. She also noticed it had already registered their presence and thought its swimming ability seemed very useful. Alicia realized they needed to capture that horse as quickly as possible. At that moment, the horse cast a powerful water spell in their direction, but Alicia managed to block the attack using his wind magic. Alicia explained that it used aquatic principle magic and that they had to capture it because Rude could eat its meat and gain very good abilities. Alumira got even more excited and activated her dragon mode, saying that today's dish would be horse meat. She spoke in a scary way, even saying she'd suck the marrow from its bones, which made Alicia tell her to calm down because she was scaring the horse. Alumira then commented that he was very clever and noticed her power, which was why he tried to flee. Even so, she assured them she wouldn't let it escape and told Alicia to get ready to go after it. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Rude was fighting sharks. He wanted to carry one of the sharks he'd just taken down, but their wave attacks were very fast and hard to dodge. Suddenly, he felt the rope pull him back forcefully and didn't understand what was happening. Alumira apologized for moving him so quickly, explaining they had found a rare monster up ahead. Rude complained that he was just about to finish off the sharks, but Alumira said the Earth Blue shark could wait and told him to look at what they were chasing. He was surprised to see it was a horse, and Alumira explained it had the perfect ability for him at that moment, and also looked very tasty. The horse cast another water spell at them, but Rude used his sword to completely absorb the attack. He got excited, saying he really wanted that ability. Alumira told him to hurry as much as possible. When she looked back, she noticed the sharks were following them. Even so, she said to leave the sharks alone, and not to lose sight of the horse. They saw the horse flee to a small island, and decided to follow. When they arrived, they ran across the sand. Rude mentally apologized to the shark he'd wanted to capture before, knowing he'd have to leave it for later. But something unexpected happened. The shark started running across the sand, which surprised Rude when he realized they weren't normal sharks. Rude stopped and told Alumira and Alicia to take care of the horse on their own, because he'd stay behind to fight the sharks. Alicia agreed without any trouble, but Alumira wasn't too happy about being given orders. Rude commented that those sharks had interesting abilities and activated his mana circulation, covering his body. One of the sharks jumped and bit his arm, but Rude already had his iron body ability active and managed to kill the shark on land. He thought he was starting to get the hang of using mana and that his abilities were getting stronger. When the other shark tried to flee, Rude didn't let it and used the air blade ability, slicing the animal in half. Meanwhile, Alicia and Alumira were completely lost because the horse had disappeared. Alumira insisted it wouldn't get away from her and heard a sound in the bushes, realizing it was there. To their surprise, there was more than one horse. Alumira thought things had gotten complicated. Alicia warned that they were approaching, and when all the horses attacked at once, she quickly activated Nomia and created a platform that lifted them into the air. Alumira praised Alicia's move and said she could now attack them all at once. Alicia launched several stone shards at the horses, which disintegrated into nothing but drops of water. They realized all those horses were fakes. Alumira was irritated, finding it reckless that they'd try to trick her like that. She then detected the real horse again and lunged at it. Even though it tried to escape, it couldn't get away because Alumira was already right next to it. Relentless, Alumira prepared to punch, saying the horse was very slow and landed such a powerful blow on it that the impact could be seen even from the beach. Soon after, Rude appeared carrying a shark's body and asked if everything had gone well. The two of them confirmed it had. Alumira commented excitedly that he had finally arrived because it was time to eat. Rude then started preparing the food. He cooked the shark meat and made an aquatic stew with the horse meat. They sat down to eat and said the horse's taste was really good. Rude said that at first he'd thought about making horse sashimi, but it wouldn't be as good raw. He noticed the meat's properties changed a lot when cooked. Alicia said she was starting to get hungry and asked if Rude had acquired a new ability. Rude said yes, explaining he had gained several abilities like walking on water, aquatic magic principles, tidal current, and adaptation to water and land. He got up to test his new abilities and tried to activate the adaptation to water and land. However, nothing happened at that moment, and he complained that it had failed. Alicia told him to calm down and look more carefully. Then he noticed gills had formed on his cheeks and his hand had also transformed. Adapted for the sea, excited Rude ran off saying he was going to swim for a bit. Alicia commented worriedly, asking if he wouldn't end up turning into a monster that way, but Alumira calmly replied that he'd be fine since he wasn't exactly human anyway. Meanwhile, Rude swam happily in the sea, finding everything amazing because he could finally breathe underwater and move easily there. In a moment of quiet, he saw a gigantic whale appear before him. Impressed, he thought he'd been born inland and never imagined he'd one day be able to swim in the sea. He reflected that traveling with companions was maybe what people meant by happiness. The scene shifted to Alan, who was surprised to see they had not only defeated the shark, but also captured the water horse. Rudin thanked him for his help. Alicia invited Alan to eat with them as thanks for lending the boat. Alan tried to refuse, saying he hadn't really done anything, but Alicia insisted, practically begging him to accept, saying she wanted to visit a place with a good drink. Alan ended up happily agreeing. The scene changed again, this time to inside a bar. Alicia commented that the place was very nice. Glenn and his friend were there. Glenn taunted the group, saying they were acting as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the food was already served on the table for Rue and his friends. Alicia was excited, saying everything looked delicious, but Almira didn't show any satisfaction at all. Alan explained that the city was very prosperous in fishing, and that the fresh seafood was the local pride. Alicia praised the food, saying everything was very tasty, but Alumira remarked that despite the good ingredients and proper preparation, something was still missing. Alan joked that Alumira seemed very gourmet, but Alicia corrected him, explaining that she was just very picky about food. She even nudged Alumira to get her to stop criticizing so much. Alumira complained that she was just saying what she thought. Then Alan asked what they were doing in Ischia. Rude explained that they planned to challenge the Temple of the Submarine Maiden to collect materials from the floor boss, and finally heal Alicia's child. When he saw Alicia's magic, Alan was impressed, noticing it was a spirit, and was amazed that someone so young could command it. Alumira quickly corrected him, saying Alicia wasn't young at all, since she had lived 3 times longer than everyone at that table. She then put more food in her mouth, saying she was eating her second serving. At that moment, Glenn kicked their table, knocking all the food to the floor. He apologized, saying it was an accident, and that his foot slipped. Alan immediately stood up and asked them to stop tormenting the group. Glenn said Alan had no right to order him around, and questioned why he was flirting with other girls. Alan explained that their blades were sharp to protect the weak, and asked if he had forgotten the guild's ideals. Glenn replied that the founders' ideals had long been forgotten, and said that if Alan didn't like their attitude, he could just leave. Alan tried to calm things down, asking them not to provoke anyone anymore, saying he had given his all for the guild and wouldn't let them stain its reputation. Even so, the other men made it clear they had never liked him. Alicia then stood up and asked them to stop. She reminded them that guild fights happened all the time, but they were in a tavern, and that it was too much for that setting. She explained that just as groups have group rules, taverns have tavern rules. Glenn asked what she meant. The scene shifted, and everyone was sitting with beer mugs. Alicia explained that if they wanted to fight in a tavern, they would have to compete in a drinking contest. Alumira thought it was fun, while Rude suspected that Alicia just wanted an excuse to drink. Alicia said the loser would have to obey the winner. Glenn commented that he didn't really get it, but saw it as the perfect chance to get rid of Alan, and the others agreed, making it clear that was exactly what they intended. Eyeing Alicia with ulterior motives, Glenn accepted, and reminded Alan that taverns had their own rules, asking if he was going to follow them and saying that since they were challenged they would regret it. A mustached man said it was a pity for them, since in town they called him Demon Pig Drunk, because he never got drunk from any drink or on any ship, asking them to at least entertain him. Almira and Alicia accepted the challenge, and shouted for Rude to give the signal to start. After a while, 3 men were completely passed out, while Alicia and Almira remained steady. A man watching was surprised, commenting that the drink had about 3 times the normal alcohol content, and that not everyone could handle something like that. Alicia praised Almira, saying she was really good, and Almira replied that Alicia was amazing too, and that her respect for her only grew. Even after winning, the two kept drinking. Rude tried to warn them that everyone was already on the floor, but Almira called him a brat, and said he needed to appreciate the taste of the drink. A man wondered if those two could handle the famous dragon Chabir, 100 times stronger than normal. Without thinking much, Almira grabbed the mug from his hand, and even forced Rude to drink. Everyone was shocked to see him drinking that legendary beverage in quantities that could kill a normal person. However, the drunkenness effect was cancelled by one of Rude's abilities, and he then asked everyone to stop fooling around. Everyone was impressed that he wasn't drunk, and called him a monster. Almira grumbled, saying drinking with him was really boring. When she tasted the drink, she was surprised by the flavor, considering it the best she had ever had, and banged on the table demanding that he drink more. Rude, already embarrassed, embarrassed, apologized to everyone, and announced that the drinking contest was over. He said goodbye and left carrying Alan, who had passed out. Later, already on the beach, Alan woke up wondering what ability Rude had used on him and whether it could really work like that. Rude said, explaining it was too complicated, but that he didn't need to worry. Alicia told Alan not to overthink it, and commented that the drinking had been really fun. Alan ended up asking if she had done all that just to stop the fight in the tavern. Alan mentioned that she had lived twice as long as he had, but had never lost a drinking match in her life. She replied that since she had won, things should calm down, as she didn't like it when a good meal was ruined. Alan then apologized for causing so much trouble for them. Rude said that if he didn't mind, he could tell them what had happened, so maybe he could help. Alan explained that about 6 years earlier, a monster had appeared in the village where he grew up. He wasn't there at the time, so he survived, but his entire family was killed, and he became an orphan. Back then, the founder of the White Wave Blades took him in, and he remembered well the teachings that their blades were sharp to protect the weak. He said he had been taken in at a desperate time, and that gave him the strength to keep fighting monsters. The guild was his emotional support during that phase, but that only lasted up to a point. The scene then shifted to 6 years earlier, in the underwater dungeon temple. Alan's group was there killing some monsters. A man with an eye patch praised another member for improving a lot, but the man with a scar on his mouth complained not to be treated like a child. Suddenly they heard a very loud noise, and were confused about what it was. They quickly realized that a group of Sahajin was approaching, drawn by the smell of the monster's blood they had killed. They saw they were cornered, with no way out. The man with the eye patch ordered everyone to run, saying he would stay behind to buy time. Alan tried to protest, but he insisted, saying he would definitely come back alive. Glenn told Alan to shut up and just run, while another man with a mustache dragged him away. The man with the eye patch shouted for them not to look back, and to swim with all their strength. Alan said that man never came back. Without the original leader, the guild was taken over by the young and ambitious Glenn. From then on, everyone started doing whatever they wanted. The original members became disillusioned, and eventually left. Alicia commented that when a leader changes, the entire organization changes too. People have only two options: accept the new rules or leave. Alan agreed that might be true for some, but said that at that time, he only wanted to protect his group. That was why he was still in the guild, believing that deep down those people were good. He admitted he had drunk too much, and was talking too much, so he apologized to Rude's group. He explained that he didn't have much more to say, and just wanted to give them some advice, not to challenge that underwater dungeon. He revealed that the temple's underwater dungeon was actually the stronghold of the White Wave Blade. Alicia protested, saying it was unacceptable for a group to monopolize an entire dungeon. Alan replied that in the city they behaved themselves because of public scrutiny, but inside the dungeons they showed their fangs without mercy. He admitted that, pathetic as it sounded, there was nothing he could do about it. Rude thanked him for the warning, but made it clear they had their own goals, which included getting stronger. Meanwhile, someone was secretly watching them. The scene then shifted to a man punching Glenn in the face, calling him an idiot for allowing outsiders to feel so comfortable. Glenn apologized, saying it wouldn't happen again. They were on their way to the temple's underwater dungeon, and the man made it clear he would never allow outsiders to disrespect the guild. Glenn tried to say they would handle it themselves, but the man insisted he would go too, because he had recently obtained something very good. He wanted to make everyone regret having humiliated them. The scene shifted to the entrance of the underwater temple. Rude asked if Alicia had ever been there before. She said she had, but it was a long time ago. The dungeon inside had probably changed a lot, so they couldn't let their guard down at any moment. Rude asked if that guild hadn't already occupied the place the first time she was there. As she remembered, she vaguely confirmed it. Alamira, mocking, commented that it was to be expected from an S-rank group, since Alicia barely remembered. At that moment, the guild appeared. The man in front asked why they were talking so freely, making it clear that this was White Wave Blade territory, and they couldn't do whatever they wanted there. Alicia explained that they were already registered with the guild, so there was no reason to reprimand them. However, the man said that they were the ones who made the rules there, and that the group seemed to need a painful lesson to understand that. Meanwhile, Rude noticed some scars on Alan's face, and declared that their blades never broke as long as it was to protect the weak. The man reacted with disdain, asking what he was saying. Rude replied that if the founder could see what he had become, he would be very disappointed. The man became enraged, called Rude a bastard, and ordered everyone to attack him. Alamira asked if Rude needed help, but he said it was fine. He then channeled mana into his fist, and when the enemy tried to strike first, Rude punched him straight in the face. Glenn tried to grab him from behind, but Rude ducked and struck him under the chin, throwing him into the air. A man with a spear rushed at him, but Rude dodged and kicked the leader in the face. After knocking everyone down, Rude asked if that was all they had. The leader got up surrounded by a yellow aura, swearing he would never forgive him. He channeled all his power into the spear, and declared it would be the end of Rude. As he launched the attack, there was a huge explosion. Glenn commented that this was their boss's power, and no one could survive that technique. But when the dust settled, Rude had his sword against the boss's neck, saying that with such wide openings he would never land a hit. Everyone in the guild was shocked by Rude's strength, and he then told the man to give up because he wasn't at his level. The boss called Alan and Karst, ordering them to help. The two looked confused, not knowing what to do. Rude told Alan that this wasn't the kind of group he had dreamed of being in. Alan, frozen, began to remember his master's words, saying their blades were forged to protect the weak. In a low voice, Alan said to Granz that their blades weren't made for this. Alamira taunted, asking how long he planned to keep fooling himself, and told Rude to end the fight already. Alicia commented that Alan's problem was having to deal with all that alone. Alamira complained that if they considered themselves themselves adventurers, they should stop wasting time and start training. Rude then walked past Alan, who remained motionless, and his group entered the dungeon. Grant still shouted that they would pay for what they had done. Alicia remarked that they had finally entered the dungeon, but warned that from then on everything would be underwater. Alicia activated her water spirit blessing ability, allowing everyone to breathe and move normally in the submerged environment. Rude activated his aquatic adaptation, ready for the mission, and reflected on the monsters they would encounter. Alicia jumped into the water, and Rude was impressed by the underwater view, but she reminded him it wasn't the time to get distracted because there was still a lot ahead. She said their welcome gift had already arrived, pointing to a level 32 sea monster ahead. The monster launched an attack in their direction. Rude and Alicia managed to dodge, but Alamira was left behind. However, they saw that Alamira had stopped the monster's blow with just one arm. She said she liked the attack, but it wasn't worth dodging, and then unleashed a strike so strong that it exploded the creature's head. She told Rude it was time to prepare a feast, but suddenly, she was caught by a monster that had been hiding underground. Before it could completely grab her, she managed to break free, and commented that the enemy had been camouflaged, and she hadn't seen it coming. Soon after, another monster appeared behind her to attack. Rude activated his fast swimming ability, and with his sword, decapitated the monster, saving Alamira. Rude said that at least this time he had managed to arrive in time. Alicia warned Alamira not to be so reckless, reminding her that the dungeon was full of aquatic monsters and dangerous traps. Even so, Alamira replied that when those monsters showed up, they were nothing special. She crushed and tore off the tentacles of the monster that had come from underground, and told Rude she thought it would taste good. Then she started yelling at him, demanding he start cooking immediately because she was very hungry. Meanwhile, at the bar, Gran swore he would not forgive those bastards and wondered where they were now. Karts said they seemed to be resting on the second floor of the dungeon. He explained he could see that because he shared the vision of a fish he used as a spy. Familiar, Grans commented that the second floor was home to the evil shell camouflages, creatures that trapped people with their tentacles and slowly injected poison. The mustached man warned that if anyone got too close, they would be captured and poisoned. Glenn remarked that no ordinary adventurer could survive a trap like that. Gran said it was no problem, since that dungeon was their territory. He declared they would take a shortcut using one of their secret routes. Glenn reminded him that the other paths were full of sea monsters, but the mustached man said there was no way to avoid that if they wanted to move forward. That was when Grans revealed the object he was holding, a blue sphere called Abyssal Forest, a first-level divine relic that allowed the user to command sea monsters. Glenn asked how he had gotten something so valuable, and Grans replied that he had stolen it from an adventurer who had passed by the day before. He declared that with it in hand, he could use the monsters to crush their enemies. Everyone at the bar started laughing, saying that was their boss. Karts asked Alan if he was okay. Alan said he was fine, but inwardly thought that Blue Pearl should have been locked away in the royal capital's treasure vault, and wondered what the hell it was doing there. Grans then asked if everyone was ready, saying it was time to show them the terror of the white wave blades. The group began descending into the underwater dungeon. Glenn commented that the orb had ridiculous power because no monsters attacked them. Grans confirmed this, saying it was even stronger than he had imagined, and remarked that the place would probably work for the plan. He then asked Galt to hand over the prisoner he was holding. Galt grabbed the man, punched him in the head, and threw him down. The man's blood immediately attracted other monsters. Grans observed that the Sahajin's eyes changed color when they smelled the blood, and that now an entire swarm would head that way. He explained that blood from that kind of creature drove the Sahajin into a frenzy, making them form large attack groups. He pointed at Alan, saying he knew this better than anyone, and that when Rude's group arrived, they would be attacked by a pack of Sahajin. He said that no matter how strong they were, they would not escape unscathed. Alan then remembered everything that had happened to his master and got furious with Grans, questioning why he was doing something so cruel. He thought that adventurers shouldn't fight among themselves, and that Isaac would be disappointed to see what the guild had become. Grans, irritated, grabbed Alan by the neck, told him never to mention that name again, and threw him violently against the wall. He said he didn't care about the old leader anymore, and that he was the one in charge of the guild now. Glenn asked Alan why he was so stubborn and why he didn't just give up on that guild. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Rude, who had already cooked the new dish made of butter-fried hammerhead, fish, and evil-shelled crab. Alumira asked if that was a butterfry, and Rude confirmed it, saying it was one of his best dishes. He mentioned that Alicia was still creating a special space on the seafloor, and she replied that her spirits made it look easy. If Urdiel were at her full strength, she would surely have created a space 10 times bigger than the one they were in. Rude was glad he could use fire at that moment, since they were cooking, and said it helped a lot. Even so, he asked them not to worry too much about it, because they would soon restore her true form. Alicia was worried about something else. The most important thing for her was that if Rude didn't hurry up with the food, Alumira would eat everything by herself. In that lighter mood, Rude opened his bag and said he had something before continuing. He took out a special lunchbox he had prepared the night before. He explained that Alicia was always watching them eat with such longing that he was starting to feel uncomfortable seeing her drooling from the smell. Alumira agreed, saying Alicia was always drooling. When Alicia realized the lunchbox had been made especially for her, she was very happy and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. So they all went back to eating together, sharing the moment as a group. After the meal, Rude discovered he had acquired 3 new abilities: Iron Head, Mimicry, and Venomous Stinger. He told the group that now that he had these new skills, he could go down to the next floor of the dungeon more safely. As they descended to the next level, Alicia remembered something important. She explained about the monsters called Sahajin, which were semi-humanoid, very intelligent and dangerous. She said they would start appearing from that level onward. Alicia explained that these monsters attacked in a coordinated way, had blows strong enough to pierce even armor, and asked everyone to be very careful. Rude reflected that even his iron body might not withstand attacks from those monsters. Alicia explained that normally they appeared in groups of 3, but warned that if they ran into a swarm, even experienced adventurers might not survive. He thanked her a lot for the information, saying that knowing it in advance helped immensely. To calm him down a bit, Alicia mentioned that it was actually pretty rare to find large groups of those monsters, so he didn't need to worry too much. She then opened the door so they could keep exploring the next floor, but as soon as the door opened, they saw that there were many Sahasian waiting for them. Rude panicked when he realized there weren't just 3, but a much larger number. Alicia was also very startled, saying it was impossible, and that they needed to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Alumira didn't seem worried at all. She simply stepped into the room full of monsters. Rude was shouting that they needed to run as fast as possible, and asked what Alumira was thinking, but she answered coldly and strategically, saying they needed to think smart because she would handle making that swarm stop being a problem. At that moment, Alumira transformed her hands and legs into dragon parts. Instead of feeling fear, she taunted the monsters to come at her all at once. When the Sahasian charged to attack, she delivered such a powerful punch that it caused a strange effect, leaving Rude and Alicia not quite understanding what had just happened. Alicia insisted that they needed to retreat, but Alumira stayed calm. She told them not to worry anymore and not to panic, assuring them they could just follow her. Right after that, a huge tornado formed, lifting all those monsters. Then there was an explosion that defeated them all with incredible ease. Alumira remarked that the fight had been good exercise after their meal. Rude was impressed by her strength and said she was truly amazing. Alumira confidently replied that her right hook was definitive and deadly. She picked up a piece of meat from one of the defeated monsters and said she had already prepared the next step, handing the extra ingredients to Rude. Alicia, however, was serious and pointed out that it was still very strange. They had found an entire band of Sahajin waiting for them right at the entrance, indicating that something was very wrong there. Alumira agreed it seemed like they hadn't left any tracks, and that the monsters had used a clever trick to ambush them. Rude commented that he already knew Alumira was strong, but that power was unbelievable. She answered that compared to her enhanced power, that was nothing. Hearing this, Rude was surprised and said that if it was true, he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the deeper layers of the dungeon, the guild group was outside the floor boss's room. Kart started shouting desperately. The boss asked what had happened, and he explained, panicked, that the Sahajin swarm had been completely wiped out by a single girl. Everyone was extremely scared, unable to believe something like that could be true. The group's leader, seeing the situation, commented that it wasn't actually that bad, since it would have been far worse if they all died there pointlessly. With a strategic air, he opened a large door, revealing that he had a plan to solve everything at once. He intended to unleash a giant monster on the intruders, trusting it would eliminate them without difficulty. Galt was impressed and said that creature was insane. Granz, for his part, proudly explained that he was the master of that dungeon, and that no matter how strong the intruders were, no one would get out alive after facing that monster. He was determined to use the creature as a weapon, planning to send it against the enemies to distract them, and then strike the final blow himself. For that, he was holding a magical orb in his hands. Using it, he began issuing commands to the monster, as if it were just a pawn on his chessboard. Galt was incredulous to see Granz could control such a dangerous creature, and remarked that the power of that sacred treasure was truly frightening. Granchen, curious and confident, decided to test the monster's strength with a punch, but saw it didn't even leave a scratch on the creature, proving it was extremely tough. In a corner, Alice watched everything, clearly scared by what they were doing. He wanted to understand the plan better, and asked what the goal of all this was. Granz then made it clear that no floor boss really mattered to them. The real objective was the orb, because outside that dungeon there was nothing else to fear. Gran listened to this with concern, while Granz continued explaining that with that orb they could even destroy a city. When the city was nearly in ruins, they would appear as saviors, defeat the monsters, and be celebrated as heroes. Alan was shocked to hear this plan, and couldn't believe what they were saying. He protested, demanding they release him immediately. Karts mocked him, asking if he even understood what they were proposing. Glenn insisted they let him go and tried to play it off as just a joke to break the heavy mood. But Granz, with a cold smile, said it really was a terrible joke. He revealed he saw the orb as the key to completely changing his miserable life, believing that with it he would become the most powerful of all. Full of arrogance, he raised the orb and said the entire world would have to bow to him. However, at that moment, the orb shattered into several pieces in front of everyone. The shock was total because no one could believe what was happening. The atmosphere grew even tenser when the eye of the monster before them began to glow an intense red. Without giving them any chance to react, the creature lunged, grabbed Gelt with its claws, and crushed his body brutally without any mercy. Granz panicked and, realizing the disaster, ordered everyone to flee as fast as possible. Glenn was shouting that the monster was following them, but Granz told him to shut up and just run, warning that anyone left behind would die. As they ran, Granz thought to himself that he couldn't die in a place like that because his story couldn't end so pathetically. Karts wondered in despair how things had gotten to this point, but Alan interrupted him, saying it was better to save the questions for later and focus on staying alive. But at that critical moment, Alan felt a sharp pain in his back as he was struck. To his surprise, it was Granz himself who had attacked him. Confused and betrayed, Alan asked why he had done that. Granz explained explained that it was the leader's order, and that Alan needed to face the monster to buy time for the others to escape. Alan, shocked, refused to act as bait, saying he would never do something so vile. Grants, trying to sound nobler, said he wasn't telling him to sacrifice himself as bait in a dirty way, but needed him to save his friends, just like the legendary Isaac, whom Alan so admired. Speaking in a cold tone, Grants told Alan not to disappoint him. He then activated a special ability on him called Warrior's Gathering, which had the power to draw the attention of all monsters to a specific target, whether a human or a weapon. At that moment, the monster was already right in front of Alan, ready to attack. Grants believed that if they could move deeper into the dungeon, the monster wouldn't be able to reach them, even being a floor boss. But suddenly, he paused to reflect, feeling that something was very wrong. He thought that ever since that group of outsiders had arrived, everything had gone wrong for them. Then, amid the chaos, they all began to hear a strange music echoing through the corridors. The sound was eerie, and as it grew louder, they realized other monsters were approaching quickly, making their situation even more dangerous. Grants looked at the path ahead and reflected that he really wanted to avoid fighting monsters in the deeper layers of the dungeon, but with everything that was happening, they no longer had a choice. Soon after, he noticed something even more alarming. The creatures appearing weren't ordinary monsters, but sirens, beings known for their hypnotic song. Realizing the danger, Grants pressed his hands hard over his ears, shouting for everyone not to listen to that treacherous music. However, Glenn noticed something strange. Even with his ears covered, the melody kept flowing through his mind, impossible to block. Desperate to react, Grants tried to attack one of the sirens with his spear, but ended up paralyzed before he could complete the strike. The music grew stronger and stronger in their heads, until Grants was completely dominated, falling into a state of brainwashing. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, Rude's group was fighting ordinary monsters. He took them down with steady blows, while Alamira cheerfully hunted, saying she planned to dry that meat, make a good roast, and that it would go really well with a drink. In this calmer moment, Alicia became alarmed when she noticed something approaching at high speed. She commented that it wasn't just any monster, but a human presence. Soon after, the guild group appeared, running and stopping in front of them. Rude looked at them with disdain, remembering they didn't seem to have learned their lesson last time. But Alicia noticed Alan wasn't with them, and realized something was very wrong. Before they could talk, Grants charged at Rude with his spear. Rude managed to block the attack with his sword, but immediately noticed Grants's movements were completely different, more aggressive and erratic. Using his analysis ability, Rude quickly understood that Grants was in a state of brainwashing. He warned the rest of the group about it. Soon after, Karts attacked Alicia, but she managed to defend herself firmly using her weapon, Dial, while Rude struggled to contain the brainwashed companions. Alamira casually asked if he needed help, but before she could react, Glenn tried to attack Alamira from behind. She turned quickly and blocked the strike effortlessly. Alamira, irritated, coldly commented that for a mere human to dare bare his fangs at her was the same as wishing for death. As she prepared to kill Glenn, Rude intervened, asking her not to do it. Alamira, surprised by the request, wanted to know the reason for such nonsense. Alamira explained in a harsh tone that since she had started living in that form, she had begun to understand humanity's rules differently. She said that people's insolent behavior was precisely because of those rules, and that even under brainwashing, those men were attacking with the intent to kill. Therefore, being in a dungeon, there was no reason not to kill them. Rude, however, insisted that he didn't want her to kill them. He remembered everything Alan had told him and explained that if she did that, Alan would be even sadder. Alamira couldn't hold back her laughter and mocked Rude, asking if he really cared about that blonde brat. But Rude answered seriously, saying he himself had forgiven monsters that killed his family when he was a child. That's why he knew very well how Alan felt at that moment. It was a very deep loneliness. He explained that friends were too precious, and for that reason he was asking Alamira to understand just this once. With a sigh, Alamira relented. She let go of Glenn's neck, giving him just a punch in the stomach to knock him out, saying at least she would leave him half dead. Alicia had also managed to defeat another enemy, and mentioned it casually. Rude thanked her, relieved. Next, Alicia used his Nomia ability to create an earthen hand to restrain another enemy, but Grants managed to break it with a spear strike. Seeing this, Rude told Alicia to leave him to him. He then activated his telekinetic charge, causing a controlled explosion that finally knocked Grants down. The fight ended with the three opponents lying unconscious on the ground. Sometime later, Grants regained consciousness, and proud, grumbled that he hadn't asked anyone to save his life. Alicia sarcastically questioned what kind of attitude that was, saying the least he should do was thank them. Rude, however, ignored the provocations. He simply said the most important thing now was to know where Alan was. Grants tried to avoid the subject, looking away and dodging the question. Irritated, Rude pressed harder, demanding a clear answer. With no way to lie, Grants finally admitted they had left Alan on the dungeon's deepest floor. He explained it had been the only choice they had, if they wanted to survive. Hearing this, Rude felt his fury rising even more, determined to solve it at any cost. Grants started shouting at Rude, saying it wasn't his fault, because he hadn't had a choice. He tried to justify what he'd done, but Rude, overcome with rage, lost control, and landed several punches on his face, calling him a bastard. After venting his anger, Rude took a deep breath and told everyone to get out of his way immediately before he regretted what he might do. He then turned to Alamira and Alicia, saying they needed to help Alan as quickly as possible. He asked them to lend him a bit of their strength for that. Alicia, serious, replied that he didn't even need to ask, since of course they were going to help. After all, they were a group, and had to act like one. Alamira, more carefree, commented that she thought Alan might not even be savable unforgivable, but at least hoped for the best dinner ever in the end. Rude, trying to stay calm, thanked them both. He explained that in that case they would go all in for the lower floors without hesitation. But at that moment, everyone felt something strange in the air, a heavy sensation coming toward them. They looked at each other, confused, trying to understand what it was. Alicia noticed that the sea around them was turning red, something completely abnormal. She wondered aloud how that was possible. Alumira, more experienced with magical energy, explained that it seemed the very nature of the sea had changed, becoming saturated with a high concentration of magical energy. Because of that, soon a large number of monsters would gather in that area. Alicia remembered that normally, when something strange happened inside a dungeon, the standard procedure would be to retreat to regroup and recover. But that day, the strategy had to be different. She said there was no way to run anymore, and that the only option was to advance with everything they had. Then Alicia activated a spell to let everyone swim as fast as possible. The current began pulling them along, speeding up their crossing. They used the force of the water to reach the next floor more quickly. Some monsters appeared in their path, but they were defeated quickly thanks to their teamwork. As they advanced, Alumira asked curiously why Rude wasn't canceling her magic like he had done before. Rude paused to think and replied that he could do it if he wanted to. But Alicia explained that this wasn't ordinary support magic. She was actually asking Erdaliel to manipulate the water flow to help them. She reminded Rude of when they had flown through the sky before, saying it was the same principle, using Erdaliel's magic power to control the environment in their favor. As they kept swimming, they suddenly began hearing a strange song echoing through the water. They realized too late that they had run right into a group of sirens. Alicia became alarmed when she noticed that the song had the power to control minds. Rude, staying calm, said it was mind control and assured them he could handle it, since negative effects like that didn't work on him. Without hesitating, Rude moved in and drove his sword into one of the sirens' chests, explaining to himself that when monsters looked too human, he completely lost his appetite to cook or eat them. Alumira, however, mocked him, calling him pathetic, and said she would take care of it. She sliced the siren in half with one strike and separated the part that still looked like a fish, saying now he could cook it without guilt. The other two sirens, seeing this brutal scene, became terrified and fled quickly. Rude looked at the now clear path and said he would leave it at that, since the top priority was reaching the deeper levels of the dungeon to find Alan. However, the two surviving sirens didn't go away for good. They only retreated far enough to activate a special ability called Song of Madness, which spread a hypnotic melody through the area. This song reached a group of Sahajan nearby, sending them into a frenzy. Alicia realized the danger and warned that a group of completely crazed Sahajan was heading their way. Rude asked her to be very careful, admitting that maybe they should have killed the sirens when they had the chance. He told her to get ready because the enemies were coming. Soon, they were fighting the school of Sahajin. Rude noticed there were so many, he couldn't even track all their movements properly. Alumira, sounding irritated, remarked that those fishmen never learned and that maybe it was time to teach them another lesson. But before she could act with full strength, a squid monster appeared suddenly and used its tentacles to bind Alumira's arms and legs, immobilizing her. To make things even worse, a colossal sea dragon emerged in front of them. They understood instantly that because of the high concentration of magical energy in the sea, monsters from deeper levels were starting to rise to that floor, making the situation even more dangerous. Alumira looked at the scene seriously and commented that things had gotten a lot more complicated now that a sea dragon had shown up. She realized she had no other choice and told herself she would have to use a special move. She then shouted to Rude and Alicia, ordering them to draw the Sahajan away from her. She also told them to get away as fast as they could, making it clear that if they stayed there, they'd be caught in the explosion she was about to unleash. Rude, confused and alarmed, wondered what the hell Alumira was planning. Elitzia, meanwhile, felt a chill as she realized how serious things were. She told Rude she had a bad feeling about it, and that it was best to do exactly what Alumira was telling them without hesitation. At that moment, Alumira began to roar so fiercely that even the monsters themselves shrank back in fear. The roar echoed through the dungeon, creating a heavy silence before the chaos resumed. Alicia urgently pulled Rude, saying it was time for them to get out of there as quickly as possible. As they retreated, some Sahajan, confused by the roar and the general panic, ended up charging straight at Alumira and grabbed her tightly, trying to hold her down. Seeing this, Rude shouted her name, completely worried about what might happen to her. But Alumira, even while restrained, stayed calm and simply told him to watch. That was when an intense, almost blinding light filled the entire dungeon chamber. The light was so strong that everything seemed to freeze for an instant. When the glare finally began to fade, Rude and Alicia could see Alumira completely transformed into her true dragon form. Her presence dominated the space, immense and imposing, with gleaming scales and sharp eyes full of controlled fury. Alumira, now in her complete draconic form, stared down the sea dragon without any hesitation. With a powerful, echoing voice, she declared that everyone there would finally get the chance to witness a battle worthy of monsters, making it clear there would be no more holding back or mercy in that fight. The flash engulfed the entire area. Alicia already knew what stood before them, and soon the dragon began fighting that strange creature. She realized they were facing the Calamity Dragon, and the monster even had the audacity to bite it, causing blood to spray everywhere. Rude was deeply distressed by what he was witnessing, yet also amazed because the Calamity Dragon was Alumira's true form, and Alumira wasn't even treating the fight as something serious. Quickly, she used one of her abilities, the Calamity Dragon's cannon, blasting a massive hole through the monster. At that moment, both of them understood just how powerful Alumira truly was. Rude Rude thanked her for saving them, and Alamira commented that this form consumed a great deal of magical energy, which is why she didn't like using it often. But in a situation like that, she had no other choice, and she couldn't maintain that form for long. Suddenly, several other monsters began to appear. Alicia felt they should retreat and regroup, but Rude disagreed. To him, they needed to keep going. Even Alamira, in her massive dragon form, thought he was going a bit crazy, but Rude insisted she should hear his plan first. He had a strategy. After explaining it, both of them went along with it, and Alamira, still in her draconic form, headed straight toward the monsters, who seemed slightly uneasy. Alamira felt an intense itch in her mouth, all because Alicia and Rude were getting a ride in the worst way possible inside it. Alicia admitted the plan was a bit reckless, but to Rude, they couldn't afford to waste time. They had to save Alan. Alamira simply thought he was being careless, since he didn't even know if he'd survive in the end, but he promised to make it up to her when everything was over. The real problem was that the fish-like monsters kept pestering the Calamity Dragon. Still, she had a shortcut and warned them they might get dizzy inside her mouth, and also told them not to fall into her stomach. Then she charged straight through the monsters, leaving the two of them panicking inside her, until she finally gave them the good news. They had arrived. Rude thanked her for the ride, especially since she had managed to avoid the enemies along the way. They were right at the entrance to the boss floor when they saw something glowing. It was Alamira, back in her human form. She explained that staying in that form was exhausting. Rude asked if she was okay, and she confirmed she was, but she had used up all her power and needed to absorb mana, so she would have to stay out of the fight for a while. She also hoped Rude could get her something tasty to eat later. Rude readily agreed and opened the door, only to find the Scissor King. He immediately grew worried about Alan. They saw Alan's pendant in the creature's possession, which made Rude extremely anxious. Alicia, on the other hand, believed they might have arrived too late. Alamira, however, didn't think it was the time to grieve. Rude understood. He just wanted to avenge Alan's suffering. Using his high-speed swimming ability, he charged straight at the Scissor King, while the massive creature fired bubble shots at him. Rude realized he wouldn't have time to dodge, but Alicia provided support. Alamira found it quite interesting how Alicia could alter the trajectory of the enemy's attack. Grateful for the help, Rude drew his sword, practically declaring the Scissor King's end, until the creature turned its body into steel. At that moment, Rude failed to land his strike and was slammed into the wall by a powerful counterattack. Still, he didn't want to worry the others and insisted he was fine. He then checked the monster's stats and declared he'd make a crab stew once the battle was over. Alicia was certain physical attacks wouldn't work, so she decided to use her specialty. She asked Rude to distract the creature, and he charged at the Scissor King. He had a huge advantage in mobility, coating his body with mana while simultaneously enhancing his abilities. Then he used an earth element magic principle, creating the perfect distraction, and signaled Alicia that it was the right moment. She unleashed her Thunder Hammer skill, delivering a massive electric shock to the giant crab. Even so, she wasn't sure if it had worked. The Scissor King retaliated with bubble shots aimed at her, but Rude didn't hesitate. He grabbed her and pulled her to safety. She thanked him, yet they were both frustrated, as even magical attacks were being blocked by the hellish crab's tough shell. Considering it was the strongest enemy they had faced so far, Rude began recalling the other creatures they had fought before. Suddenly, before they could decide on their next move, the Scissor King unleashed a water-based magic skill, a massive whirlpool. Alicia and Rude quickly dodged the attack. At that moment, Rude asked her to draw the creature's attention for a moment. He had a plan. Alicia played along, launching several attacks just to irritate the crab. Alicia had already noticed that when they got close, the Scissor King tried to attack with its hellish claws, but when they kept some distance, it resorted to bubble shots. Curious about how it would react, she launched another electric attack. Meanwhile, Alamira observed everything from afar. Then, suddenly, Alicia jumped on top of the crab, riding it like a mount. Rude found it hilarious, but Alicia had definitely been reckless at that moment. Alamira wanted to know why he had stepped away from the front line for a moment, and he realized that the key to defeating the Scissor King was a monster he still hadn't eaten, the flesh of a Sahuagin and a mermaid. Without hesitation, he took a bite. Alamira never imagined he would eat it raw, reminding him to save some for her, but he said he'd cook something proper for her after everything was over. Soon, Rude gained new abilities. Meanwhile, the girl who was actually the Calamity Dragon grew curious about the taste, and he replied that monsters were much better when cooked. Rude was already thinking about a proper meal, beer and crab, and Alamira was counting on him to make it. Then he rushed toward the crab, which was being toyed with by Alicia, who was practically riding it like a horse. She believed the Scissor King's weakness was that it relied too much on its defense. Then she noticed that the bubbles coming from the creature were actually poisonous. With no other choice, she had to retreat, but the Scissor King still managed to hit her. Rude quickly caught her, and she complained that he had taken a bit too long. He apologized for making her wait, but assured her he had found a way to destroy the monster. At that very moment, the creature launched another attack, causing a massive impact. The Calamity Dragon watched from afar, but Rude was faster. Neither he nor Alicia were hit. Seizing the opportunity, he used his impact skill to counterattack. Alicia was impressed. Rude had realized that the crab's resistance was useless against internal damage. He struck again with the same attack, and before the pendant could fall, he grabbed it with all his strength. Rude was determined to avenge his comrade. Suddenly, the crab launched poisonous blades toward him. Alicia explained the situation, but Rude told her not to worry. He could handle it. He could neutralize the poison, though he momentarily lost sight of the crab. Taking advantage of that, the creature attacked again. Fully focused, Rude managed to defend himself with his sword, blocking all of the Scissor King's rapid strikes. Frustrated, frustrated that his opponent kept disappearing, he seized a moment when it couldn't hide and unleashed a roar directly at it. That allowed him to locate the crab again, and he followed up with another impact attack. Soon the Scissor King's color began to change. Alicia realized its defense had been worn down, and together they launched a combined attack. Rude, wielding his sword empowered by Alicia's lightning, delivered such a brutal strike that he split the crab in half. Almira was impressed by what she had just witnessed. Alicia admitted the monster had been tough to deal with, but Rude was grateful for gaining the Sahagan's ability. Even so, they all mourned Alan. Rude saw his former self in him. He too had lost his parents at a young age and had been called a miasma scavenger. He had been alone. Back then, he had been saved by the leader of the White Wave Blade. Even so, Almira told him there was nothing more they could do. They should focus on returning to the city and preparing. Alicia didn't like how cold Almira sounded about Alan's death. At that moment, Almira made it clear, what could Rude do for the dead, other than judge villains by human standards? She also added that eating raw food was pretty dull. Alicia agreed. They should move forward and make those responsible pay for their crimes. They were close to the dungeon's core. Rude wanted to build a grave for Alan when they returned, while Almira just hoped they wouldn't forget about the crab. They opened another door and found something very strange. Almira wanted to know what the hell it was. None of them knew, and then she started eating it, leaving Rude uneasy since she had no idea what it was, yet was tasting it anyway. Almira said she could smell humans, so it seemed to be some kind of magical tool made by them. Rude wanted to understand its purpose, and Alicia wasn't sure what would happen if they just left it there. Rude decided to destroy it. He drew his sword and struck the strange object, but the moment he did, he was injured, and blood splattered into the air. The two girls immediately grew worried. Then they heard a voice saying it bore no grudge against Rude, but simply couldn't allow him to destroy it. The mysterious being laughed, while the Calamity Dragon demanded it show itself. Suddenly, it appeared, asking whether for a greater purpose, Rude would be willing to become a sacrifice. The problem was, the being had taken on Alan's appearance. Alicia was completely confused. Up until now, Alan was supposed to be dead. Rude at that moment just wanted to understand what was going on, and he was furious. Meanwhile, Alan stood there with a smile on his face, declaring that everything was part of a plan to send the submarine temple's labyrinth into a frenzy. Almira hadn't realized it at all, and Alan began manipulating that strange object they didn't understand, stating that the labyrinth would soon collapse and monsters would overrun the surface world. Rude couldn't understand why Alan would do something like that, and declared he wouldn't allow it. Alan responded coldly, asking when he had ever asked for Rude's permission to destroy the world. Rude questioned whether Alan even understood what he was saying, and Alan affirmed it, making it clear that his mind had never been so clear. However, when Rude checked Alan's stats, he saw that he was under brainwashing. At that moment, Alicia used Oldire, launching a powerful attack at Alan. He fell to the ground, still laughing, saying that was to be expected from a former S-rank adventurer. She was strong even while weakened. Almira informed them that there was a barrier of darkness around that object, and to destroy the labyrinth's core, they would have to defeat Alan. Rude explained that Alan was under someone's control, and Alicia finally understood why he had been acting so strangely. Rude declared that he would bring Alan back to normal, but Rude could barely stand, and the girls didn't think he should act in that state, seeing that the swordsman was only a burden at that moment. Almira gave him something to eat. Alicia made it clear that she would save Alan, but he found it amusing how condescending elves could be, saying she was wrong. Even knowing he was brainwashed, Alicia felt his personality had changed too much. She felt like knocking some sense into him, and immediately, Alan drew his sword and shattered her attack. She was shocked, and in the next instant, Alan kicked her hard. Rude quickly caught Alasia, clearly worried about her. She thanked him but asked about his injuries. Rude explained he was fine. Eating the Scissor King had restored his energy and mana. Alan was completely surprised, since he had cut Rude earlier. He couldn't understand how Rude had eaten the Scissor King. Rude just wanted answers, while Alicia explained that she had lowered her guard, and that Alan was using dark magic, drastically increasing his attributes at the cost of his life force. Alan stated that the only miscalculation in his plan had been all of them. Rude had no interest in listening further, and charged at him. Alan blocked the attack effortlessly. Rude just wanted him to wake up. Then Alan asked if Rude didn't think it was insane, those who harm their own comrades and run away. Rude was confused. Alan revealed that his little sister had been killed by that world. Rude had no idea what he was talking about. Calling him Isaac, Alan demanded to know why she had to die. If the world was so distorted, then he would destroy it and rebuild it from scratch. He tried to attack again, but was suddenly stopped. A wall of earth rose before him, and multiple hands of earth emerged, restraining him. Confused, he heard Alicia say that the scratch he gave her earlier actually hurt, and when he returned to normal, he'd owe her a drink. She then called for Rude to move in. In an instant, Rude appeared behind Alan, using his technique to bring him back. He had neutralized the brainwashing effect. Alicia and even Rude felt relieved, but in the next second, everything went wrong. With a smile on his face, Alan attacked Alicia from behind, striking her hard and leaving Rude in shock. She apologized to Rude for lowering her guard, but the swordsman blamed himself. She reassured him it wasn't too serious. The cut wasn't that deep, but still apologized for not being able to help for a while. Rude then called Almira, asking her to take care of Alicia. At that moment, Alan declared that Rude was far too naive. He had known that if he placed a brainwashing status on himself, Rude would try to save him, and that would create an opening. But the truth was, he had never been brainwashed at all. He was doing everything of his own free will. Rude was outraged. Alan insisted that Rude of all people should understand him, that the world would be better off destroyed. Then the scene shifts to 100 years years ago. Alan arrives in desperation, calling out for his mother, but when he reaches her, she is already dead. Nearby, his little sister is still alive. Her name was Mira, and she explains that monsters had suddenly attacked the village, but he didn't even want his sister to speak. From what he could tell, she was showing symptoms of hydra poisoning. Still, he was determined to save her, so he carried her in his arms, praying she could hold on a little longer, since they would soon arrive at the church in the royal capital, believing the priest could heal her. But when they finally got there, the guards told them to go back home. That left Alan desperate, as he explained that his sister needed a cure for poisoning. At that moment, the guard made it very clear that the high priest wouldn't waste his time on beggars like them. Furious, Alan declared that his sister was dying, until the high priest himself appeared, asking what all the noise was about. The guard quickly apologized to the old man, and said he would get rid of the two of them. At that moment, Alan begged the high priest to save his sister. The old man looked at them for a moment, and treated them like they were nothing. He simply walked past them, saying he felt disgust toward a worthless brat like him, and ordered the guards to throw the trash out. If the boy didn't behave properly, they were free to get rid of both of them, even kill them. Alan began to cry as he carried his sister to a bed. She felt like a burden to him, which bothered Alan, so he reassured her that she would be fine, and that he would find a way to cure her. But Mira, his little sister, only wished for her brother to live his life, and made it clear that she loved him. He loved her too, and at that moment she died, leaving Alan in tears. He believed that if he had at least some power or money, he could have done something for her. But in the end, he couldn't do anything for his sister. He was left devastated, thinking that a world like that meant nothing to him. Then a man noticed Alan, believing the boy looked like he had just seen the end of the world. The one-eyed man approached him, and Alan, confused, told the old man to go away. The man simply wanted to understand what made the boy so desperate, asking if it was a lack of honor or money. Alan made it clear that he had neither, and that was why his sister had died. The Cyclops-like man said that staying like that wouldn't change anything. They needed to sharpen their blade to protect the weak. That caught Alan's attention. The man said that if the boy sought power, he should come with him, because the blades of the white wave would lend him strength, all for the sake of the weak. Then the scene shifts to the two of them training with swords on the beach. The one-eyed man says Alan is an excellent swordsman and has improved a lot. Alan thanks him and promises he will win that day. The entire world is. But the one-eyed man disarms him, pointing out that his footwork is too hesitant. Alan admits he is no match for Isaac, but Isaac is certain the boy will surpass him within a year, since he has talent. Alan is very happy to have met Isaac, as he was able to join the Blades of the White Wave, explaining that he used to hate everything in that world. If he had faced monsters sooner, maybe he wouldn't have lost his family. And if he had honor and money, he could have saved his sister. The very church that let his sister die made him hate everyone. Isaac understands he doesn't want the boy to forget his past, but believes it's better for him to use his talent to save as many people as he can, since that was the mission left to him. Alan agrees. He is determined to make the Blades of the White Wave the strongest group, and he also wants to surpass Isaac and become their leader. Isaac jokes that the kid is already trying to undermine him, saying he's thinking 100 years ahead. Then the scene shifts to both of them, completely shocked. An enormous horde of monsters is heading straight toward them, and they see no option but to run. They panic. Isaac decides to stay behind to draw the monsters' attention, so everyone else can escape. Alan realizes what Isaac is doing and breaks down. After everything, he can't believe he has once again lost someone important to him. He only wishes Isaac could rest in peace, certain that the Blades of the White Wave will carry on his legacy. Then someone comments that Isaac was an idiot, saying he died too easily, and starts laughing. Another member says it was simply his sense of justice taking over. They actually find it amusing. Alan hears all of this, confused. Those men are happy, because Isaac left behind a small amount of money, and they can throw a party with it. Then a bald man tries to remind them that the money was meant to help the weak, but they argue that they themselves are poor, and that Isaac would be very happy if they used it to drink and celebrate. At that moment, Alan stood up. While those guys claimed that without money, there's no way to cure diseases, because that's just how the world works, and to them it didn't matter. Alan was outraged. He would never forgive them, feeling an overwhelming urge to kill them. Suddenly, one of the men opened the door and knocked him to the ground, making him bleed heavily. One of the members of the Blades of the White Wave declared that Alan shouldn't get ahead of himself, warning that he couldn't win. That same man then announced that he was the new leader of the Blades of the White Wave, and if Alan had a problem with that, he could just leave. He even went as far as to say Alan should have died along with Isaac. Furious, Alan realized he had no friends and no power, and didn't know what to do until suddenly, someone asked for permission to save him from the darkness in his heart. Caught off guard, Alan demanded to know who was there. The man made it clear that both society and the church had let Alan's sister die. The masses, who only care about themselves, aren't the only ones who are insane. That strange man declared that there was no longer any salvation in such a rotten world, so they should purify it together in order to bring true salvation. Alan began to go along with him as the man claimed they would change the world and rebuild its order, inviting Alan to join. At that moment, Alan hesitated. He knew very well he had been following the doctrine of protecting the weak with his blade. The man then pointed out that the capital turns a blind eye to corruption while its power grows, and the extreme gap between classes ensures that the weak are always victims of tragedy. At that moment, Alan began to remember everything that had happened to his sister, how the high priest ignored her, leading to her death. The mysterious man then urged him to destroy the world's order, claiming it was the only way to save the weak. Alan was still reluctant, while the man kept repeating the same words Isaac once told him, asking him to lend his strength. At that moment, Alan saw Isaac in him. Then Alan Alan explained to everyone present that his sister Mira had been killed by that world. Rude didn't disagree that the world was unjust. He revealed that his own parents had been killed by monsters when he was a child. He had become an orphan, hunted and despised, so he understood how Alan felt. But along his journey, he found companions, and thanks to them, he didn't come to hate the entire world. However, Alan didn't care about what Rude was saying. He had never had what Rude had, and ever since he lost Isaac, he no longer had faith in anything. Rude couldn't see any sense in what Alan was trying to do. To him, Alan was simply taking out all his hatred on countless innocent people. But for Alan, it was inevitable. Great revolutions always demand sacrifice. Realizing there was no other choice, Rude decided he would have to stop the one who was once his comrade. Alan didn't care and charged straight at Rude. Rude was surprised by how fast Alan was, but he managed to block the attack just in time. Still, Alan didn't give up, and their sword fight became intense. Alan believed Rude was nothing special, and at that moment Rude used his lightning ability. Alan was hit, but he released his energy and barely felt the impact. He then struck Rude with a kick, making Rude realize he needed to deal with that ability. Alamira already knew. It was the Black Armor of Life, an ability that converts vitality into strength, something extremely dangerous. She even tested Rude a bit, saying Alan was pushing himself hard and wouldn't last long if he kept it up. Rude asked if that was true, and Alan made it clear he didn't care. So long as he reached his goal, it didn't matter if he died. He also told Rude that he never truly wanted to kill him, and even invited him to change the world together. As he rushed forward once more, Rude quickly used his poison ability, launching attacks toward Alan, who managed to block them. However, Alan became concerned. That was the Poison Stinger ability, and he clearly remembered Rude using lightning earlier. He couldn't understand how Rude had so many abilities. He knew those powers came from monsters, so he asked if Rude could use monster abilities, realizing the swordsman had a huge advantage. Suddenly, he noticed a sphere of poison forming, and things started to get dangerous for him. Even so, he charged at Rude, declaring that nothing could stop him. He was already burning away his own life with the ability he was using, so poison alone wasn't enough to make him hesitate. At that moment, as something approached him, he tried to defend himself and slashed at it, but it was only a distraction. Rude quickly appeared behind him and used his substitution skill, canceling the effect of the Black Armor of Life. That's when Rude finally understood why support magic didn't work on Alan. At the same time, it meant he could cancel his opponent's support abilities as well. In that instant, he punched Alan straight in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Rude made it clear that punch was for Alicia, and that he was certain Isaac wouldn't be proud of what Alan had become. He also believed that Mira, Alan's sister, would never have wished for a future like this for him. Enraged, Alan shouted for him to shut up. Rude was sure that deep down, Alan already knew all of that, but Alan, consumed by fury, kept yelling at him to be quiet, as if darkness had completely taken over him. He declared that he couldn't turn back anymore. Suddenly, his body began to change. Rude couldn't understand what was happening, and the two girls were equally shocked. It was something grotesque to witness. Alan declared that he would bring a new order to the world, that his blades existed to protect the weak, but now he had strange, writhing tentacles. Rude realized Alan had undergone a mutation, essentially turning into a monster. Unlucky for him, he was struck by one of those tentacles, and slammed hard into the ground. The attack was brutal, proving just how powerful Alan had become. Alan couldn't stop thinking that if he had possessed power before, he could have saved his sister. Rude then asked Alamira what was happening to him. She explained that a demonic energy was residing within Alan's body, causing a monstrous transformation. She added that when this happens to humans, they usually lose their reason and act purely on instinct. What shocked her was that Alan was still maintaining his consciousness. Alan then revealed that someone had taught him techniques to suppress the symptoms of the transformation and control the monster within, but he refused to say who. He made it clear they didn't need to know, because he was more than willing to kill everyone there. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the girls, but Rude stepped in and blocked the attack, stating that he was the real opponent. At the same time, Rude used the Scissor King's tempering ability. Alan was stunned. He recognized that power immediately. In the next instant, Rude used Lightning Step and struck him, then grabbed one of the tentacles with brute force and activated a muscle enhancement skill, slamming Alan violently into the ground. Even so, Alan started laughing, impressed by Rude's techniques. Alamira noticed that Alan was speaking so casually. His personality had clearly changed. Alan declared that he was now a mutant, far superior to Rude, and that he would prove the difference in their power. Rude still cared about Alan, but seeing what he had become, there was no turning back. Their swords clashed, but Alan had the advantage with his tentacles, using them to strike. Rude managed to block, but he recognized that Alan's strength was overwhelming. Even so, he refused to lose. He leaped forward and attacked with full force. The girls couldn't believe what they saw. Rude had just sliced off one of the tentacles, but the severed limb suddenly wrapped itself around his body. Alan smirked and pointed out that Rude had let his guard down again. He made it clear that cutting the tentacles was useless. They could still be used just like that. Declaring Rude's efforts meaningless, Alan grabbed him with another tentacle and began squeezing him tightly. He seemed to enjoy watching his opponent suffer. In response, Rude activated his lightning ability again, but Alan only mocked him, calling his efforts pathetic. He tightened his grip even more, forcing Rude to scream in pain. Elisa shouted for Alan to stop immediately, irritated by her voice. Alan called her a noisy elf and caused rocks to collapse toward both girls. At that moment, Rude grew deeply worried about Elisa and Alumira, while Alumira in turn was furious, as Alan had clearly underestimated her. Alan made it very clear to his opponent that he intended to kill his companions after finishing him off, but Rude refused refused to let that happen. Meanwhile, Alan seemed to be enjoying the situation, claiming that Rude no longer had the energy to save anyone, and once again invited him to change the world together with someone else. Rude demanded to know who Alan was referring to, and Alan promised that if Rude joined him, he could guarantee the safety of his companions. Rude found that completely ridiculous, while Alan declared that they would fix the world together, explaining that Lord Ida would guide them. Alan only wanted Rude's help so they could create a new world, but Rude assumed it was nothing more than a bad joke. To him, if Alan had had good companions, things might have turned out differently. Alan found that unfortunate, as he had genuinely liked Rude, and at that moment, he began to infect him. However, Rude couldn't help but think that the one who was truly pitiful was Alan. Suddenly, Alan started coughing up blood. Alamira was certain it was the side effects of the black armor of life, which had consumed all of Alan's life during the battle. Rude grew deeply concerned for his comrade, especially since the side effects should have been transferred, and he tried to make that happen by any means, but Alamira warned him it was useless. Once a life is lost, it never returns. Elisha then asked Rude to listen to Alan's final words. Suddenly, Rude slammed his head against Alan's, taking advantage of his lowered guard, and launched an attack at him. Alan told him to stop, claiming it was pointless, and sent his tentacles toward the swordsman. Rude quickly used his rotation ability and managed to evade them. Alan remarked that things had taken a turn for the worse for him, as Rude charged toward that bizarre monstrosity, striking him with all his might, trying to snap Alan out of his madness. He combined his thunder power with the sword strike, while the two girls could only watch from the rubble. Alan eventually lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he realized he had been defeated. Rude made it clear that what Alan had done was unforgivable. At that moment, Alan asked Rude to kill him, knowing his sins could never be forgiven. Rude explained that death was not a way to escape, and that Alan needed to face his mistakes as a human, not as a monster. Rude recalled the time he had been swallowed by Graham. He had failed to transfer the burden. He had gained the ability to manipulate mana, and at that moment he wanted Alan to accept it. Then the monster emerged. Rude realized the creature had finally revealed itself, and told it to get away from both him and Alan. Rude had cancelled Alan's monstrous mutation, and luckily, he possessed immunity to diseases, allowing Alan to return to normal. The swordsman then asked if he was alright. Alan was in complete disbelief, as the mutation had been undone. Rude then told the girls they would destroy the labyrinth's core and return to the surface, since Alicia needed immediate treatment. Suddenly, Alan started laughing. Rude asked what was so funny, and Alan explained that if an adventurer like Rude had been there when his little sister needed help, she wouldn't have died. If he had met Rude as he is now, perhaps he would have had a different future. Alan had been willing to kill innocent people to change the world, but deep down, he knew the truth. Mira would never have wanted that. He acknowledged that his plan needed to be stopped. Then Rude handed him the pendant, which came as a grateful surprise. Rude knew it was precious to him, and Alan's eyes filled with tears as he remembered Mira and everything that had happened to her. Her smile was etched into his memory, and she had been wearing that pendant. He thanked Rude for it, but suddenly began coughing up blood again, realizing he didn't have much time left. Rude's eyes filled with tears as Alan asked him to make the world a place where the weak could live happily. He told Rude to do it in his own way. He only wanted a world where the weak could be saved, and with that, he died. Rude then promised Alan that he would find Ita and make sure his plan was stopped. Elisha then remembered the diary Rude had shown her. In the end, the diary revealed that Ita had already died, but the swordsman wanted to confirm whether that was true. He intended to do so once they reached the surface. After quickly destroying the core was no longer protected by the barrier of darkness. The Lumira had already explained that it would collapse once its bearer fell, and so Rude split the core in half. A blinding flash erupted across the area, and the color of the sea began to return. Destroying the core had truly caused the labyrinth to disappear. Perhaps the chaos had finally been calmed. Rude had never really stopped to analyze it. He didn't even know what a labyrinth truly was, which only made the Dragon of Calamity even more impatient. In any case, they needed to return to the surface before everything collapsed. Still, they wanted to give Alan a proper farewell. The scene then shifted to the current leader of the White Wave Blades, who declared that things had gone terribly wrong. They had been found out for using Alan as bait. Those guys were truly despicable, and they knew it was only a matter of time before they were caught. After all, they had implanted monsters into Alan using the power of the orc. They didn't even know what to do anymore. They were so corrupt that their adventurer licenses had already been revoked, and they were even considering selling slaves just to survive. The leader of the White Wave Blades had no intention of being captured, no matter what. However, one of the members was trembling, insisting that they should stop immediately. He no longer wanted to accumulate so many sins, and for the pride of the White Wave Blades, he tried to make a suggestion, but another member grabbed him by the neck, calling him a pathetic amateur. He even suggested to the leader that they should dump all the blame on that guy, and the leader seemed to like that idea. Suddenly, a hooded figure entered the place, declaring that all humans were nothing but trash. Everyone immediately demanded to know who he was. The man removed his hood and explained that he was just a passing adventurer. The group's leader quickly recognized him. He had seen him before, back when that same man had begged for his life while badly wounded. Back then, the group had refused to let him go, know, until he offered them an item. The leader instantly recognized it as a blue abyssal pearl and began to think luck was finally on his side. Once again, the man had begged to be spared, but instead the leader had kicked him, telling him he should feel grateful and claiming he would take good care of the item. Now the leader couldn't understand how that man was still alive, since he clearly remembered leaving him to die. The man confirmed that memory and made it clear that the wound from that day still hurt. Naturally, it was because of the orb that had been stolen from him. The man was strange. He suddenly started laughing, saying he couldn't believe things had turned out this way. Even so, he judged the leader to be a complete fool. Suddenly, one of the group members tried to attack him, throwing a dagger. The man casually remarked that this was the very definition of shamelessness, and then with a simple movement, he caught the dagger between his fingers, leaving the attacker in complete disbelief. The strange man calmly said that the one who threw it was too impatient, reminding him that he was still speaking and that he shouldn't act so recklessly without knowing his opponent's strength. The leader grew desperate and ordered the man to leave immediately, threatening to kill him. At that moment, the members prepared to attack, but the man dealt with them effortlessly. He then approached the leader and brought up Alan, explaining that he was a friend of his and that he knew Alan had some kind of debt with him. Startled, the leader backed away, demanding to know what he was talking about. The man explained that Alan had spoken about the leader of the White Wave Blades, referring to him as a third-rate villain. Hearing that, the leader became furious. He activated his strength-enhancing ability and charged forward with a spear strike. But in that instant, the man counterattacked and ripped off the leader's arm, right in front of everyone. The leader screamed in agony, horrified at losing a limb. The man observed that the leader had decent ability and said he wanted to take a closer look. Then, to everyone's shock, he put the severed arm's finger into his mouth. The group members were completely stunned. Yes, exactly what it looked like. The man frowned, saying he didn't like the taste. It had the flavor of a cowardly scoundrel. The leader, terrified, demanded to know what he was. At that moment, the man declared that if he had to name himself, he could be called the Devouring Adventurer. Instantly, he began acquiring a series of abilities from the arm he had just eaten. The leader of the White Wave Blades realized in horror that they were facing a monster. However, the so-called Devouring Adventurer stated that, from his perspective, the real monster was someone who betrayed his own comrades for personal gain. Enraged, the leader tried to attack him again with his remaining arm, but the man was already bored. The leader was foolish enough to keep fighting. In a single swift motion, the man drove his sword straight through him, impaling him completely and leaving his subordinates utterly shocked. He also wondered what those guys would taste like. Then the scene shifted back to Rude and the others. They had returned to the surface, bringing Alan with them. They wanted to hold a proper memorial for him. Alamira was exhausted after spending so much mana, and Alicia wasn't doing well either, having nearly depleted all of hers. Rude realized that battle had left more than just physical scars, and once the memorial was over, they would need to rest. Suddenly they heard someone screaming for help. It was the henchman of the White Wave Blades leader. Rude tried to understand what had happened. The two men were in a panic, until one of them was suddenly struck from behind by the Devouring Adventurer. The girls remained almost expressionless, as they were already too exhausted, while Rude immediately became alert. Now only one of the members remained, and the Devouring Adventurer hoped that this one would be a good sacrifice to feed him. The man was completely terrified. To make things worse, he was just a rookie, desperately claiming he had done nothing wrong, but the Devouring Adventurer judged that he had abandoned Alan when he was injured, so in the end, he was just another selfish coward. The man was struck down while insisting he wasn't like the others. Alicia found it cruel, while Alomira warned the swordsman to be careful. The man before them didn't seem human. Rude apologized to Alicia, saying he would have to entrust Alan to her. Even though she was exhausted, she accepted the responsibility. Meanwhile, the Devouring Adventurer tasted the blood of the man in the cap and admitted it wasn't so bad. The swordsman then approached him, demanding to know who he was. The Devouring Adventurer replied that there was no need to be so afraid. He had merely taken care of some trash that was in the way. He also hoped that Rude and the others had heard the rumors that those scum didn't even deserve to live. He added that the underwater temple labyrinth should already be in destruction mode, and from what he could see, Alan had ultimately been a failure. At that moment, Rude realized something. This man could be Ita. The Devouring Adventurer noticed that Alan had mentioned his name and considered that quite rude. He made it clear that he should be addressed as Count Ita. Rude was now face to face with the man who had manipulated Alan. However, it turned his back on him and gazed toward the city. It was the water city, Ischia. He commented that it was a small but lively place, with a very active trade. He then remarked that it would be fun to destroy it, but since Alan had failed, he would take responsibility himself. Using his ability, he summoned numerous serpents. Rude couldn't understand what he was seeing. Ida intended to erase the city right then and there. Alicia realized that Etta had summoned a Hydra. The Devouring Adventurer, already satisfied for the day, simply wanted some entertainment. Rude looked at the Hydra and remembered his hometown, and how a Hydra had attacked Alan's hometown as well. He declared to Count Ida that he could never forgive him. The Devouring Adventurer began to laugh, and Rude wasted no time charging at his opponent. The Hydra immediately made its move. Etra remarked that everything was happening so quickly, and ordered the Hydra to drown the city in miasma. Alicia grew worried for the swordsman, but Alumira told her not to be. At that moment, Rude withstood the attack of the massive creature. Lifting one of its heads, another head quickly tried to strike him, but Rude leaped away. In any case, the miasma had no effect on him. He resolved that he was no longer the same person. He was no longer the one who could do nothing back then. Remembering his childhood, he launched an attack at the Hydra, severing one of its heads. Etta didn't seem concerned at all. As the swordsman continued his assault, he cut off several more heads heads. Etta then remarked that Rude wasn't bad, noting that hydras were monsters ranked above B class. But Rude didn't care about that. He knew that Ida had attacked his village and had lured Alan into that labyrinth. Ida pretended he had no idea what Rude was talking about, which only enraged him further. Rude charged at him again, demanding answers. This time, Ata confirmed everything. It had all been orchestrated by him. He caught Rude's sword effortlessly, showing it wasn't difficult at all, and pushed the swordsman away. Rude declared that he would put an end to him, but Alicia told him to calm down. Etta wasn't someone he could face head-on so easily. Rude then realized he had lost his composure for a moment. Alicia asked what Ada truly wanted in the end. The devouring adventurer answered calmly. He sought the recreation of the world, a complete purge of all the humans living in it. And then Rude wanted to understand why it had to be his village, but Etta believed he didn't need a reason to take out the trash. Rude didn't appreciate being mocked, while Etta made it very clear that he was completely serious. In his view, the world had made the wrong choice. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and he began preparing an attack. Rude grew worried and told Alicia to fall back, while she apologized to him, saying she was too weak and was relying on the swordsman. At that moment, Etta launched a powerful attack toward Rude, who was relying on Graham. The sword basically absorbed all that magic, and the devourer adventurer immediately recognized it as the demonic sword that absorbs magic. After that, Rude charged at his opponent, who was using a manifestation ritual, retrieving weapons stored in a pocket from another dimension. He also used the fierce god form, temporarily boosting his endurance and strength. With that, he managed to block Rude's attack, even admitting that Rude was an interesting guy, and questioning why he wouldn't join the same cause, so they could rebuild the world together. Rude, however, thought it was complete nonsense, and quickly used a poisoning technique, but Etta managed to block that attack as well. In an instant, he kicked the swordsman, forcing him to retreat once again. However, Ata hadn't blocked the attack perfectly, and ended up burning his hand slightly. He found the ability quite interesting, something that fascinated him, and felt compelled to use a healing skill. At the same time, Ata felt the desire to claim that power for himself. Alamira quickly warned her comrade that this guy was no ordinary person, as he used truly unusual abilities. Rude already knew that, and in any case, he hadn't had any combat abilities before either. Even so, Etta believed that Rude, whom he assumed to be just an ordinary man, wouldn't understand. At that moment, he activated another ability. Rude had no idea what it was, and the devourer adventurer rushed toward him, using the judgment-destroying lance, causing a massive impact. However, Rude managed to dodge and realized just how close that had been. He also protected Alicia. Seeing how the swordsman had dodged, Etta considered the ability flawed due to the opening it created. In the end, that was the technique used by the leader of the White Wave Blades, named Glands. Alamira immediately understood what was going on, and at that moment, Etta wanted Rude to become his flesh and blood, serving his ambition. Alamira warned them that Etta was absorbing other people's mana to grow stronger, which surprised the devourer adventurer once he understood everything. Alamira, however, was confused by the expression on his face. Then Ata explained that he never imagined he would encounter the Calamity Dragon in a place like that. Alamira was slightly surprised that he could see through her disguise and knew her true identity. At that moment, Ata asked if a being like her was working with mere humans and invited her to join him, leaving Rude shocked. Ata believed Alamira understood just how terrible humans were. The Calamity Dragon didn't like his arrogance and made it clear that she chooses her own path. Ata judged that to be shameful, saying that the Dragon of Wisdom, Orphis, seemed far wiser than her. Alicia quickly recalled the Dragon of Wisdom, and at that moment, Alumira revealed her strength. She didn't like being compared to Orphis, whom she assumed to be nothing more than a lizard. Alicia was worried, as Ada had shown he was strong, and she was currently low on mana. Then she remembered Uldir, and Rude wanted to know if Ada had stolen the soul of the Dragon of Wisdom. At that moment, Ada was sworn to death by both Rude and Alumira. Ada then used the Warrior Soul Awakening, increasing his attack power, and challenged them both to a direct fight. Rude tried to slash him, but the bastard dodged effortlessly. Alumira also attempted her move, attacking from behind quite boldly, but he used a defensive skill and managed to block it. Then she enlarged her tail and struck him with full force. Rude noticed that the Devourer adventurer had left an opening, and in that moment, he slashed Etta. Etta, however, didn't think the two were that bad, and as a reward, he wanted to show them something interesting. Thus, he summoned a being called Rubik, who immediately revealed multiple eyes, making Rude uneasy. Rubik advanced, showing its claws, and knocked down both the Calamity Dragon and the Swordsman, revealing its true form, basically a grotesque crow with countless eyes, a vision straight out of hell. Etta found it wonderful that they had still managed to injure him, and ordered Rubik to finish them off. The crow, with eyes even in its mouth and completely misshapen, began to roar like a lion, as if denying its own origins. Then Ata used a skill to petrify the Swordsman, and Rude just wanted that weird crow to get its chicken-like claw off him. Ata quickly realized that Rude had an immunity ability, which was quite rare. It was an excellent skill, and it made Ata even more interested in him. Rude then used a lightning ability to try to break free from the situation. He quickly got back on his feet, feeling his strength fading, so he knew he couldn't waste any time. However, just as he was about to free himself, Ata struck him with a sword. The Devourer adventurer made it clear that he wouldn't let him escape, calling Rude a truly delicious snack, and yeah, the guy's way of talking was definitely weird. At that moment, Alicia drew strength from deep within herself and demanded that Ada take his hands off Rude. The Devourer adventurer mocked her, wondering what a wounded elf could possibly do, but she replied that she wasn't the only one capable of dealing with him. Then Uldrag grew enormous and charged at at Etta, completely enveloping him and trapping him inside what looked like a sphere made of water. Alicia was panting heavily, but she was happy that everything had worked out. Rude had truly been saved by her, though he was stunned by the power he had just witnessed and wanted to know what it was. Alumira explained that it was Neptune, the great spirit of water, and Oldrai's father. Etta hadn't expected Neptune himself to make a move like that. Neptune, calling him a fool, demanded to know how Etta dared to disturb his oceans, and declared that he would be buried in a watery grave. Seeing no other choice, Etta braced himself as Neptune unleashed his attack, leaving Rude in awe. It was a spectacular sight. Alicia couldn't believe they had defeated Etta, but Neptune denied it. The Devourer adventurer had escaped, fleeing together with Rubik. Neptune found the man extremely strange, and to make matters worse, Etta had taken Alan with him, revealing that this had been his true objective all along. Rubik began to despair, unable to accept that Etta had gotten away, but Alumira tried to comfort him, saying he had fought very well. Still, Rude could only think that he hadn't been strong enough. If he had just a little more power, he could have defeated him. Alicia approached him, offering a different perspective. They might not have won this time, but they were alive, and they now knew what they needed to do. She believed they should all grow stronger together. Rude agreed, though despite her encouraging words, Alicia made it clear that they needed to rest. Alumira confirmed that she was completely exhausted, while Rude could only think about defeating Ida and stopping his plan. It was for Alan, and for himself. Then the scene shifted to Aha, flying on that bizarre crow. To make things even stranger, the crow could talk. It asked whether its lord had really made the right decision by letting them go, insisting that he could have defeated them all. Aha explained that Rubik was underestimating them, especially Rude, because he wasn't just swinging his sword recklessly. He had been spreading poisonous scales. Rubik then asked if his lord was alright. Anna replied that the effect on his body was insignificant, though things could have gotten out of control. He admitted that he wanted to find a way to recruit Rubik into his plan. At that moment, Anna simply wanted something to pass the time. The plan was only just beginning. Rubik declared that they would release the monsters of the labyrinth and remake the world. Anna confirmed it, saying he would do anything to ensure that the Star of World Destruction would not be stopped, and that they would soon take the next step of their plan. The scene then shifted again, with Alyssa thanking Neptune for his help. Neptune brushed it off, saying it was nothing, as his son trusted that elf deeply. Alyssa apologized, saying everything had happened because she wasn't strong enough. Neptune responded that the stronger the bond, the stronger the spirit becomes, and that she would be able to surpass her previous limits. Oldragon hugged Alyssa warmly. Neptune then thanked her for all the love she had given his son, declaring that the divine protection of the spirit of water would guide her. Suddenly, the Calamity Dragon's stomach let out a loud growl, and she bluntly told the swordsman she was starving. She warned Rude that he should already be cooking, since he owed her a lot after the last subjugation. She expected the food to truly satisfy her, and if it tasted awful, he should consider his life forfeit, leaving the poor guy terrified. As the saying goes, those who have something to lose know fear. Rude quickly began preparing a meal, handling the meat, while Alicia asked why he looked so upset. He said it was nothing, just that he felt very weak. He recalled the Miasma Dragon, the Dragon of Wisdom, and the Scissor King. He had faced many powerful enemies and gained some confidence, but in front of Etta, he had felt completely helpless. Alicia then smacked him on the back, thinking he was starting to lose it a bit. She explained to him that being an adventurer means constantly facing new threats. She herself had felt weak many times along the way, so many that she couldn't even count, but she made it clear that he needed to get back up every single time. Rude realized the elf was right, especially since she had lost her companions in a labyrinth and still chose to face another one. On top of that, she had even lost her S-rank status. He then told her she was amazing and slapped his own face. Alicia had no idea what he was doing, but in that moment he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward her. She didn't quite understand his sudden reaction, but reminded him that they were partners and that together they would defeat Ida. As they kept talking, the Calamity Dragon thought all that dialogue was incredibly cheesy. In any case, Rude didn't even know what Ida really was and wondered if there might be any clues in the diary. So the elf decided to take a look and found something about a manticore. Its tail contained a powerful neurotoxin, but if it were wrapped in a leaf from the world tree and grilled, the poison would be neutralized and the umami flavor enhanced. She explained that leaves from the world tree are used as ingredients in monster cuisine. The world tree governs wisdom and can store information about anyone who has touched it, leading her to conclude that they might be able to learn something about Ada from it. They needed to go to the world tree to consult it. Alomira then realized their next destination had been decided, the lost forest called Grinus. She was quite pleased about going there, and even asked Alicia if she agreed. The elf felt a bit embarrassed but confirmed it. Rude was completely confused, and at that moment the Calamity Dragon made it clear that the most important thing was that their hands were idle. They should stop chatting and get back to work. Rude prepared a pot of monster seafood, and the broth turned out amazing. Looking at the huge pot, he offered some broth to Alicia, something she could eat, and she was very happy. They shared a meal, but Alomira, with a monstrous appetite, ended up devouring the entire pot by herself. Meanwhile, Rude kept thinking about becoming stronger, so he could definitively defeat Ida. He had gained some new abilities. After all, he had killed the Hydra, but he had no idea about the lost forest of Grinus, and he felt like the two of them were familiar with it. The Calamity Dragon simplified things, explaining that it was an elven forest, and Alicia added that it was her home. To Alomira, elves were just stubborn beings. They rarely left the forest and generally disliked outsiders. The path to the world tree was enchanted with illusion magic, making it very difficult for humans to find it. That was exactly why it was called the Lost Forest. Rude remembered the dragon from that unit, mentioning that elves rarely left their homes, which meant that Alicia was eccentric even among her own kind. The elf tried to explain that it wasn't quite like that. She was simply more curious than others of her race. Alumira confirmed this, pointing out that Alicia had celebrated with a human and became an adventurer, effectively making her a heretic among elves. She wasn't even sure if the World Tree would welcome Alicia kindly. Still, the elf hoped she would be received well. The swordsman then asked when the last time was that Alicia had returned to her village. Alicia replied that it had been 40 years, which for her was actually quite recent. The scene then shifted to the Lost Forest, Grinas, where the World Tree stood. However, part of it was rotting, covered with numerous insects. Then the scene returned to Rude and his two companions. Rude asked how long it would take for Alumira to recover her original body. She explained that she was accumulating high-quality mana, so it wouldn't take too long, perhaps a year or more. This left him completely shocked, saying it would take a long time. Alumira found it amusing, since that might be a long time for humans, but for her, it was just the blink of an eye. As they continued talking, Alicia seemed deep in thought. Alumira explained that although she currently had a small body, her mana was already well established, and she was stronger than him. Eventually she realized they had been walking for quite a while, and asked the elf about it. Alicia then hesitantly explained that she believed they were lost. Rude didn't understand what she meant, while Alumira found it hilarious, assuming the elf was being rejected by her own homeland. Alicia clarified that it wasn't exactly that. There might be some misunderstanding, or something strange was happening. Rude had no idea what was going on, and the Calamity Dragon explained that elves are extremely cautious, and that the Lost Forest leading to the World Tree rejects outsiders, especially humans, which was strange to Rude, since that was supposed to be her home. Alumira believed that must really be the case, but even Alicia was being treated like an outsider. Hearing the Calamity Dragon say that left Alicia in shock, and she insisted that something like that was impossible. Rude then wondered if they could just fly over the area, but the elf explained that it wouldn't work. The sky was protected by a barrier, so they had no choice but to cross the forest on foot to reach the village. Soon after, a spirit approached Alicia and informed her of something, and not long after, they encountered a golem. Alicia thought that was actually a good sign, assuming it had been sent to welcome them. She reassured the others that everything was fine and that the creature was an ally. However, while she was distracted, the golem prepared to attack her. Rude shouted for her to be careful, and before she could be hit, he sliced off the golem's arm. She thanked him, admitting she had been momentarily confused. The golem grew furious and rose again to attack the swordsman, who swiftly dodged its blows and struck back, knocking it down. But then the golem used an ability that allowed its severed arm to keep moving, and the detached limb stood up again. Rude was caught off guard by that. The elf then asked him to leave it to her, saying she would target the golem's weak point. She searched for the core where its mana was concentrated, and found it. She launched an attack at that spot, and successfully defeated the golem, which collapsed into a pile of rocks. Rude wanted to know what the hell that thing was, and Alicia explained that golems protect the World Tree. They are magical creatures controlled by the clan leader. Alumira pointed out that the fact the golem attacked them proved that they recognized Alicia as an outsider, which left her visibly embarrassed. Even so, she preferred to believe it was all just a misunderstanding. Alumira found the situation amusing, and laughed quite a bit, while Rude stood there unsure, thinking about the curse of the lost path and how it seemed to be affecting the elf. He told her not to worry, saying he could fix it, and quickly removed her lost status. Alumira hadn't expected that to be the secret behind the forest's magic. Alicia, however, got very irritated, making it clear that she wasn't lost. She was simply affected by the lost path curse. Then she called upon the spirit Nomia, declaring that she now knew the way to the World Tree, and questioned why she had been treated like a stranger, wanting to speak directly with the tree. She used her magic to create a shortcut, quickly showing that if they followed the path ahead, they would reach her home. However, the forest had changed, and Alumira was convinced that this kind of behavior was exactly why Alicia had been expelled the first time. But the elf insisted she could fix the forest later. They just needed to hurry and speak with the World Tree. Suddenly, the swordsman noticed something being launched toward them. It was an arrow. He quickly caught it, leaving Alicia startled. He had used his steel body skill, which was why he hadn't been injured. The Calamity Dragon demanded to know who was there, and two elves appeared, stating that this was not a place they were allowed to enter, and ordering the three of them to leave. Rude, seeing that those elves had suddenly decided to attack them out of nowhere, found it very strange. Meanwhile, Alumira reminded them that Alicia had altered the shape of the forest, so it could be considered that they were the ones who attacked first, not the elves. With that in mind, the swordsman apologized for changing the forest, explaining that they had no intention of fighting. Once again, the two elves ordered them to leave, calling Rude the bearer of calamity, which led him to start believing that the elves had discovered Alumira's true identity. Alumira insisted that her disguise shouldn't have been so easy to see through. Alicia then told the two elves that they were not enemies, and introduced herself, explaining that she was one of their kin, as she too had been born from the World Tree. The elf replied that he already knew who she was, and that she alone was forbidden from setting foot on that land. A decree made by their chief. This caught Alicia completely off guard. She wanted to understand what was going on, but the elf did not think it was necessary to explain. He then used his branching arts ability, firing arrows toward the three of them. Alicia quickly summoned the spirit Sylphid, creating a wall of wind. Meanwhile, the other elf, who was accompanying him, moved swiftly toward Rude. He was surprised, but found her movements rather simple, and attempted to strike her with his sword. However, the elf was not as foolish as he had imagined. She leapt away. Alicia tried to warn him, but it was too late. The elf attempted to attack, but Rude was fast enough to block it. To make matters worse, she also unleashed a wind-based turn-based skill, all to distract the swordsman. At that moment, an arrow flew toward him and struck him, but Alamira quickly covered him. She even praised the two elves for their excellent teamwork. Alicia, however, showed her displeasure, as the two had attacked one of their own kin without even listening to what she had to say, and she had no intention of forgiving them for that. She then summoned the spirit Nomiya, causing two massive fists to appear. The elf hadn't expected Nomiya to side with Alicia. At that moment, Alicia charged toward the two to attack them. The female elf was caught off guard. Alicia tried to strike her kin but failed. As she took to the air, Alicia considered that a cowardly move and ordered her to come down immediately. The elf watched Alicia, the one he had heard so many stories about, but still found it hard to believe. From above, the elf grew somewhat concerned. The male elf assumed this was his chance. Since Alicia was focused on the elf named Ursula, Ursula began preparing a wind arrow attack, while the other elf used branching arts. Alicia became worried at that moment, while Alamira found the whole situation extremely irritating. The elf found an opening to attack Alicia, but she managed to dodge, proving that he had underestimated her. She struck him, and not only that, she followed up with another blow, kicking him in the face and knocking him to the ground. Rude thought she might have gone a bit too far with those two attacks, but Alicia told him not to worry, as she knew how to hold back. Alamira pointed out that only the dragonfly remained, referring to Ursula, who was in the air and using a spirit diving ability. This surprised Alicia, as Ursula was quite young to already possess a spirit. Even so, Ursula was no match for her. As she moved in to attack Alicia, the male elf realized he had truly let his guard down. Alicia was exceptional in close combat. At that moment, Ursula used branching arts to create several clones of herself. Rude was completely confused, but Alicia was confident she could handle it easily. The Dragon of Calamity merely watched. However, something suddenly appeared, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. It was a gigantic owlbear, the size of a double-door refrigerator. At that moment, the creature had an elf in its mouth and simply crushed him until he began to disintegrate. It then looked toward Ursula, making her uneasy, and quickly moved in her direction to attack. It swung with all its might, alarming the elf who witnessed the attack. Rude quickly pulled Ursula away, recognizing that the owlbear had nearly caused a tragedy. He gently set her down and asked if she was okay, while also trying to understand what was happening. He couldn't comprehend how a monster of that level was roaming freely on the surface. Alamira also found it highly suspicious. The mana density she was sensing felt as if they were inside a labyrinth. Suddenly, the owlbear tried to attack the swordsman again, but he swiftly blocked it with his blade. He told the two elves to leave immediately, declaring that he would handle it with his two companions. The elf quickly apologized, making it clear they owed him one. Rude liked what he heard, and even the Dragon of Calamity found it rather cute. Meanwhile, the owlbear attacked once again, but Rude blocked it easily, and even considered the attack weak. However, he ended up getting distracted, and the massive creature managed to strike him with a skill that sent him flying several meters away. Alicia, of course, wasn't willing to let that slide, especially not in her homeland. She prepared a fire attack and hurled it toward the owlbear, intending for it to eat flames. However, the creature simply opened its beak and swallowed the attack whole. This was due to an ability it possessed called Predator's Dominion, which allowed it to consume anything that entered its mouth. After that, Alicia could hardly believe the creature had actually devoured her attack. The owlbear then charged at her, trying to crush her with its paw, but she managed to leap away just in time. She felt relieved as she had nearly been caught, and believed the creature wouldn't be able to reach her. But the owlbear began preparing to fly, which confused her since it was far too heavy to do so. Even so, it launched itself at her. She managed to dodge again, but the situation was truly dangerous. The owlbear attacked once more while they were both in the air. Alicia realized that a direct confrontation would be a bad idea. She just needed to create an opening. Suddenly, however, her opponent was struck in the eye by an arrow. It was the same elf who had attacked her and her companions earlier, and she immediately recognized her opportunity. Seizing the moment, she used her flaming sword skill. The owlbear moved, but ended up losing one of its arms, and crashed heavily to the ground. The elf who had helped her declared that the monster should rest in peace, but before he could drive his sword into it, the owlbear suddenly turned over and quickly got back up, preparing to attack him. Alicia immediately grew desperate. At that moment, Rude stepped in, urging the owlbear to eat his sword. At the same time, he activated his steel body skill, increasing both his durability and attack power. With a single decisive strike, he practically split the massive creature in half. He then checked to see if the elf was alright, and the elf confirmed he was, expressing gratitude for being saved. The elf introduced himself as Riru, and the elf who had been with him was named Ursula. He also apologized for their earlier rudeness. After that chaotic battle, everyone drank dew potions from the world tree, which restored their vitality and brought a sense of relief to all of them. They sat down to talk for a while. Regarding Rude saving Ursula, he simply said he had done what needed to be done, but Riru still felt guilty for having attacked them earlier. Rude then explained that they were heading to the world tree and asked the two to guide them. With a sorrowful look, Rikaru explained that he couldn't do that. Alicia asked why, and Rikaru clarified that although he believed none of them intended to cause trouble, there had recently been a surge in monster sightings in Greenus. Not only that, there had been several unsettling incidents, and they were certain humans were involved. However, Alicia firmly stated that she was born in Greenus and would never bring harmful people to her homeland. Riru grew a bit embarrassed and explained that she was considered a traitor in Greenus. This shocked Alicia, who found it unbelievable. Riru went on to explain that after she left her homeland 40 years ago, and about 10 years after her departure, Greenus was attacked by the Dark Guild, known as the Shadow Claws. Alicia couldn't believe it. Riru explained that, thanks to the protection of the World Tree and the help of the spirits, they managed to defeat the Dark Guild, but many elves were sacrificed in the process. This all happened before his time, so everything he knew came from stories. He then asked what had happened after she left on her journey, and she confirmed that she truly knew nothing about it. Riru understood that she might not have known, and added that after the attack, all contact with the outside world had been cut off. Alicia then said that this was all the more reason to take her to the World Tree. She needed to see her friends in Greenus. Once again, Riru apologized, explaining that the elves were currently forbidden from leaving the village, and anyone who did so would be branded a traitor. Their chief had been very clear that she, in particular, was not allowed to enter. Alicia still couldn't believe it. The Dragon of Calamity then remarked to the swordsman that the elves were a troublesome race. Their stubbornness would make things very difficult to resolve. Alicia then told Rude that they would look for Etta elsewhere, as she didn't want to cause trouble for her people. Rude felt very saddened, since Rude had saved Ursula and he wanted to help somehow. Rude understood the elf situation, and Alicia told the two that they would leave quietly for now, but she was more than determined to resolve the misunderstanding. With that, they stood up, ready to depart. At that moment, Riru asked Rude if he had seen another elf along the way. Rude wasn't sure how to respond and instead asked if the two of them were searching for someone. Riru explained that many people had been going missing lately. Alicia found that strange, since if they were looking for someone, all they had to do was ask the World Tree. However, before he could explain the situation involving the World Tree, Ursula signaled him to be quiet, shaking her head. Realizing he had said too much, Riru apologized, leaving Rude and Alicia confused. Riru told them not to worry about it, and showed something he was holding. Almira asked if it belonged to the person they were searching for, and Riru confirmed it did. She then asked to take a look. The Dragon of Calamity began sniffing it, and a different kind of glow appeared on the item, catching the elf's attention. Almira then stated that she knew where the person they were looking for was, surprising both of them. Rude reassured the two elves that Almira had an excellent sense of smell, and that they could trust her. Riru mentioned that even the best tracking dogs in the village had managed to follow that person's trail, which offended Elumira, who didn't like being compared to a dog. Riru then asked who she was, but Elumira simply told him to consider the favor repaid, and asked him to follow her. With that, they began walking, while the Dragon of Calamity curiously wondered what a bear with an owl's head might taste like. As they walked, Riru asked Rude who Alumira was, referring to her as a girl. Rude pretended she was just a wild child who had grown up in the forest. Meanwhile, Alicia praised Ursula, noting that she could use spirits at such a young age, which showed great talent. Ursula remained silent, and Riru apologized on her behalf, explaining that she wasn't very talkative. Rude then grew curious about Ursula's ability. Alicia explained that it was a skill that allowed the user to assimilate with a spirit, enhancing their physical abilities, a high-level technique only possible after forming a strong bond with a spirit. However, Ursula added that while it boosts physical power, the backlash is severe once the connection is broken. She also expressed admiration for Alicia, saying that being able to command multiple spirits of different attributes at the same time was truly incredible. Upon hearing Ursula speak, Alicia's eyes lit up. She immediately hugged Ursula, saying how happy she was. Riru found the scene amusing, as it was extremely rare for Ursula to open up like that. He then explained to the swordsman that Ursula's brother had left for the outside world, and because of that, she had been persecuted as the sister of a traitor. Rude found that strange, and Riru clarified that after undergoing harsh training, they became guardians tasked with protecting the village from intruders. He added that Ursula was already strong enough, but due to everything that had happened, she could no longer smile. Alumira, however, doubted that Ursula was truly that strong. Otherwise, she should have been able to defeat the owl bear that nearly killed her, as well as those who had persecuted her. Rieru then explained that a guardian's duty is to protect others. They cannot use their strength for personal revenge. Ursula recalled hearing that she must never use her power out of hatred. Those were the words of her brother, Iberto. Alumira couldn't understand that mindset at all, insisting that Ursula should live for herself, not for others. They continued walking until Rude suddenly remembered Iberto, which confused both Ursula and Rieru. He simply remarked that Iberto was the kind of person who breaks the rules. Alicia then commented that Ursula had gone through a lot, and Ursula, surprised, asked if Alicia knew her brother. Alicia confirmed it, explaining that they had once adventured together. Meanwhile, Rude recalled a very strange recent experience, and at that moment, Ursula felt a hint of envy. Rieru added that they had grown stronger thanks to Iberto's training, but since he broke the rules, he was labeled a traitor to the village. At that moment, Alumira interrupted the conversation, saying they were close. She could sense the scent coming from nearby. However, she also found it strange, as the scent of the floral ornament was particularly strong. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared, startling everyone. The creature immediately turned its gaze toward them. Without hesitation, Ursula rushed forward, while Raya Richu quickly readied his bow. Ursula used several of her abilities, and managed to strike the monster, and shortly after, Richu fired an arrow that hit the center of its face. Elisha judged that the two were quite strong, and Rude realized that the elves didn't even need their help. Even so, Alamira felt that something was off. If the person they were searching for had been eaten, there should still be some kind of trace left behind. To her, if that wasn't the case, then the scent must be coming from the monster itself. This surprised Rude, who immediately remembered Alan, who had undergone a mutation process and turned into a monster. At that moment, Ristairu approached the creature, preparing to use his blinding skill. He warned Ursula to attack at that moment, and she used her windsword skill, launching her strike. Suddenly, Rude asked the two of them to wait for a moment. Riru didn't understand why the young young man was interrupting them, but Rude explained that they were facing someone they knew. Approaching the monster, he used his ability to remove its mutation, leaving Riru and Ursula in shock. The situation had completely changed, even surprising Alicia, while the Calamity Dragon seemed pleased with what it saw. Rude, carrying an elf in his arms, warned that they didn't have much time and asked Riru to take them immediately to the chief of the elves. Riru was stunned, recognizing her as Norin, and asked if she was alright. Norin quickly opened her eyes and recognized him. Riru was overjoyed to see that she was safe. Rude gently placed her on the ground, confirming she was fine, but Norin wanted to know where she was. Riru then asked Rude to explain everything that had happened. Norin was clearly curious, and Rude explained about the plan to drive the labyrinth into a frenzy and release monsters onto the surface. Etta's plan. Norin said she remembered the man who had suddenly attacked her. Ursula then asked if Norin felt anything strange in her body, but Norin replied that she felt nothing unusual and couldn't believe she had turned into a monster. Rude explained that they were trying to communicate with the World Tree to find Etta. Riru was certain that Ita might have appeared there and possibly set something up in Greenus. Once again, the swordsman asked for their help. Riru agreed, saying he would guide the three of them to the World Tree, which made the swordsman and Alicia very happy. However, Ursula warned that there were rules to protect the village. They needed to respect them while dealing with the crisis, so that things wouldn't go wrong again. They also wanted to know how Rude had saved Norin. Rude apologized, explaining that he couldn't reveal all the details. Riru acknowledged that he was wrong to ask, since an adventurer shouldn't disclose their abilities. Even so, Rude reassured them not to worry, saying the process that had turned Norin into a monster would not happen again. Norin was grateful, and at that moment, Riru trusted Rude without hesitation. They resumed their journey. Rude found Alicia's home incredible, while she realized it had been a long time since she had returned. When they arrived at the World Tree, the elves looked at them with suspicion and judgment. Riru recalled that he had already warned them they wouldn't be welcomed, as the village was in crisis. Even so, he apologized, explaining that all the terrible incidents had left the people on edge. Alicia, however, couldn't accept that her own people were treating her friends that way, but Rude preferred that she not cause any trouble. She then asked Risoer about her uncle Tanas, and he informed her that he had been abducted by humans. Soon they reached the chief. Risoer immediately apologized for breaking the rules, but before he could explain their visit, the chief made it clear that it was fine. The forest had already told her everything. Alicia was left speechless. The chief revealed that it had been a while. It was Alfine. Alicia was happy to see she was safe, and explained to Rude that Alfine was her childhood friend. She couldn't believe that Alfine had become the village chief. Then she remembered Riru saying that the chief had issued a decree banning her from ever setting foot there again, and that she alone was forbidden from entering the village. At that moment, Alfine referred to Alicia as a traitor. Alicia couldn't believe how Alfine dared to speak to her like that. She was shocked that her childhood friend would treat her this way. Alfine had no patience, ordering her to be silent and refusing to let Alicia speak to her so familiarly, saying she felt disgust toward her. Alicia tried to understand why, but Alfine bluntly stated that she didn't trust her. She added that she was only receiving them to repay the favor of saving Norin, then told them to follow her as guests. Meanwhile, Ursula was told to keep an eye on Alicia, who was now furious and demanded to know what Alfine's problem was. The scene then shifted to the chief's residence, where the two argued. Alicia demanded answers, and at that moment, Rude asked the village chief why she hated Alicia so much. Alfine replied that it was an internal matter among elves, and the swordsman suggested setting it aside for the moment. He then asked if he could explain the purpose of their visit, and she allowed it. He explained that he had heard the World Tree could locate anyone who had touched it. Alfine thanked him for saving one of her people, but made it clear that they could not learn Etta's whereabouts. He couldn't understand why. If they didn't stop Etta, the village would be destroyed. Alfine then revealed that the World Tree was losing its power. The monsters in the labyrinth had multiplied, and they were attacking the World Tree. Rude then offered to subjugate those monsters, but Alfine explained that it wasn't that simple. The rampaging creatures were releasing miasma, and its concentration inside the labyrinth was extremely high, making it difficult to even enter. Rude told her that they could handle it, leaving the chief confused about what he meant. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise, which made Rude worry, wondering if Alicia had caused all that commotion. All of a sudden, Ursula arrived in a panic, saying it was an emergency. The chief grew furious and demanded to know what had happened, and Ursula reported that monsters were coming out of the labyrinth. Alicia was already near one of them. She found that abnormal frequency strange, but for her, it was perfect. She was extremely irritated and decided to make that monster her opponent. Alfine quickly went to check the creature up close, and seeing its enormous size, she ordered Riru and Ursula to kill it. Rude said he would help as well, but the village chief declared that this was their problem and they should handle it on their own, leaving him confused. The monster was trying to attack the villagers, who panicked and attempted to flee. A small elf fell to the ground, and a young man tried to help her, but the monster approached them just before anything could happen. Alicia made it clear that in her home, she would not allow anyone to cause such destruction. She attacked the monster and told the two elves to hurry and get away. As they thanked her, the monster tried to strike Alicia, but she dodged easily. She even thought the creature was underestimating her. Calling upon the spirit Sylphid, she used her wind sword, striking the monster with great force. Riru and Ursula approached, saying they would support her. Seeing she wasn't alone, Alicia pressed on. Ursula charged directly at the monster, while Riru refused to let the creature continue its destruction. He used a skill called Rising Wind Arrow, striking it with full force, but it had no effect, leaving him confused. The monster had absorbed his magic, and it seemed that was the effect of the thorns covering its body. Alicia then asked the two elves to keep the monster occupied for a moment. Riri called for Roger to assist, and together they used a branching technique, delivering multiple slashes against the monster. Ursula noticed that the creature had a hardened outer shell, making physical attacks ineffective. Suddenly, the massive beast used a skill called Awakening of Truth, growing even larger and shocking everyone. The problem was that the grotesque creature kept growing, and the elves were already expecting a catastrophe. Rinneru began to worry, wondering how they could fight something so gigantic. Alicia then apologized for making them wait. She had been channeling a massive source of power. It was unbelievable. She had closed her eyes for just a few seconds, and the monstrous creature had grown even bigger. But to her, this was perfect. Now that the target was enormous, there was no way she could miss. She then used a skill called Spirit Quintet, which resembled something like a Kamehameha. Rairu warned her that the monster's thorns would absorb all that magic, and indeed it did exactly as he said. However, Alicia didn't seem to care, and continued her attack, declaring that the will of the 5 elemental spirits and the melody of nature would perform a symphony of ruin. She was certain that the creature wouldn't be able to withstand it. Suddenly, the monster exploded. It couldn't absorb all that power at once. It was simply too much magic, with multiple attributes combined simultaneously. The Calamity Dragon explained that controlling such a force was practically impossible for a monster like that. Ursula was amazed that Alicia could use 5 elements without them conflicting, confirming that she was even more monstrous than the rumors claimed. Alicia, pleased with the result, said her mana was slowly recovering. Rude, clearly excited, approached her and made a gesture only the two of them understood, saying that was exactly what he had expected from her. Alicia reminded him that she was an S-rank adventurer, and when facing opponents that absorb magic, she considered them easy targets. However, the monstrous creature that had suddenly appeared had come dangerously close to the village. She wanted to understand how such things were roaming around freely. Rude then explained that the world tree was growing weaker. Alicia wanted to know why, since she hadn't had the chance to enter the chief's residence. The cause, he explained, was precisely the labyrinth monsters attacking the world tree. Ruthiru added that the monsters were becoming more and more powerful, while the tree was gradually weakening. On top of that, there was the serious problem of the miasma those creatures were releasing. At that moment, Alicia finally understood everything. Rude declared that this was their moment. Riro couldn't understand what the swordsman meant, so Rude explained that he could pass through a labyrinth filled with miasma. He then asked Alicia if she was willing to go with him, and she agreed without hesitation. Riro and Ursula could only watch, while Almira told them that this time she would sit it out after the last battle, and besides, a smaller group would be better. Meanwhile, Rude moved forward, nullifying the miasma as he went. Rude truly wanted her to come along, but Almira explained that monsters were also appearing on the surface, so she needed to stay behind and keep watch. Alicia, who sometimes acted a bit airheaded, became strangely happy and even said that this would be a great help. However, Alfine suddenly appeared, making it clear that she could not allow it, declaring that outsiders were forbidden from entering the Greena's labyrinth. Alicia immediately argued with the chief, insisting that this was her home as well. Alfine called her selfish, saying she had abandoned her home for her own reasons, and that if she had never left, things might have been completely different. Riru showed that he didn't understand why the village chief hated Alicia so much. After all, Alicia had saved the entire village. He could understand that she had left one day, but not this level of rejection. Once again, Rude made it clear that they needed to save the world tree in order to find Uta. Alessia added that this couldn't be ignored, and even if the chief tried to stop them, they would go in anyway. Ursula also pleaded with Alfine to grant them permission for the expedition. Alfine thought for a few seconds and sighed. Alessia didn't even wait to hear her response, and treated it as permission. Even so, Alfine didn't hide the fact that she didn't trust her. She then used a skill, summoning a golem, saying it would accompany them as a watchdog. As they walked, Rude observed Alfine's ability. Alicia explained that Alfine was a monster tamer, limited to creatures smaller than herself, but capable of commanding them. This confused Rude, since the golem was larger than Alfine. Alicia clarified that the creature's true body could fit in the palm of her hand. It used its own ability to manipulate plants and form that large body. Its original form was weak and small, but the golem controlled a massive outer shell that could protect it. Rude examined the golem's stats, and Alicia explained that during her previous fight with it, she had targeted its true body by reading the flow of mana. Rude realized that Alicia knew a lot about the village chief, and she explained that they used to play together as children. She knew Alfine very well. In the end, Alicia wondered how things had turned out this way, but regardless, she was more than ready to resolve everything. Rude then said that once the world tree regained its power, he hoped the two of them could have a proper conversation. The scene then shifted to the Greena's labyrinth, where the miasma was already overflowing at the entrance. Alicia found the concentration astonishing, even denser than the labyrinth where the miasma dragon resided. She grabbed his hand, saying she was counting on the swordsman to escort her. After entering, Rude noticed roots crawling everywhere. Alicia explained that although labyrinths were usually unaffected by external forces, in this one, the roots of the world tree had spread inside. Rude commented that he thought the inside of a labyrinth was like another dimension. Alicia replied that the world tree interfering with that labyrinth was a mystery, and in the end, every labyrinth had its own mystery. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Monsters were appearing. Rude got excited, thinking about grilled meat, but the creature was incredibly ugly, a giant rat. Alicia immediately caught what he had said, and warned him that Alfine was watching, so they needed to hide his abilities as much as possible. She said she would handle the monster, and asked him to cover her. She drew the rat's attention, and it suddenly revealed a mass of tentacles coming out of its mouth. Alicia was disgusted by the sight, and the rat slammed those tentacles onto the ground, but she was in a hurry and had no time to play around. She launched a fire attack at the rat, which resembled a boar. However, the creature used a skill to soften the ground, making it difficult for both of them to move. As the terrain turned into something like mud, the rat boar seized the opportunity to attack. It tried to strike Rude, who blocked it with his sword. With the unstable ground, the swordsman couldn't properly brace himself. Alicia then called upon the spirit Nomia and used her ability, striking the monster with great force. Rude thanked her for the support, and at that moment, both of them realized that the rat boar wasn't weak at all. It had considerable durability. Still, the elf wanted to finish things quickly, once again preparing her blazing fire attack, causing a massive explosion. She hoped it had worked, but the rat had simply escaped by diving into the ground, and she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, the entire ground began to shake, and they realized their opponent was approaching. It was exactly as they expected. The rat tried to strike them, and they quickly jumped away. The big problem was that the creature was incredibly fast, piercing through the ground in different spots, forcing both of them to keep leaping around. Then, all of a sudden, the monster appeared right behind the swordsman. He barely managed to escape, but before Rude could make any move, the hellish mole rat, more like a boar, dug back into the ground. That left Rude slightly irritated, as the creature was extremely fast. Alicia assumed they needed to attack the mole the moment it surfaced, and at that instant, Rude used his quick step ability, heading straight to where the monster was, striking it with full force. The monster let out a loud noise after being hit. Alicia praised him for the move, but the problem was that the mole had already retreated again. He figured they needed to pursue it through the tunnel, but the elf thought it was too risky. She also reminded him that he had signature detection, which could locate targets even underground, something Rude had forgotten at the moment. So he used that ability, only to realize it wasn't just one mole, there were many. Before he could even warn her, several moles appeared at once to attack. He quickly spun with his abilities, striking all of them at the same time. Alicia then realized those creatures had been moving in a pack from the beginning. The one that fled earlier had been leading them into a trap. Even so, she still believed they could defeat them all at once. Difficult as it might be, Rude didn't understand how, since the enemies were underground, but she reminded him she had already said it would be tough. She just wanted the swordsman to stay away from the hole, along with the golem. Naturally, he listened. Not wanting to waste any more time, she unleashed her power into the hole, forcing several moles out. Rude liked what he was seeing, and Alicia noted how acting quickly made all the difference. Rude praised her decision, and he promptly neutralized the miasma that was about to infect her. Still, she found it strange that such a strong monster appeared on a lower floor. It was proof that something was wrong with that labyrinth. As they moved forward, Alfine was quietly observing everything. Then Alicia suddenly started laughing, and Rude didn't understand why. She explained that she was remembering the old days, when she had come to that labyrinth with Alfine. They used to walk hand in hand, and she recalled when they were just children. Alfine had doubted whether they could enter on their own, while Alicia encouraged her, saying that monsters on the lower floors weren't strong compared to them, and telling her to leave everything to her. She would protect her friend. Alfine worried that her father would get angry if he found out, but then a monster appeared ahead of them. Alfine became nervous, while Alicia tried to calm her down, saying she would defeat it. She invoked the spirit Sylphid, preparing her attack and launching it at the creature, successfully striking it. They were overjoyed, but then another one appeared. Alfine said it was her turn, opening her bag. Using her monster tamer ability, she sent a very strange bird toward the creature, and they managed to win. They were delighted, believing they were incredibly strong. Alicia then invited Alfine to become adventurers together and explore the world, but Alfine was confused. Alicia tried to convince her, saying there were many fun things out there. Alfine replied that her father had told her the world was full of danger, and that they shouldn't leave the village, but Alicia insisted that together they could do anything, and that danger could even be fun. As they talked, a monster suddenly appeared and tried to ambush them. Before Alfine could be hit, Alicia threw herself forward to protect her. Afterward, she regained her footing but didn't know how to fight that enemy. She used her wind sword, while the monster responded with its own magic, leaving Alicia frustrated when it didn't work. Alfine then told her that the monster had resistance to wind magic. Realizing this, she decided to deal with it by ordering her tamed monster to attack, but the creature instantly devoured it as if it were nothing. Catching Alicia completely off guard, tears began to fall from her eyes. Unable to believe that something like that was happening in what had supposedly been a low-level area, Alicia stood in front of her friend, who was worried about her. She told Alfine to run, but Alfine wasn't in any condition to do so. Suddenly, the monster tried to strike again, and Alicia used a barrier to protect herself, telling her friend that she would hold it off as long as she could, while Alfine went to get help. She desperately needed her to hurry, because things were getting bad. Alicia declared that the monster wouldn't get past her, but she was proven wrong when it shattered her barrier with ease. At that moment, she realized she simply wasn't strong enough. She had believed that Sylphid couldn't lose to anyone, but in such a critical moment, she understood that relying on a single element was completely useless, especially against an enemy with resistance. The monster moved to attack her again, and she began to accept that she might lose her life there. But suddenly, the creature was struck by a golem, leaving Alicia in shock. Then a man appeared, telling her she shouldn't underestimate the labyrinth. It was her uncle Tanis catching her completely by surprise. Alfine, seeing that her friend was safe, ran to hug her. Alicia thanked her for the help, while Tanis made it clear that a bad decision in lower levels could cost her life. Still, he understood her desire to use her power. It was in the nature of someone who possessed strength. However, he wanted her to use it properly, and he offered to train her. Alicia was thrilled to hear that. She explained that she wanted to become an adventurer, explore the entire world, and one day bring glory back to their village. Tanis warned warned her that outside the village there were strange monsters, and even malicious guilds that targeted elves. After hearing that, Alfine admitted that humans sounded a bit frightening. Tanis explained that many in the village despised humans, and while the outside world was indeed dangerous, and he himself was tired of encountering bad people, not all humans were evil. There were also honorable and genuine people beyond the village. That was exactly why he was there to support Alicia. He wanted her to use both her power and her heart in the right way, and she agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Alfine asked her father Tanis to train her as well. Of course, he accepted since his daughter shared the same ability as him. He was also a monster tamer. He wanted her to use her power to help others. Soon after, he called both girls to return home, as everyone was worried. In the end, they were punished for breaking their promise and entering the labyrinth while still children. Back in the present, Rude listened to Alicia's entire story and realized how mischievous she had been as a child. She had always been strong and had even trained under a master. Alicia admitted she was deeply grateful to Tanis, but she still couldn't believe he had been abducted by a dark guild during the attack on Grynus. At that point, the swordsman asked what she thought about humans. She replied that there were both good and bad people, and that this applied to elves as well, not just humans. Rude then said she was amazing. Alicia explained that her many experiences in the outside world had made her stronger, but Elfie had taken a completely different path, spending her entire life in Grynus. The scene then shifted to Rieru, approaching the village chief, asking what Alicia and the others were doing. Alfine told him they were progressing well through the labyrinth, which relieved him. He also found it impressive that the swordsman could pass through the miasma so easily. Alfine agreed that he was incredibly strong, but she also believed that if Alicia had never left Grynus, the village would have been well protected. Just then, Alamira appeared out of nowhere, asking if they had any suggestions on how she could pass the time, as she was extremely bored. Alfine informed her that Ursula would accompany her as a guard, and the two of them left together. Some elves watched from a distance, assuming Ursula was simply befriending a human, unaware that Alamira was actually the Calamity Dragon. Alamira then asked if Ursula was something like a guard dog, even suggesting that the village leader didn't fully trust her. Ursula denied it, explaining that Alamira was an important guest, and it was her responsibility to protect her. The Calamity Dragon laughed upon hearing that, which confused Ursula. Alamira then said she liked her, and that if anything happened, she would be counting on Ursula's protection. They continued walking in an awkward silence, and Alamira thought Ursula seemed rather ill-tempered. She had heard that Ursula had once been hunted by her own people and had lost the ability to smile, so she said she wouldn't tell Ursula to force a smile, but made it clear that she should cry when she's sad and laugh when she's happy. Showing emotions is a human specialty. It's something that evolved to help build societies. Hearing that, Ursula didn't even know how to respond, until suddenly someone appeared, shouting and calling her a traitor, catching both of them off guard. There were 3 elves, and they demanded to know what Ursula was doing, taking care of a child at a time like that. After all, they didn't know that Alamira wasn't actually a child. The elf's name was Pissarro. Ursula calmly explained that she was escorting an important guest, and asked him to let her do her job, but the elves approached her, doubting her words, and making it clear they knew she had brought those outsiders into their village. One of the elf women with Pissarro spoke mockingly, saying she thought a guardian's duty was to keep strangers out of the village. She questioned why Ursula was letting outsiders in. Ursula grew irritated and told them to leave her alone. They clearly didn't know who they were dealing with, but Pissarro, completely unhinged, suddenly slapped her across the face. He warned that even if the chief had approved it, they didn't accept it, they didn't trust humans, and called Ursula a traitor, even comparing her to her brother. Alamira, watching this, asked why Ursula didn't fight back. Ursula explained that a guardian's duty was to protect their people. She was trembling, while Pissarro ordered Alamira to leave the village. Alamira coldly told him to shut his mouth. This angered Pissarro, who said she should know her place, and tried to punch her, but Alamira's barrier blocked the attack, and with a sinister smile, she told Ursula that trampling those who oppose you is an animal instinct and also the law of that world. She began to reveal her power, frightening the arrogant elves who demanded to know who she really was. Ursula had no idea what was about to happen next. Pissarro, still furious, claimed that many humans were useless, but Alamira shot back that the same was true for elves. Enraged, he warned her not to provoke him, but in an instant, Alamira struck him, sending him crashing into his companions. She told him she hadn't given him permission to speak. The elf woman protested, saying Alamira had gone insane. They didn't even want to be touched by an outsider. Ursula then asked Alamira to stop, but the Calamity Dragon questioned whether Ursula intended to protect them. She grabbed Pissarro and tossed him into the air like he was nothing, slamming him into the ground. She told Ursula to take a good look at him, calling him a pathetic, ugly elf, and questioned why she cared about him. Ursula explained that they were her kin, which Alamira found absurd after all. They called her a traitor and constantly insulted her. At that moment, Pissarro shouted at Ursula, furious that the child had touched him, insisting that as a guardian she should be protecting him. Alamira burst out laughing at his whining, while Ursula grew increasingly irritated. Suddenly Pissarro shoved Ursula, declaring that she truly was a traitor and should leave Grynus, just like her brother Iberto. He even threatened to report her to the chief and have her exiled. Ursula was furious. Alamira, still amused, seemed to have triggered the entire conflict. Pissarro then decided to use his spirit summoning ability, declaring that both Ursula and Alamira deserved to die. He called upon Rico and Saren, who immediately supported him. Together they used a spirit fusion technique, creating a massive winged lion. Ursula warned Alamira that they needed to run, but Alamira bluntly stated that run wasn't in her vocabulary. Ursula insisted insisted this wasn't a joke. Those three possessed the strongest spirit magic in all of Gryness. Pizarro, angered that Alumira showed no fear, ordered the creature to attack. Alumira responded instantly, unleashing her magic and drawing blood from the spirit beast. Pizarro's eyes widened in shock, but she wasn't satisfied. She launched another attack, completely destroying the creature. She couldn't believe Ursula had said they were the strongest in spirit magic. The three elves were left speechless. Then she slowly approached Pizarro, warning him to be prepared. In desperation, he tried to strike her, but she hit him hard in the stomach, leaving him drooling in pain as the spirit beast began to fade away. Alumira reminded him that he had claimed he would kill both her and Ursula, and now she believed he should be ready to die. Rico and Saren broke down in tears, begging her not to kill him. Ursula then pleaded with Alumira to stop, saying the fight was already over. At that moment, Alumira remembered Rude and wondered what he would do in a situation like this. Until she recalls a certain adventure that happened earlier, Ursula had been worried. Alumira then acknowledges that killing without reason should indeed be avoided, which relieves the two of them at the thought of not losing their brother. Pizarro, however, was in a miserable state, crying profusely and seeing Alumira as a monster, as he had never been humiliated like that before. He just wanted to find an opening to make her pay for it. But before he could do anything, blood suddenly began to flow through the air, leaving Saren completely confused. Alumira was holding Pizarro's arm in her hand, and he screamed in agony. She licked some of the blood from her face, stating that at least for that day she would be satisfied with just one arm, leaving the three of them in shock. Ursula was also stunned, trying to understand what the hell was going on. Alumira tossed his arm aside like garbage, declaring that he had tried to lay his hands on her and even showed intent to kill, so she was being merciful by not taking his life. His arm fell near Saren and Rico, who were horrified. Alumira explained to Ursula that scum like them need to receive a brutal response, so they would never dare challenge her again. Something had to be done properly. She knew Ursula also wanted to go out into the world, and she wouldn't survive out there if she remained so weak. Alumira also told her that her brother was right. She shouldn't hold herself back because of those around her. She added that life is long, so Ursula should live more honestly for herself. At that moment, Ursula thought about Iberto, and Alumira pointed out that it made no sense for her to remain stuck in Gryness, serving others. Ursula began to tremble, and then admitted that she wanted to go to the outside world. She wanted to be like her brother. Alumira simply believed that Ursula should live the way she wanted, and Ursula asked her to teach her about the outside world. Suddenly, they heard a massive scream. A gigantic creature stood before the three elves, and they were filled with disgust. Alumira grew excited at the sight of monsters invading, while Saren begged for someone to help. Ursula quickly cut the monster down in a single strike, leaving Saren speechless at what she had done. Ursula then declared that they should return to the village to treat Pizarro's wounds. Alumira told Ursula that she didn't need an escort, so Ursula could go with them, and she did. She lifted Pizarro to support him and began walking. Then Alumira remembered something and added that Pizarro had lost his arm to a forest monster, even saying she felt a bit sorry for him. Pizarro had no idea what she was talking about, while Saren simply chose to agree with her. Seeing that the elf still hadn't learned his lesson, Alumira struck a tree, shattering it instantly. She hoped she wouldn't have to explain it again, repeating that he had lost his arm to a monster. It was simply bad luck. The tree collapsed with a massive crash, and Pizarro quickly agreed. Everyone was clearly uncomfortable, and they continued walking, while Alumira was eager to hunt some monsters, hoping to find something good for Rude to cook for her later. At that moment, the scene shifts to the World Tree's labyrinth, deep within its depths. There, they encounter a monster called a manticore, one they had already seen in the journal. It was said that if you wrapped its meat in a World Tree leaf and grilled it, it tasted delicious. Alicia couldn't understand how the swordsman felt. No tension at all, standing before such a creature. Rude explained that Alumira was waiting for them, and was probably getting hungry, and Alicia admitted he had done well to remember that. The manticore suddenly used a skill to move rapidly, but it was quickly struck by the swordsman, who was already familiar with that move. The creature didn't give up and used the gaze of the king of beasts, but unfortunately for it, paralysis didn't affect Rude. He then used a lightning step technique, slicing the creature apart in an instant. Alicia was always amazed when she saw something like that. She acknowledged that Rude had become incredibly strong, defeating a manticore so easily, but he denied it. He didn't feel strong enough, at least not to defeat Etta. He still needed to grow stronger. They continued walking until they found a massive door. They had finally reached the boss floor. Alicia hoped Rude was ready for the fight, but then the door began to crack, leaving both of them uneasy, and suddenly, the monster appeared out of nowhere, sending debris flying toward them. The swordsman grew worried that the elf might have been hurt, but she was completely fine. Rude had never heard of a floor boss smashing through its own door just to attack, so they were certain that something was wrong with that labyrinth, and the boss clearly wasn't messing around. It charged straight at the swordsman and struck him. Rude tried to brace himself, but he was slammed hard into a wall. That alone showed how violent the creature's welcome was. Fortunately, he had activated his steel body skill, so he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Then suddenly, he noticed something, but he couldn't quite tell what it was. Meanwhile, Alicia launched an attack at the floor boss, worried about her companion. He reassured her that he was fine, and told her to watch the upper area. Alicia looked up, trying to understand what the hell she was seeing. There were numerous monster cocoons scattered around. At that moment, the monster reminded them that the battle was still ongoing, and she barely dodged one of its attacks. Rude asked what those cocoons were, but even she didn't know. Despite her long life, she had never seen anything like them before. Still, she could feel a powerful mana coming from those cocoons. Rude then used his appraisal skill. He informed the elf that their attributes weren't that high, but they possessed mana absorption. Alicia then began to suspect that the monster was the one draining mana from the world tree. The creature roared, and Rude realized he needed to deal with it first. However, after checking its stats, he warned the S-rank adventurer that the creature was extremely strong and also had fire resistance. At that moment, Alicia summoned Uldir and realized that it had grown significantly stronger. Without wasting time, she used a skill called Water Destruction Chain, launching it at the monster. Rude was quite surprised, as the attack was far more powerful than before. Alicia believed Uldir had become stronger due to Neptune's blessing. The monster tried to counterattack, opening its mouth and firing corrosive tendons. The swordsman managed to cut them down easily, but he noticed something was off about them. He made it clear that they must not touch those tendons under any circumstances. Quickly, Alicia used her Aqua Blade slash skill, cutting through the remaining tendons. The creature seemed heavily affected, but it didn't give up. New tendons emerged to attack them again. Rude declared that none of that would matter, and told Alicia to target the monster's core. She continued her water-based assault, striking it once more, and this time the impact was tremendous. She hoped they had finished it, but the monster clung to the wall, revealing that not only was it massive, but also incredibly fast. Rude sensed that it was weakened, and on the verge of death. Then suddenly, the monster devoured one of the cocoons. Alicia couldn't understand what it was planning. To the swordsman, it was completely bizarre. The creature was eating its own offspring. At that moment, it absorbed a nade from the swarm, gaining mana in the process. The amount of mana absorbed was amplified several times over, temporarily boosting its attributes and restoring its health. It attacked again using its tendons, and this time the swordsman was hit. Its attack speed had increased to an abnormal level. He barely avoided a second strike and reassured his companion that he was fine. Alicia realized that the monster was absorbing the world tree's mana whenever it consumed those cocoons. The more it ate, the stronger it would become, which was extremely troublesome for them. The creature attacked again and managed to hit Rude. Things were starting to go badly for the swordsman, but then something unexpected happened. The golem that had been observing Alicia suddenly intervened and saved him. He thanked Alfine for that. Alicia told the swordsman that they wouldn't be able to defeat this opponent while holding back. Rude agreed. He activated his regeneration skill and declared that he would go all out. As the monster charged again, Rude used his toxic bubble skill and leaped forward at the same time, delivering a powerful downward slash. Watching through the golem, Alfine wondered what kind of ability the swordsman was using. It was essentially a monster-type skill, and she clearly didn't like it. Rude realized there was no longer any way to avoid Alfine's suspicion. In the end, Alicia found it amusing, believing they would have two misunderstandings to deal with after all this. Still, given the situation, they had no choice. Then the monster used a thread control ability. Alicia summoned the spirit Saren and ordered it to burn everything, catching them off guard. But the monster had set a trap. It used the opportunity to grab more cocoons, which was very bad for the two of them, as the creature was about to become even stronger. Rude wasn't about to let that happen, so he used his quick step and rapid leap skills, rushing toward the monster and forcing it to drop the cocoons it was about to devour. Hoping the elf would come up with an explanation for Alfine, he grabbed one of the cocoons and actually ate it himself. He found it absolutely disgusting, but he still managed to absorb mana from it, just as one of the remaining cocoons began to crack. The monster wasn't the only one who could grow stronger by consuming others. Rude quickly sliced into it, and at that moment, a strange liquid began to leak from one of the cocoons. Just as Rude thought it was finally over, Alicia warned him to be careful, but he was suddenly struck. It was a terrible turn of events, as numerous Myarans had just hatched, and the monster immediately began devouring them. Rude grew furious. They had been so close to ending the battle. In that instant, everything had reset back to square one, as the nade had absorbed a massive amount of mana. Alicia believed it had become extremely resilient, and suggested they retreat, but the swordsman had an idea. He told her they would take it from below. He also warned that it would be his first time using that particular ability, so he needed some time. She trusted him completely, and told him to leave it to her. A swarm of hellish mosquito-like creatures rushed toward her, and she quickly struck them all down with lightning, like fulfilling everyone's dream of a peaceful night's sleep. But as she dealt with the swarm, the giant creature tried to strike her. Already alert, she managed to dodge, though it was still proving to be quite a challenge. Then one of the giant insects attacked her from behind and succeeded. It hurt, and she grew irritated with those creatures. As she retaliated with lightning, she suddenly realized she had nearly walked straight into the monster's mouth. At that moment, Alfine controlled the golem and launched an attack on the creature, which made Alicia genuinely happy. She thanked her, but the golem was immediately destroyed by the monster. Alicia realized things were taking a turn for the worse. Then she heard a strange melody, and couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, the monster started being attacked. Alicia grew even more confused, wondering if another monster had appeared. Rude emerged out of nowhere, apologizing for making her wait so long. Now it was his turn to finish things once and for all. He used a skill called Song of Charm, attempting to turn the tide of the battle. He commanded the tree-devouring insects to attack the monster, and the swarm obeyed, charging at the giant creature and striking it with force. Alicia was impressed. He was using an ability that allowed him to control monsters themselves. Rude found the skill extremely effective, as it allowed them to concentrate their attacks for greater impact. Seizing the opportunity, Alicia summoned Uldir and Wakian to finish the monster once and for all. She then unleashed Thunder Serpent Water Whip, striking the creature with full force. But it wasn't just the monster. The insects were caught in the attack as well. The creature was quickly scorched, yet it still let out a roar, Rude couldn't believe it was still alive, calling it unbelievably stubborn. But suddenly, the monster collapsed to the ground, leaving the swordsman deeply relieved. He admitted he had been genuinely terrified. Alicia agreed. It had been an incredibly troublesome opponent. In the end, they exchanged a high five, having done an excellent job as always. The problem was that Alicia had used a huge amount of mana. Rude took her hand and dispelled the miasma affecting her. Then she looked at the golem, realizing Alfine had been watching over them. Rude figured he would have to thank the village chief later. At that moment, Alicia was surprised to see a Hidokusari, the true form of the golem, now reduced to a tiny creature. Alfine's surveillance had ended. Rude decided they needed to eat to recover their energy, so he began preparing food. Manticore meat skewers, mole meat skewers, and even butter-fried Hidokusari. There were also croquettes made from the nade swarm insects. The swordsman was incredibly eager to eat everything, and devoured the food like a starving beast. Alicia couldn't believe he was eating so many insect-based dishes. She realized it had been a while since they had dined alone. After all, Alamira had been with them for quite some time. She remembered the first time she saw him eating monsters, and thinking back on it now, she felt happy. Rude then commented that he had finally found someone who accepted him. Alicia found it strange that he said that so suddenly, and felt a bit embarrassed hearing it. In the end, Rude reassured her that everything would be fine, and that Alfine would understand as well. Alicia agreed, saying she would talk things through with Alfine properly once they returned, believing they could resolve the misunderstanding. She also hoped that things could go back to the way they were before. Meanwhile, Rude kept eating, and Alicia commented that everything looked delicious. Curious, she asked what the monsters he was eating actually tasted like. He explained that the Hitokasari had a slightly bitter tone that became richer the more you chewed it, pairing well with the butter. As for the nide swarm, its flavor had been softened by the butter, giving it a deep and complex taste. The manticore, however, wasn't as tasty as he had expected, probably because he hadn't followed the proper recipe. He even mentioned planning to gather some world tree leaves later to try cooking it again the right way. In the end, after finishing the meal, he had completely restored his mana, and even gained several new abilities from consuming those monsters. Still, they needed to gather some supplies for Alamira, and return to the surface. While Alicia felt a bit envious of how easily he could recover just by eating, suddenly, Tanis appeared, saying that seeing Alicia there was quite a surprise. She couldn't believe it. After all, she had heard that during the attack on Grinus, he had been captured by the Dark Guild. She asked if he was there to help her and Rude at Alfine's request. However, Tanis didn't even approach her. He turned his back and said she had completely misunderstood. He told her he never expected her to be there, ruining his entire plan. He revealed that he had been the one sending monsters into the labyrinth, stealing the power of the world tree and making the ground absorb its mana. He had also freed the Calamity. His soul belonged to Etta, and he referred to him as his lord. And then the scene shifts to 37 years ago, in Grinus. The Dark Guild had arrived in the area, seeking to make a fortune by selling elves, especially the women, while any men who resisted would be killed. Elfin saw those malicious men entering the village, and her father was by her side. Tanis told his daughter not to worry and that she should stay hidden, as he would protect Grinus. He then went outside alongside his golems. Nearby, an elf lay on the ground holding a child, begging for help. One of the Dark Guild members told her to relax, saying they weren't there to kill her. She was worth a lot on the market. If she didn't want to suffer, she shouldn't resist. Suddenly, a golem struck the man with full force, knocking him away from the elf. Tanis had no intention of letting them harm his people. Another guild member rushed in to attack him with a sword, but he too was struck down by another elf. The rest of the guild members were stunned by those sudden counterattacks. In the end, the people of Grinus stood together to defend their village. Tanis declared that humans would come to fear their power, and soon they had taken down all their enemies. He refused to let outsiders harm his people, until one remaining Dark Guild member appeared, clapping slowly and stating that Tanis was stronger than the rumors claimed. Tanis was confused, believing they had already defeated everyone, and couldn't understand how that man knew his name. The masked man explained that Tanis's name was known everywhere, even among humans. He recalled a time when elves and humans fought side by side, and that Tanis himself had once helped preserve peace. Tanis responded that despite that, humans still chose to attack his village. Feeling he was being underestimated, he warned the masked man that he was the last one left and should prepare himself. The masked man replied that being the last was more than enough to deal with all of them, already preparing a spell. The elves were confused, until suddenly, one of the supposedly dead guild members stood back up and drove his sword straight through an elf from behind, shocking everyone. The masked man revealed this was the second round, explaining he had used an ability called Banquet of Death, turning all fallen guild members into zombies. Tanis was furious to see forbidden magic being used to desecrate the dead. The masked man mocked Tanis as naive, claiming there was no such thing as ethics in war. Tanis ordered his golem to attack, declaring he would never forgive his opponent. The masked man simply laughed, advancing forward and slicing through Tanis's golem as if it were nothing. He declared it was the end for Tanis, but in the next moment, something happened. The masked man couldn't understand it before collapsing to the ground. Tanis warned him that he had provoked the wrath of the world tree, and that he wouldn't live to tell the tale. The masked man admitted Tanis was truly impressive, and that he shouldn't have underestimated him, but asked what he thought of this. At that moment, the elf who had been impaled earlier appeared behind Tanis and struck him. The masked man burst into laughter as multiple elves began attacking Tanis, forcing him to experience what it was like to be attacked by his own people. After that, Tanis lay on the ground, his hand trembling as the masked man approached him. Enraged, Tanis could only glare at his opponent. The masked man declared his mission complete, fight, despite heavy losses, and took Tanis away, while Alfine, still hidden, cried uncontrollably. The scene then shifts 35 years into the future. Tanis is seen bound to a wall, being drained, as a hooded figure appears and says the time has come. Tanis is electrocuted, his appearance now utterly ruined. The hooded figure admits that elves are resilient. Tanis wishes only for death, but the figure explains that isn't possible. Tanis is far too valuable. His mana is a resource to be exploited. Tanis hopes that one day the capital will learn the truth and make the man pay for his crimes. But the hooded figure finds this amusing, calling him naive. The capital already knows everything. He reveals shocking Tanis. With a distant hollow gaze, the hooded man explains that the capital is actually his most valuable client. Tanis refuses to believe it, unable to accept that the world he once protected had become like this. The hooded man mocks him, calling him nothing more than a fossil, insisting that power and money rule above all. Seeing what the world has become, Tanis simply wishes to die. The hooded man laughs, declaring that the old elf will remain there for eternity, endlessly supplying them with magic. At that moment, another man enters, declaring that the world is rotten beyond salvation. The hooded figure is startled and demands to know who he is, but before he can react, he is struck across the face and collapses. The man calls out to Tanis, saying they can bring true salvation to the world, and that man is Etta, explaining that he needs the old elf's power. The man who had been attacked by Ada grew furious, making it clear that he had not been defeated yet. He stood up to attack Ada, but it was useless. He was quickly overwhelmed by Ada's subordinates, who rushed in and asked if their lord was alright. One of them was named Rubik, and Ada confirmed that he was fine. At that moment, Alfine's father only wanted to know who Ada was, and Ada quickly freed him. He then embraced Tanis, realizing how extremely weak he was. Tanis had been completely drained. Soon after, the guards of that place noticed the intruders. Rubik immediately warned Etta that they needed to leave at once. Etta then used a long-distance leap ability, and they escaped to another location. Tanis explained that his mana had been continuously drained. Those used as mana sources, like him, were treated as slaves, humiliated in the worst possible ways. It was a hellish environment, and many of his companions had lost their lives. Tanis was the only one who survived. Ada declared that all of this happened because Tanis had a mission, as if it had come from the heavens, calling him to change that insane world together. He wanted Tanis to use his wisdom and power to reshape the world. At that moment, Tanis realized he had been protecting a rotten world. The scene then returns to the present, where he explains to Alicia that the world needs to be remade. Alicia couldn't understand, while Tanis, whom she considered an uncle, declared that humans trample over others without hesitation and are selfish. Alicia responded that not everyone was like that. She had been saved by many people, and knew that while some ignore the suffering of others, there are also trustworthy individuals. After all, it was Tanis himself who had taught her that. Tanis then asked her why everyone in Greenus had to die that day. He declared that he had once been naive, and no matter how much she trusted humans, a small amount of malice was enough to destroy everything. Alicia told him that even if he thought that way, it didn't justify sacrificing innocent people. Tanis realized the conversation was going nowhere, and if she intended to stop him, he couldn't allow it. Summoning multiple golems, Rude had already expected things to turn out like this. Several golems rushed toward him, but he quickly dodged. Using a fire-based attack, he pierced through them like bullets. Then he noticed that the elf had been grabbed by a golem. With his lightning step, he rushed to her and sliced off the golem's hands, freeing his companion. She thanked him, but apologized for barely being able to move after the fight. Rude grew concerned. Her benefactor was showing his true nature in her homeland, and he believed she was shaken. More golems began to appear. The swordsman called Tanis a coward, demanding that the old elf face him head-on. Tanis responded that Rude was facing a calamity that had sold its soul to the devil. At that moment, Rude remembered Alicia saying that golems had fragile bodies, so he used a charm song ability to try and control them. Tanis recognized the skill and admitted it was frightening, but it wouldn't work on him. He then did something to the golems that left both Rude and Alicia stunned. They couldn't understand what was happening. Tanis explained that the true power of a monster tamer wasn't just controlling monsters, it was controlling life itself, absorbing the power of tamed beasts and forging even stronger ones. That was exactly what he was doing, as a powerful glow filled the area. The resulting golem was unlike anything Alicia had ever seen. Tanis wanted to see if the swordsman could truly defeat him, if he genuinely intended to protect such a rotten world. The golem charged at Rude, who used a rabbit-like leap to evade the massive creature. Seeing its size, Rude believed it had many openings and tried to strike with his sword, but the golem simply blocked with its arm, proving incredibly durable. The impact made Rude tremble. The monster then tried to punch him. Rude was caught off guard and was hit hard, shocked by the force. Realizing things wouldn't be easy, Tanis assumed the swordsman was nothing special and that the problem had already been dealt with. But Rude stood back up, showing he wasn't to be underestimated. He used a ground-crushing ability, quickly burying both the monster and Tanis into the ground. Seizing the moment, Rude launched a close-range attack on the massive golem using a shockwave, quickly extracting the small creature inside it and splitting it in half. He then signaled to Alicia and rushed toward Tanis to deal with him. However, Tanis countered, flipping Rude upside down and declaring that using magic didn't mean he had already won. He struck Rude hard, making it clear that the young man had underestimated him, and that wise mages train for close combat precisely because it is their greatest weakness. Rude already knew it wouldn't be easy, since Tanis had been Alicia's teacher. Even so, he praised the old man's kick. In the end, he decided to leave the rest to Alicia, who was already behind Tanis, catching him off guard. She reminded her uncle that he himself had taught her never to let let her guard down. She even apologized for what she was about to do, striking him with a lightning attack. Tanis could see how much stronger Alicia had become before collapsing to the ground. After the battle, the scene shifts to him waking up. Alicia was relieved to see him awake, but Tanis called her naive for waiting instead of killing him. Alicia replied that if he truly wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have revealed himself in the first place. She believed he wanted her to stop him from destroying the world. Tanis explained that the world he once protected was cruel, and during all the years he spent imprisoned, his emotions had grown darker and darker, until all he could do was direct his hatred toward the world, just like Etta. But when he saw his daughter again, he realized how extreme his actions had become. What he was doing wasn't much different from the humans he despised. In truth, he had just wanted someone to stop him. Rude then spoke up, saying that everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is to recognize them and make things right. He explained that they were trying to stop Ita, and asked if Tanis would be willing to join them. Tanis reflected that in his youth, he had fought countless calamities to protect the world, never imagining he would become one himself. He was grateful that the two of them had stopped him. As for Ada, he was willing to share everything he knew. The scene then shifts to the past, with Tanis sitting beside a candle as Ada approaches. Sensing hesitation in him, Tanis denied it. Regardless, he had been saved by Ada, and wanted to use his power to recreate the world. Rubik commented that the old man was resilient, and that they were counting on him. However, a young girl named Lumiere pointed out that Tanis was indeed hesitating. His mana was unstable, and she meant no offense. Ada said he didn't mind hesitation, as long as Tanis didn't lose his conviction in the end, declaring that the stars of the broken world were comrades who shared the same belief. A strange blonde man then warned Tanis that Lumiere could read people's emotions through fluctuations in their mana. If he was afraid, he should leave immediately. They didn't need dead weight among them. The man even tried to touch Tanis, who instantly reacted, refusing to be touched, and ripping the man's hand off. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. The man couldn't understand what had just happened. Tanis then declared that his old self had died in that moment. He wanted Etta to use his power, offering himself as flesh and blood. The scene shifts again, showing Etta inside Greenus. Thanks to Tanis, entering had been easy since he had once been the leader. Etta explained that he couldn't accomplish everything alone because he was human. He had undergone an experiment and was tormented by a process of demonization. Although he managed to stop its progression, it left him with immense power. However, deep within Labyrinths, if he were to immerse himself in highly concentrated mana, he would fully transform into a monster and lose himself completely. That was why he needed an organization. He saw the stars of the broken world as a ship that could preserve his sanity while helping him achieve his goal. He was no longer human nor monster. He wanted to become a savior and rebuild the rotten world. Tanis then explained to Elibiza and Rude that Ida was using the organization to release the world's labyrinths. The members of the stars of the broken world had been fused with monsters by Ida, gaining power beyond human limits. That was how Alan had become a monster. Now that they knew Ida's secret, they could exploit that weakness. But Tanis had refused to fuse with a monster. Even so, he believed he had not abandoned his pride. Rude then asked Tanas to lend them his power to defeat Ada, saying it would make things much easier. But Tanas refused. He believed he had already used his own weakness to endanger not only his village but the entire world. The only responsibility he could take was to die. Rude rejected that idea outright, saying the old man was just trying to run away. He couldn't die. Not now. He had to help stop Ida. Then he asks Tanis for help, once again, this being his true objective. Tanis notices that the swordsman speaks in a rather cruel manner, but in the end, Rude is on the right path, and he agrees with them, leaving both of them very happy. Alicia takes his hand and smiles at him, and Tanis is reminded of when she was a child, as well as of his own daughter. He can't believe he made such foolish decisions, and all he wants is for things to return to those peaceful days. Just as he is about to say something to Alicia, he suddenly feels something. This worries them, and Tanis soon believes that Ita has done something to him. Suddenly, he tries to attack Alicia herself, transforming into a monster and leaving both of them shocked. Tanis turns into a monster out of nowhere, and his last words are for them to run. He has undergone demonization. Rude then declares that he needs to save Tanis, and rushes toward the old man, but he cannot touch the elf. Alicia uses a skill just to restrain her uncle. However, it has no effect at all, while Tanis laughs, making it clear that they will not stop his plans. Then the scene shifts to Etta and his companions. He is already aware that Tanis has betrayed him, and in the end, everyone was deceived because they believed in Tanis. Still, Etta is not worried, and tells everyone that the plan will continue, though he finds it ironic that what was offered is what ended up trapping Tanis. He then uses his demonization ability, as if he were taking control of Tanis, declaring that Rude is once again trying to interfere with his plans. The swordsman tells the elf that it no longer seems like Tanis is there anymore, and the monster confirms everything to Rude, calling him a monster-devouring adventurer. The swordsman soon realizes that they are truly speaking with Ada, who insists on being called Count Ada. Alicia declares that they are tired of his games, but A states that he is not playing, he is serious when he says he is trying to change the world. Alicia no longer wants her uncle to suffer, but Ada calls Tanis trash, who couldn't keep his word. Rude believes Ada is simply trying to provoke her so she'll lose her composure. Ada remarks that he was right to plant the seeds of demonization, as elves are very stubborn and proud. Enraged, Alicia charges toward him, wanting her uncle back. Ada feels pity for how foolish they are, and moves toward Alicia, grabbing her with full force. Rude is completely shocked at that moment, and Ada declares that the annoying elves are no longer there. The swordsman stares blankly, unable to believe what just happened to his friend. However, Alicia is actually right behind him. She even calls Ed a count, declaring that he is quite foolish for falling for her water illusion and that he shouldn't underestimate her like that, attacking him at point-blank range. She is very pleased with what she just did. Rude approaches her, saying he was very worried, unable to believe she is truly okay, and making it clear that his partner is not as weak as Eda thinks. In the end, her only goal is to save Tanis. Rude asks her not to overexert herself and realizes that Tanis is not dead, he has only been temporarily knocked out. Eda comments that he really let his guard down for a moment. He then says that if they want to stop him, they will have to kill him along with that body, explaining that this is how the ability that takes control of someone's will works, leaving the two of them in disbelief. Alicia is only concerned about her uncle. Eda states that Tanis has become a monster and perhaps never imagined he could be controlled by his own ability. However, Rude declares that he will nullify everything, and Eda reminds him that he has forgotten one thing, that is a special level monster. Rude quickly recalls the man known as the Chaos Rat, and at that moment, Ita announces that he will proceed with his plan, using his parasite ability. Instantly, that body changes completely, emitting a brilliant light. Rude realizes he has no other choice. They need to defeat Ita again. But before he can make a move, he notices something strange. The monster suddenly changes entirely, leaving them in disbelief. Tanis is completely different now, at an absurd level. He has grown much stronger after absorbing the floor boss. However, Alicia tells the swordsman that a monster controlled by a user cannot have greater power than its controller, meaning Tanis has broken free from Ita's control. She then declares that they need to save her uncle. Rude agrees. The monster growls at them, and Rude cannot see its stats, realizing that Tanis has become even more powerful than before. The grotesque creature launches a skill toward Rude. It is incredibly strong. He manages to defend himself, but he is worried about his companion, who is also unharmed. Rude is certain that if he takes even one hit, he will die, so he decides to borrow the technique Alicia used earlier, boosting his attacks with water-based principles. He launches his attack toward Tanis, while Alicia supports him by summoning a massive rhinoceros. At that moment, the monster grabs the rhinoceros by the horn, though the impact is still evident. Rude tells her to keep going, and she performs another move. Rude then uses his power, believing that at that distance, it would be impossible for the monster to withstand it, but it seemed like nothing worked. At that moment, the creature was holding the rhinoceros, showing the two of them that it was perfectly fine. Alicia realized there was no other option. They needed to create an opening so they could cancel the demonization. Just then, the monster grew furious and charged at them with even greater force. However, Rude remained unfazed, using his steel body skill along with quickstep, striking the monster's legs. At that exact moment, Alicia used her stone fist ability, smashing it straight in the face with full force. She praised the swordsman's move, and that was Rude's chance to cancel the demonization. But the big problem was that the monster still wouldn't let him get close enough to touch it. In its demonic form, Tanis managed to escape again, though the elf believed they had at least managed to injure it. Suddenly, the monster tried to attack them once more. Alicia called upon Sylphid and created a barrier, protecting both herself and the swordsman, who was very grateful for her help. Alicia then warned that this was their last chance, as her mana was nearly depleted. Rude couldn't understand what the monster was looking at, until he realized it was the labyrinth's core. The beast rushed toward it at full speed. Alicia warned him that this was very bad, since there was a teleportation point there. At that moment, the swordsman realized how careless they had been. If a monster like that escaped, Greenus would be in grave danger. The scene then shifts to Riru, informing his leader that something was approaching. It was a feminized version of Tanas. Alfine grew worried about Alicia, while Alamira couldn't believe that Rude had let a monster escape. Still, she didn't mind much, as she was already bored of dealing with weak creatures. This was finally a chance to get her blood pumping. At that moment, the village chief ordered everyone to retreat, saying there was no need for anyone to fight. The creature began to roar. Alfine couldn't stop thinking about Rude and Alicia. Riru went with Ursula and told her that the monster's mana was terrifying, but Ursula didn't care. She only wanted to protect her people, fulfilling her role as a guardian. They tried to attack the monster in any way they could. The demonized Tanis attempted to strike Riru, who managed to dodge and fired an arrow at him. He hit the monster, and Ursula followed up with her windsword technique. She managed to land a blow, but the monster's durability was overwhelming, and it counterattacked, leaving Riru worried. Before she could hit the ground, however, the Calamity Dragon appeared, calling Ursula reckless. Ursula thanked Alamira, though she couldn't help but notice that Alamira looked different, and asked what form she was in. Alumira ignored the question, declaring that the creature was her prey, and telling Ursula to sit back and watch. At that moment, Risaru struck the monster again with his arrows, making it even more enraged as it charged toward him. Just as he was about to be hit, Alumira stepped in and blocked the attack, even mocking the monster by calling it extremely ugly. She was struck after provoking it, but quickly recovered, declaring that it shouldn't underestimate her. She delivered a powerful kick, followed by a punch that sent it flying into the world tree. Riaru grew concerned, as that was the sacred tree, but the monster showed it hadn't been defeated. It was persistent. Riaru thanked Alamira for saving him, though she dismissed it, calling him weak and telling him to stay hidden somewhere. Then the monster began to fly, drawing even more attention from the Calamity Dragon, who now had a smile on her face. The monster suddenly started draining magic from the world tree. Riefsiru couldn't understand why. At that moment, the monster rushed toward the girl to finish her off, but the dragon did nothing and was struck directly. Riefsiru panicked, but Alamira remained unharmed. She admitted it startled her, but now it was her turn. She fired her dragon cannon at the monster, causing a massive explosion. She grew irritated when she saw that it hadn't been destroyed. destroyed and was still coming at her. Their battle became intense, with her landing multiple blows, though she even felt pathetic for not being able to crush such a monster easily. Then she signaled for Riru to attack. He combined his abilities while Alamira simply dodged and smiled. She then landed a direct hit to the monster's face, followed by multiple strikes all at once. After that, she moved behind it and grabbed it by the wings, making it clear that the monster had no right to be so arrogant. To her, it was nothing more than an insect, and it should behave like one, crawling on the ground. She then slammed the massive creature straight into the ground. Finally, she stood there, relieved, as the monster had given her more trouble than expected. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder what on earth Rude was doing at that moment. Riaru was happy to see that Alamira had truly managed to resolve everything. Then she noticed everyone approaching. Alfine stepped closer to the monster, furious that it had dared to attack her village. At that moment, Tanis, still inside, tried to call out his daughter's name, but the village chief simply called for the elf Asura to finish the monster once and for all. Just then, Alicia and Rude arrived, breathing heavily, asking them to wait. Alfine saw Alicia and immediately accused her of letting the monster escape, demanding to know what she had been thinking, but Alicia explained that the monster was actually her uncle, Tanis, shocking everyone. Alfine couldn't believe that the creature was her father. Rude urged the village chief to trust them, saying they had seen it with their own eyes, and warned that she might regret her actions if she continued like that. He said he could handle it and approached Tanis, using his cancellation ability, but this time was different. He had to exert far more effort. Suddenly, a massive aura appeared, triggering an explosion. No one understood what was happening, but Rude explained that it was a defensive barrier. He had seen something like it before. It came from darkness. Alan himself had used something similar. Drawing his sword, he tried to break the barrier, but it proved far stronger than before. Tanis began making strange noises, which was bad for everyone. Then Rude realized the monster was absorbing the mana in the air. Alfine concluded that Tanis was actually trying to release all the stored mana at once, which could result in a white explosion. She grew worried about her father, but since the monster was indeed him, she felt she had no choice. Her duty was to protect Grynus, even if it meant killing her own father. That was her responsibility, and she couldn't afford sympathy at that moment. Alicia understood and accepted her decision. Still, she also wanted to protect Grynus, so everyone joined forces, attacking the dark magic with everything they had. However, the Calamity Dragon couldn't understand what they were doing and told them to hold back. Rude became even more confused when he saw three of her. One of the Illumira said she would explain later. For now, they would simply show their power. The three of them went all out, striking Tanis with a triple punch that caused a massive explosion, powerful enough to blow everyone back. Rude complained that she had gone too far, but in the end, no one could believe it. The dark barrier still hadn't broken. Rude couldn't understand how it was absorbing the attack. Riru then warned the chief that it was too dangerous to continue. Alfine agreed and ordered everyone to leave, saying the responsibility was hers alone. The elves were confused and unwilling to abandon their leader, especially Alicia. Alfine insisted they couldn't involve outsiders and told them to leave immediately, but Alicia resisted, making it clear to her childhood friend that she was not an outsider. This was her home, and she couldn't abandon it. She would never forgive herself if she did. Alfine shouted at her, having lost her patience, ordering her to leave at once. In that moment, she recalled their childhood. Back then, Alfine had wanted to protect her friend. She shouted again for Alicia to go, but Alicia refused once more, saying she would stay. She didn't want Alfine to face this alone, reminding her that they were strong and could do anything together. The village chief was flooded with memories and let out a sigh, realizing Alicia hadn't changed at all. In the end, she gave in to her stubbornness. Alicia was happy to hear that, and she hoped her friend had a plan. Alfine confirmed that she did, but first asked if Alicia remembered what she had said when she left those lands. Before they could continue, Alamira interrupted, saying they should leave the nostalgic talk for later. They needed to deal with the problem immediately. Riuru arrived with the other elves, making it clear they would fight alongside their chief. Alfine realized there was no stopping them. They were all just as stubborn. Just then, the barrier began to grow even larger, and Elisa asked what her plan was. Alfine believed they needed some kind of enhancement to bypass the barrier's protection against external attacks, as if they had to strike it from the inside. At that moment, everyone wondered how they could possibly attack from within. Alfine then explained that she would use her monster tamer ability. She would control her own father. Alicia couldn't understand, since a monster shouldn't be at a higher level than the user of that ability, but Alfine clarified that it wasn't just Alicia who had grown stronger. Even though she had spent her entire life in the village, she had still leveled up. However, to use her skill at that level, certain conditions had to be met. She needed to defeat the monster to command it, or the monster had to voluntarily swear loyalty to her. Even then, the ability would only work for a brief moment, so she told Riru that she would create an opening, and when that happened, the monster had to be killed immediately. Riru simply accepted his chief's adashi, but Rude intervened, explaining that with his ability, they could save Alfine's father. As soon as the barrier dropped, he would cancel the transformation. Alfine found that strange, as she had never heard of such an ability. At that moment, Norin remembered everything that had happened to her. She herself was living proof that the swordsman's ability worked, since she had once become a monster as well. Alfine could hardly believe something like that existed. That meant she could have her father back, so she chose to trust Rude, who was deeply grateful. The problem, however, was making the monster swear loyalty. Still, she believed she could reach her father with her voice. She stepped forward and asked if he could hear her. He tried to speak but couldn't, so she pleaded with him to come back and not add more sins to his burden. Alicia tried to help by calling out to him as well. Rairu urged Tanis not to succumb to the enemy's control, and Norin added her her voice too. Suddenly the barrier grew even stronger. Alumira couldn't believe they were trying to solve things this way, while the elves continued calling out to the monster. Then the swordsman approached them and said he would make sure their voices reached Tanis, using his command ability. The scene then shifted to Tanis, in a dark place. There, he began to hear the voices of those he loved, calling him uncle and father, begging him not to give in. He quickly recognized his daughter's voice, and was shocked. She asked him to swear loyalty to her. Struggling immensely, he managed to speak, and finally swore his loyalty. It was a great effort just to get the words out. Riru wondered if it would ever end, but at that moment, Alfine activated her monster tamer ability. She confirmed that her voice had reached her father. Right then, the defensive barrier shattered. Tanis begged them to kill him before he lost control again, while Alfine struggled immensely to maintain control. Rude finally made his move. He refused to let the old man remain in that savage state. At last, he succeeded in carrying out the procedure, calling for Tanis to return, and Tanis did. Rude caught him, taking the impact on his shoulder, and declared to everyone that Tanis was alright. Alicia and Alfine immediately had tears in their eyes, and Alfine could no longer hold herself back. Rude celebrates that he managed to save Tanis, and that he is safe now. Shortly after, his daughter runs to hug him, saying that his safety was all that mattered, and Tanis feels proud of Alfine for having grown stronger as well. He thanks both Alicia and Rude for saving him, but then suddenly collapses. Noram rushes over to heal Tanis, and explains that his mana and energy were drained, but that his life was not in danger. Alfine then thanks Alicia and the others for saving her father, and Alicia runs to hug her, saying that if it weren't for Alfine, he would be dead now. Taking the opportunity, Alfine asks what exactly Rude is, since he can control monster magic, nullify it, and even reverse her father's transformation. Alicia says it would be better to tell them the truth, as they would understand. Shortly after, with the situation explained, Alfine says she had never heard of anything like it before, but it made sense, and asks if they were really traveling with the Dragon of Disaster. Alumira asks if she has a problem with that, and the Guardian replies that she now finally understands her strength, but Alumira says that wasn't even half of her real power. However, she adds that she had lost half of her strength, and Tanis draws attention to the fact that she had fought another monster, the Guardian Dragon of the volcanic city that had gone berserk. Rude and Alicia say they didn't know about that, but Alumira brushes it off as something from the past, nothing important. Tanis tries to stand up, saying he feels better thanks to Noram, and that he has a request for Alicia, to stop Etta's plan. She replies that she was going to do that anyway, and would speak with the World Tree to track Etta. While they were talking, a snake controlled by Etta was watching them, and Etta remarks that this was unexpected. The boy with the ability to devour monsters was a problem. One of his subordinates says they will deal with him, and proceed to the next phase of the plan, pointing to a location on the map. The scene shifts to the elves. As they walk deeper into the tree heading toward the altar, they find something like a brain connected to it, a memory altar. Both Rude and Alumira find it strange. Alicia approaches, touches one of the branches, and asks who Eddie is and where he is. She begins to see the villain's past, his wife, his daughter, and his younger self, all happy and smiling. He was a doctor, gathering leaves for medicine. Even Alicia thinks he seemed like the opposite of the Etta they knew. But the image starts to blur. A bell rings in a burning place where people are being slaughtered, along with some monsters. Soon after, several people stand before Eta, who is already corrupted by darkness, and Alicia is almost swallowed up along with the vision, until Rude calls out to her, asking if she's okay. He asks if she discovered anything, and she says unfortunately not, but she did get a lead, and it was time to go there. Even so, Alicia stumbles, and Tanis and Alfine say the World Tree's information must have overwhelmed her. They were probably exhausted from the last battle. Alfine thanks them and says they should rest, and that she will arrange lodging for them. The elves go to sleep, while Rude and Alumira prepare a barbecue using monster meat. The worm from earlier, a mole, a hitokusari, insects, and an iron bear. Alumira asks if Rude brought monsters from the labyrinth besides the ones she defeated, and he says yes, he didn't want to risk forgetting to collect the meat. She is grateful to be traveling with him since she gets to eat all this. The two of them dig in without hesitation, saying the wild, chewy texture of the meat is very good, especially the caterpillar meat. Even Rude agrees, saying it's different from the croquettes made from labyrinth monsters. Alumira gets furious and asks if he had been enjoying those without her, and Rude says he couldn't help himself since he had spent a lot of mana. She forgives him but tells him to bring more in the future, and he agrees. Still, Rude never imagined it would taste this good. He also asks about the guardian dragon, but she tells him not to bring up trivial topics that would ruin her appetite. Soon after, Tanis appears and apologizes for interrupting their meal. He says he just wanted to speak with Rude again, and Rude quickly realizes he must be curious about his powers. Tanis even comments that the food looks very good, and Alumira invites him to try some if he's curious, but he declines, saying he doesn't want to turn into a monster again. Tanis bows, saying Rude saved him twice, the last time when he had turned into a monster, and that he is deeply grateful. Even Alumira is surprised, since it's very rare for an elf to bow to a human. Rude asks him to stand, but Tanis says that seeing Rude reminded him of the past. His partner was a man with true eyes just like his, and now he understands why Alicia was drawn to him. Rude gets embarrassed. Tanis then says that if there is anything he can help with, Rude should say so, as his abilities are unusual. Alumira had already noticed. He is a user of the monster tamer ability, and when it comes to dealing with monster powers, he is likely a senior. She suggests he could train Rude, and Tanis agrees that it sounds like a good idea. Tanis then asks if Rude had eaten one of those monsters, and Rude says yes, despite being bitter. Each bite released a rich aroma. Tanis cuts him off, saying he wasn't asking about the taste. He explains that this monster has great potential, and Rude should know that since he devoured it. In any case, Rude says he will rely on him to grow stronger and defeat Ida. Tanis opens a portal, saying there are too many distractions here. It is a hidden space that transports the user to a separate dimension, just like what happened with the previous group. He asks if Rude knows about it, and Rude confirms. Tanis remarks that perhaps one of them was someone who trained with him, and if his will lived on through them, he couldn't be happier. Alamira is delighted, running around the space freely. Tenzes then begins to awaken a plant, covering his body with roots and wood. He says this ability is difficult to master, but extremely powerful, and that he will teach Rude how to control it.